Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. So today, of course, we are continuing day 3 of 5 of our 200 alchemy grind. Making pretty good progress on it. Of course, day 73 as far as the streams are. As far as other things, I'm just going to go grab our cooking contracts. Anything good here? Ooh, everything is good. Which is nice because we just got a nice clear bounty board. Oh yeah, I got this one cabbage. I was doing some AFK Carnopolis and was taking a few of the chests. And we got our first ever high tier cabbage. This is the one that you can buy at 451 alchemy. And you need 450 merchant for the discount. So gosh, this thing is expensive. This is for the 10% pot. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to sell it later down the line. But look, we got one of both. He has a friend now. We'll actually be using his other friend today. But because we need to go back and buy these, I believe, to make 20 potions out of these cinnamon sticks. But I need to actually have the alchemy level to do so because we need alchemy level 143, which we actually will be getting sometime soon. As that, of course, will be our main focus today, is to try to hit 1,000 mining boost pots. So we'll easily be able to do that. We already have it banked. I have my 908 slime. I have my 908, whatever the other thing is called, the cockroach mandible. And that is pretty much our game plan for today. So as far as the poll, we have a poll on how much would you pay for 7% pots. Let's say hypothetically they were to add a 7% option here, either in chapter 5 or some kind of future chapter, or maybe just expanding it based on your alchemy level or whatever they end up doing for it. Like, how much would you pay more compared to the 5% for a 7%? Right now, like, for example, if we take chapter 1 of 5% is like 2 silver, a 6% is like 7-ish silver, though these are a bit overpriced, so the 7% could potentially actually be lower than the 6%, oddly enough. But, yeah, how much would you pay? If there's like an infinite stock right here, where when 5%, 6%, and then boom, 7. Like, how much more would you pay compared to the 5% now? Because obviously right now, with how they're currently priced, it's pretty much only ever worth getting the 5% if you're going to be mass buying. The 6% is way too expensive. But, I don't know, about how much more than the 5% would you be willing to pay if they added an infinite option right here that you could click? And it would likely be some number between these two numbers, but it could be higher than that. You never know. It could be higher than the 6%. It wouldn't make logical sense. It would cost more than 6%. But due to how potions are, who knows? Maybe they wouldn't be. But that's pretty much what the poll is for today. And also what our goal is for today, as we're making 1,000 of them. Also, hello, Sonny. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. But anyways, yeah, let's get to it. We got to go make 1,000. Well, technically, we got to make 904. But, you know, basically 1,000. The stack will say 1,000 by the end of this, that's for sure. Technically, it's slightly less than 1,000. But we're still effectively making 1,000. Stack will be. Alright, we're making like 900 something. But let it begin. Oh yeah, also my knowledge is getting really close. Probably go dump that into alchemy after this set. That was all from AFK, the little raid den thingies. Actually, I was putting some of it into bone right. You may notice we have a 189.5 bone right. We're almost at 200. I've been already utilizing some of these 7%. Of course, dumping it into double knowledging bone right. Technically, we could do that right now if we really wanted to, but I'll probably be putting it into alchemy though. Just so, well then again, I don't know. I would say just so we're not here all day. However, I'm making those 900 something pots regardless of what our alchemy level is. So yeah, maybe we should chill it a little bit here and there and actually put it into bone right instead. Ooh, do I dump this into bone right now? I might. Just because a lot of this knowledge is from, what's it called anyway, so I think we're going to. Ooh, yeah, we definitely will. And you can also stack 2 different pots at once for 2 different chapters. Even though I can't re-drink this one, you can drink like a 7% and get that into it. I said, hello, Ian. Welcome, welcome. Or morning. I said, hello, Isabel. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, 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 welcome. Where were we? Drop all these. Get all these. Gosh, we got double cabbage there. Our cabbage finally has a friend. It's been so lonely sitting all the way up there, and now it has a little cabbage friend. We just got it this morning. Little cabbage buddies. Alright, so we're gonna put this in the bone right. I will be putting the rest of the day into alchemy. However, let's go get a nice clean 190 bone right, as most of this XP was from the raid den anyways, not from alchemy. So as soon as we get this other one, I'll also put it into bone right. But yeah, we're already getting value from our 7%. As you can see, we're double dipping our potion, the 7% cryo, into a double knowledge point, which of course is one good way to use higher percent potions. The other is ventures, as they do work on ventures as of about a week ago. So for example, in 30 minutes, I'll be using them on the mining venture. I did this last night. However, we haven't been able to do it on stream. But they do indeed boost it as of about a week ago. So I haven't been bothering with that in chapter 4. because I don't have, well, for one, I don't have a good boost potion for it, though we will after today, but also because the level of it's pretty bad. We need 287 detective before we get the really, really post 200 good one. But unfortunately, that's not our level at the moment, so we can't. You got Matubin's Legacy done? Nice! Huge, huge, huge. Now you just need 60 smith, and keep in mind, you only need 58 if you use a +2 boost potion, which you can buy from the shop. It's actually relatively cheap as well. Well, maybe not cheap, but, you know, well, you're kind of cheap. Oh, no, it's however much this is. It's this price. It's 43 silver, which sounds like a lot, but it lets you skip 2 levels and 2 knowledge for every single check in the, Lost and Found quest. So you would need 2 less knowledge and levels in Minefighter, Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. So if you can get the whole quest done in an hour, which is very doable, it only costs you 43 extra silver to save 2 levels and 2 knowledge on all of them. Also, speaking of AFK activities related to that, Bonewright 190, 10 levels to go, though we're not getting any more levels today, as the rest will be going into alchemy for the rest of today. There's just a one-off just to kind of even it out. But everything else will be going into alchemy. However, we are making 900 more of these potions, regardless what our alchemy level is. I don't think we would hit our goal, because what our goal today, other than making 900 of these potions, or 900 more, is to get to 185. 185 is the target. This leads to some interesting implications once we hit 185. The potion itself costs about 20 silver each, which is a bit pricey. However, I'm not sure what our plan is. I know I'm going to make some, but there's no way we're going to be able to make all, unless we want to be in, like, negative money. As in, I can't afford it. Even if I wanted to, I can't. So we got to figure out exactly what we're doing tomorrow then. Or not tomorrow, the final day, I mean. Tomorrow we already know. That's going to be the... oh, sorry, that's not our goal for today. Our goal for today is at 158. Wrong day. We might need to do some Stonewall Hill to offset it. But our main thing for tomorrow is going to be the 7% Stonewall Hill. The day after that, the final day, the final dawn, is when we got to figure out what on earth we're doing. Because, yeah, there's no way we can make this all the way. The 185 all the way is so bad. How I like the Steam Deck so far? Oh, yeah, by the way, we got the Steam Deck. I did put that in the title today. Maybe tomorrow. But, actually, what did I put at the end of the title today? I think I put that old school RuneScape still on fire. They're still rioting over the pricing and everything. But we'll see if that brings anyone over to Brighter Shores. I don't feel like it will initially, just because, well, for one, they haven't actually implemented anything yet. But also because, I don't know, Brighter Shores just doesn't have enough content yet. They need to do something, corporate greed in like a year from now. They're doing corporate greed too early. They got to do everything they want to go do in about a year. They got to chill a little bit. Wait till Brighter Shores is more developed first. But, yeah, Steam Deck so far, it's been decent. It feels weird using the mouse pad, though. I'll need to definitely change around the settings and a few other things, because I was just using default for every game. But it definitely feels a lot less precise compared to just clicking on the screen, or, you know, mouse and keyboard, or, you know, Marso mouse. But, I don't know, it's definitely going to take a little bit of getting used to. I'm not sure if my sensitivity just needs to be adjusted or what. But it definitely feels a little clunky using the mouse pad on the Steam Deck. But everything else about it's been pretty good. Tried a couple different games, works well with everything. Keyboard's a little clunky to bring up as well for some things, but it makes sense. Just so it's not like constantly in the way. Because it doesn't auto bring it up when you're on a text prompt like it does on many mobile games. Where if you click on a text prompt, you know, it'll auto bring up the keyboard. But it doesn't actually do that on Steam Deck, oddly enough. You actually have to manually bring up the keyboard whenever you want to go and utilize the keyboard for something. That's just a setting for that to change that. But still a learning curve on it. Like, for some things it feels really intuitive, but for other things, it almost feels like you have to go out of your way to relearn how to do something with the Steam Deck. Did I try to top mode on it yet? No, I haven't. I did try running multiple games at once, though, and it worked pretty well. That's because I don't play particularly high-intensity games. So you can easily run, like, Brighter Shores and Gems of War and, like, one other thing all at once, and it holds up very well. Which is something that was always annoying with the Nintendo Switch. Because on Nintendo Switch, you can only ever have one. Also, hello! Rain. Welcome, welcome. Roxy, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Thanks for the continued support. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Hope everything's been going well. Also, that's something I hope the Switch 2 does allow you to do. Now that it's more powerful. One thing that was really annoying with the Switch is it could only ever run one game at once. So whatever game you had open, the game if you tried opening another game, it would close your previous game. I really hope the Switch 2 can allow you to have at least 2 to 3 instances of games going at once now that it's more powerful. The Steam Deck definitely does. And supposedly, it's about as powerful as a Steam Deck, if not slightly more. I still find that kind of funny, though. My Steam Deck arrived the exact same day that Nintendo's announced a Switch 2. I was already planning on getting both, though. There's still a lot we don't know about it. Especially as far as, like, 100% confirmed information. I just realized, we never got that 210 Leatherworker, did we? I meant to do that off stream, but I was doing a little bit of alchemy. And the AFK combat. Just because it's so AFK. Is this one thing that I still need to getting used to on the Steam Deck? Like when you use the mouse pad thing? The clicks feel really inconcise, or precise. So I was mostly doing things that didn't really need... Oh, excuse me, gosh, I was drinking root beer earlier. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the clicks seem a lot less precise as far as all the movement and everything with it. So I was doing activities that didn't really require a lot of it. Like the AFK raid dens or a little bit of this alchemy, stuff like that. What's new with the Switch 2? The specs are way, way, way higher. As far as all the specifics, I'm not too aware though, because I haven't been keeping up with it much. I'm not sure what info they posted publicly yesterday. I didn't really keep up with it since we're streaming Brighter Shores, making potions all day. All I saw was the preview video and some leaks a friend sent to me the other day, before the announcement even came. But I'm not sure how accurate the leaks are. They could be completely false. Your old Switch is just gathering dust? Yeah, I have the old Switch model and the OLED. And I haven't used them in like months upon months at this point. Last game I used them for was the most recent Mario Party. And prior to that, I don't think I used it for like a year. And now I'm just going to be playing all my indie games on Steam Deck. So I don't even need the Switch for that anymore. There's still a few games I would still visit on the Switch, though. Also, it does seem like we're probably going to have all of our library ported over to Switch 2. So whatever games you have, you'll probably still be able to play on Switch 2 that you have on Switch. One thing that's going to be annoying with that is integrating over save data. Because I have different save data across both my two Switches. So I can't just bring over all the save data from one. Because the save data I have are mixed between the two. There's definitely a couple titles on the Switch 2 I'm looking forward to. Some of which have been announced, some of which are probably happening, but we don't know for sure. I know Isabel's going to be happy about the new Animal Crossing whenever it gets announced. I'm not sure if we're going as hard on it as we did for the last Animal Crossing, because that happened like peak pandemic time. But I'll definitely be checking it out whenever it does come around. I just hope they had better multiplayer features, because there's a lot in that game that just was lacking. Actually, it's kind of funny, too. I need to go test The Sims 4 on the Steam Deck. Because my mom's been wanting to play The Sims again. And I was considering getting her a Steam Deck for her birthday. Like the basic model one, because that should be good enough to run The Sims on. Oh, why am I coming all the way over here? What am I doing? I forgot. I can just stay in the room the whole time. I keep forgetting. We already have it all banked. I don't need to buy anything. But I need to go test to see how The Sims 4 works on Steam Deck. Get her a Steam Deck for her birthday in a couple months. I just need to double check that it would actually work for her, though. Or if the game even runs well on Steam Deck, because I haven't tested it yet. Yeah, as far as the Switch 2 is concerned, I'm not sure what they've announced yet, other than the next Mario Kart game. But ones I would definitely be interested in are the next Mario Kart, the next Mario Party, the next Smash, the next Animal Crossing, and the next Pokemon. A bunch of already continuing series. No new series, though they might announce something. Those like the main things I would probably get a Switch for. Like those 5-ish I just mentioned. I'm not sure what else they have around the corner planned that I would be interested in then. Because Fire Emblem's pretty hit or miss. They have some really good games, but they also have some really bad games. They're also really long. They go in the category of long list of RPGs that take way too long, that are in my backlog, that I really want to play, but they take too long to bother getting around to category. But we'll see how good the next one is. If they do something as good as 3 Houses, or if they do something as bad as, like, almost everything else. And a Fire Emblem series is really hit or miss. For every, like, one big hit, they have, like, 3 to 4 misses. Can't wait for Xenoblade Chronicles 4. True. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be doing X. I still haven't decided if I'm playing Xenoblade Chronicles X or not. As far as playing it, as well as streaming it. As first, I'm not sure if I am going to play through it, just because it's like 80 to 100 hours. But then I'm also not sure if I'm streaming it, or just playing in my own time. I might be, though. If it is, it's probably the last Switch 1 game I'd be getting. Because I can't think of anything else coming out between then and then that I would. But it is one of my favorite RPG series ever. Xenoblade Chronicles is pretty good. I'm playing them in a really weird order, though. Because at this rate, I played them in order of 2, 3, technically 1.5, then 4, then 1, probably. 4 doesn't exist yet, though. But that's probably the order I'm playing the series. Which is definitely not the correct order. But it's probably the order that would ultimately get done in. Because I played 2. He's a friend gifted to me. Then I played 3, which oddly enough was also gifted by a different friend. Then we're probably doing Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is basically 1.5. Not sure where to categorize it. But it came between 1 and 2. But that's the next remake one that they're doing. And then after that, I'd realistically wait until 4, when it comes out on the Switch 2. And after doing that, it's like, you know what, we might as well go back to the first one, and then we do the first one. So we would have done it in order of 2, 3, 1.5, 4, and then 1. You know, a perfectly logical order to play any series in. Just like random number generator series. Luckily, every single game is standalone enough that you understand what's going on. Though 3 did make some references to 1 that went above my head. But not so much I didn't understand what was going on. There's some subtle things. I guess 2 did that as well, but it did it more so in post-game, not in pre-game. Like, it didn't really affect the storyline, but affected post-game slightly. Yeah, Joy-Con drift is awful. I wouldn't advise playing anything on Switch without a Pro Controller. I initially tried with some GameCube controllers and just wasn't quite right. Then I tried it with Joy-Cons, and those are awful. And then, yeah, I just did a Pro Controller. Originally, I wasn't going to do them because they seemed so expensive. They were like, what, 70, 80 each? Like, they're pretty pricey, whatever they were. But I eventually gave in and was like, yeah, might as well. Why not? But I'm hoping that the Switch 2 has way better Joy-Cons. Because that was probably the biggest issue with the Switch 1. I assumed they would because of how many lawsuits they had about them. Like, in theory, they're one of the best controllers Nintendo ever made. But structurally, they could be easily destroyed in, like, a month. Like, it must be even worse if you had kids that had it as well. Like, there's no way you wouldn't have Joy-Con drift within, like, the first month. If not sooner. It's actually funny because the Joy-Con drift is so bad. I remember when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out in 2020. The Switch itself, or the game, had like an idle system. Where if you were gone for, I would say about 10 minutes, it would like auto shut itself off. And sometimes I need the island to stay on. But one benefit was the Joy-Con drifts were so drifty that if you just like tilt it slightly, without even needing to hold it, it would just hold itself. You would just keep Joy-Con drifting so it wouldn't ever count you as idle. It was actually a really good mechanic. Due to how faulty the Joy-Cons were. You could literally use it as an infinite non-idling mechanic to keep your island open. Without needing to like manually hold it down or anything. Just because of how Joy-Con the drifts are. There's one nice feature about Joy-Con drift. Infinite idle time. Oh yeah, I actually use my Pro Controller for PC. Whenever I do a controller game for PC, I always use a Switch Pro Controller. And I guess soon to be a Switch 2 Pro Controller. Those things better not be like $100 or whatever it is though. They just keep raising the price. Oh no, how much is PS5's really good controller? Does anyone know? Because I was almost considering getting something like that just for PC. Obviously, it wouldn't be compatible with Switch unless you use a bunch of the old doodads. Because I'm curious what its price is compared to, like, what PS5 has. Because controllers in general have just gotten, like, crazy high. Do you know that? Sorry, I didn't see the thing. But Nintendo... let's see... but Nintendo be class action settlement. Have to repair them for free. Oh, do they? Oh no, you still have to pay like the shipping costs and everything, and the nuisance of having to do that and everything. Like the amount of hassle that it is probably isn't worth it. Which they also realized, which is why they even accepted it. Because it was cheaper for them to repair everyone, whoever sends them, than it is to pay out like millions upon millions upon millions. Because they know most people aren't going to bother doing that. So the only reason they did that is because they lose less money. 120 in the UK, or 120 pounds for what, the PS5 one? Were they really that much? Gosh, I thought the Switch one being around 80 was expensive. Oh gosh, 120? I know that's in pounds, so this closer to like, what, 110-ish? Or to 100, somewhere around there. At least that's not euros, so I believe that one's slightly lower. I forget my currency conversions. Whatever the current world market's at these days. Also, hey, midway through this stream, we're going to be halfway through the alchemy grind. It both does and doesn't feel like we're halfway there. Numerically, we're more than halfway there, but that number can be very misleading. Alright, why do I keep trying to run away? I was so used to this from yesterday and all the other days. But we actually never need to leave this room the entire time unless we're doing a cooking contract. Like, unless, oh, and also for our daily. But aside from those two things, we actually never need to leave this room all day. Not until that stack says 1,000, and that number says 158. Those are the two goals. Yeah, I never really looked into too many PC controllers. I've always just used the Switch one because it's all I had. Never really gotten like a designated controller just for PC. But with this new setup, I guess at some point I probably should. But honestly, I'd rather just get like a second Switch 2 controller. In case I ever have someone over just to do it that way. It would kind of make more sense. Get like a second Switch 2 controller compared to a Switch 2 controller plus like a different one. Even if that different one's slightly better for PC. It's just more convenient to getting two of the one. They just get one for now and wait until they do special models. I never did bother doing that with the original Switch, but I know they sometimes release some limited time ones. I have a friend that has like literally every single one of them. Has a whole old collection there. The Xenoblade one actually looked pretty cool. I think they released it with Xenoblade Chronicles 2. He always buys like every Nintendo bundle ever. It's kind of crazy too. He has literally every single amiibo as well in his basement. Like half the wall is just amiibos and other Nintendo related items. He's also the person who keeps leaking me all the info from other people who are data mining it. So, hello, Amber. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We're about halfway done with the alchemy grind. We're getting there. One potion at a time. There's something else that happened yesterday too. I put that in the title. I haven't really been mentioning it much. But the old school RuneScape corporate greed situation. We showed the Falador riots and everything yesterday on stream. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like the game that's similar to Brighter Shores. They've been bought and sold multiple times. Andrew Gower, the lead developer of Brighter Shores, sold his share back in 2011. And since then, it has pretty much changed ownership almost a dozen times. And it just keeps getting preoccupied by like greedier and greedier companies over and over again. In an endless greed cycle. And yeah, they kind of got everyone mad the other day. Because their greed is going very high. But that's one nice thing that's going to be good about Brighter Shores. Is we're never going to have to worry about corporate. Or anything like that. Because it's simply just like a small dedicated team of passionate people developing the game. With no real money oversight or anything. Or no investors trying to milk out money from all the players, nothing like that. Andrew Gower is also exceedingly anti-microtransaction. And the second that he left Jagex, what did the first thing they did? That they added? Microtransactions! Like literally the second he was gone. It was like one of the last things kind of holding it back. So we'd never actually do that in Brighter Shores. Like be able to like buy power directly. RS3 reminds you of what would happen if Ready Player One, if the Xers had won. That's funny. Yeah, they're trying to do the same thing to old school RuneScape now. They're trying to make a player base of hundreds of thousands go down to like 10,000. They're speedrunning the death of the game. I just wish they would wait a year or two so Brighter Shores is further developed. Because right now, Brighter Shores doesn't have enough of an appeal to the most people to really, you know, attract people who might be leaving old school RuneScape. But give it a year or two and it will. It just has a lot of development it still needs. Still too early. They just gotta go full-blown corporate breed in about a year or two for now. They're doing it way too early. They gotta slow down their corporate greed. Wait at least one more year. Or at least half a year. Wait till at least 1.0 of Brighter Shores. They're greeding too quickly. Because this is the new company that bought them out like early last year. The first ultra greedy thing they did was raise membership by about 50%. And now they're trying to raise it by about another 100%. While also adding ads, while also adding a bunch of other stuff to make more money. Because they bought out the company, so now they need to make back their money. I think they bought it out for an absurd amount of money, too. Like hundreds of millions, if not almost a billion. So now they're trying to recuperate their money. Until the next investor buys them out and then recuperates their money. It's just like an endless cycle of price gouging. Except we're trying to speed up that cycle. The TikTok drama? Oh yeah, isn't TikTok shutting down like a few days? I still have never once seen anything on TikTok. Same as Vine. I never really understood them. Vine and TikTok and Instagram and like stuff like that. Like anything in that kind of category. Never really quite understood their point. But yeah, I think it's being shut down in the United States in like a few days. Unless Trump brings it back. Which would be rather hypocritical of him. Given how anti-China he normally tries to be. I don't really care either way. Like, I understand why people want it banned, but also why people don't want it banned. Especially for people that make money on it. Because it's nearly the equivalent to, like, if YouTube got banned. It's like, oh, okay, well, time to pivot, I guess. Oh, it shuts down tomorrow, not Sunday? Oh, okay. I thought it was in a couple days from now. Oh, no, a couple days from now is the inauguration. That's what I was thinking. I think it's on Monday. I think that's the date I was confusing it with. Elon was talking about buying it? Oh, gosh. Instead of being called TikTok, it's going to be called TikX. Or XO. Or XXX. As if they didn't already make the logo for Twitter suggestive enough. That's hello Chino, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Hey, how's the woodcutting carpentry grind going? Saw you were doing it earlier. Well, I didn't see you, but I was checking your leaderboard thing and it looked like you were doing it. Hey, that's our next goal after this. We're doing 200 woodcutting carpentry. We made a couple hundred 7% pots too to go use for it. It's terrible. Well, that's our next week's grind. Well, technically our next 2 weeks. It's probably the rest of the month grind, honestly, after we finish this. These 200 woodcutting carpentry is not quick. Particularly the carpentry component. The woodcutting's not that bad, the carpentry is, though. Rather notoriously. We have notoriously mentioned it as the worst skill in the game. There's a reason we haven't done it yet. Multiple reasons, but we are going to have to finally do it this month. It's probably my next target after 200 alchemy. This carpentry is pretty much the last buyable we haven't done before the price hike. Toxic. Oh, that would be perfect. With a capital X. That'd be a perfect rename for it. I think the funniest thing with Elon Musk recently, I'm not sure the full story on it, but all the drama with him and what's it called? With Path of Exile 2. He basically paid a bunch of Chinese boosters or wherever from a third world country, not third world country, but you know, from other countries, which was also related to his what is that? The one visa thing. But anyways, long story short, he basically paid a bunch of people to boost his account and get a pretty much near max hardcore in Path of Exile 2, and then was playing it as if he was playing the game for the first time ever, but saying that it was his account. But it was so absurdly obviously boosted beyond belief. And then a lot of jokes came out of it because the N1B visa or whatever it was called that he was for, which he was likely utilizing to some degree for boosters. In an indirect sense. But yeah, Elon's a character for sure. I haven't been keeping up with much. But some of it does still get to me, even though I'm not trying to keep up with it at all. The only reason that one got to me was because it's somewhat gaming related. I still never have tried Path of Exile 2. But I feel like some of his mistakes we're making are literally mistakes you would pretty much like never make if you even understand what games are. Like, I never played Path of Exile 1 or 2 and haven't played a game like that for like 20-something years. And I could still understand the mistakes he was making. It's like those things that if you do any amount of gaming, you would just kind of already know. Even if you don't necessarily play the genre. Like something like a skill tree that's coming to Brighter Shores. Like, I know how skill trees work. I haven't really played a proper game that's had one in like 20-something years, but, you know, I understand how it works. A lot of games have similar systems, it's just not tree-shaped. So even if a game doesn't have like a one-to-one mechanic, if you do any amount of gaming, you kind of like, you know, have a general idea of what so-and-so mechanic does in any game. I just realized we gotta go run our dailies. Need to go do that after this. Actually, probably should have done it before this, but we'll do it after this set. Oh, you finally get to use the 7% boost potion that we're making right now as well. I did it once off stream, but I haven't gotten to do it on stream. It's nothing anything special, obviously. It's just 2% more XP than before. But I haven't actually had the chance to utilize it yet. Oh, I should have waited and used my 200% on it. Oh no! Instead of the double alchemy, I should have put in the bone right. I guess it's not too late. I would just have to delay my daily by like an hour. But if we delay our daily, I can get the double dip on bone right. Oh yeah, they're definitely going to be changing out the skill trees. The mock-up that they did was just a kind of like a premise of it. But no, they're going to be changing it likely a lot compared to the picture we saw. That was just like a quick mock-up that they did like just as a general idea. It wasn't finalized at all. It was more so just a visualizer than anything. I do hope the skill tree is divided a bit based on type of usefulness that is, though. Like having all the HP and regens in one area, all the proficiencies for weapon and armor and something else in one area. Maybe all like the utility ones, like movement speed, be able to escape quicker, stuff like that in one area. Because we don't know if it's just going to be one gigantic tree or have like various splits for different types that you would kind of specialize in. Generally, if it's a very tree that has everything in it, it's normally to try to balance from being too broken of a build. But having a separate makes it a lot easier to understand. Like, oh, if I'm going down this tree, I'll have better durability. Or, oh, if I go about this tree, I'll have, like, better DPS. Or this tree, I'll have more utility options. Or we don't really know if it's just going to be one big, gigantic combined tree where you just kind of go wherever. And it's all mixed together. Because that's what the image was, but that might not be what the final tree is. We just don't know yet. Until it's in the game. And even then, he might still change it some. For balance purposes. Oh, based on the mock-up image, though of course it was just a demo thing, it does seem like you'll be able to see the whole tree at once. Rather than one that gets like wider at certain level ranges. Because I know some trees tend to do that. Where you're locked to a smaller tree initially so it doesn't seem as intimidating. But then the tree gets bigger at like certain X level. And even bigger after that at certain other X level. Just so it doesn't seem as intimidating to newer players. But it also comes with the downside of not being able to have the foresight of the entire tree. Unless you use like a third-party resource. It has its ups and downs. The ups is it doesn't scare newer players. The downs are you can't really prep ahead of time unless you use like a third-party resource. Also, Chino, not sure if you're still here, by the way. What are your plans after 200 all? Or do you have any at the moment? Because mine, oddly enough, is combat. Because by then, the combat rework's likely in the game. I'm going like 200, 200, 500, 500. Then figuring out from there. Then probably reinvest all the money we get from that into tools and start skilling again if other stuff hasn't come out by then. Okay, paying stonemason to 500? Nice. Yeah, I'm still trying to get smithing to 440. I'm not sure if I showed it on stream. I don't think I did, but I did the smithing AFK last night. We ended it at the end of last stream, but yeah, that was the one we did last night. Still getting it up slowly. Technically, 440 after the combat rework is max, though. It's not max for every weapon. But as far as Cryonite in the current meta, 440 is actually max for Cryonite. Hammer Mages still need to go to like 490 before they can. But you can actually make a 500 at 440 for Cryo for every single useful item. Actually, that's not true. You need to go to 449 if you want the good blue two-hand. But beyond that, everything beyond this point is actually not meta at all. The only one exception, I guess, is Arborite Bow. If something's weak to green, that's like our only way to do green. But these three you can pretty much just ignore on Cryonite, which is nice. Whereas Hammer Mages can't ignore it, because they actually need their two-hand Great Hammer at 483. Also, I believe these hammers are their best in slot Yellow Hammer too. So I gotta go pretty deep. But Cryonites actually get every last viable weapon they have, at least in the current meta. Obviously special attacks and stuff could change that. But we get our last weapon at only 449, and with the plus 60 addition, we'd be able to make all the 500s that are useful by 449 as a Cryonite. Unless those other three special attacks are like absurdly good or something, which they might be. Because we don't know what their special attacks are yet. But if they're not, yeah, Cryonites can get away with like 50 less smithing levels and still make 500s. Ooh, 500 Merchant is nice. My main goal for Chapter 5 is 322 Merchant and 330 Leatherworker. Anything beyond that is pretty optional. Well, technically 310 Leatherworker, but, you know, might as well do some of the actual new leather we get. So I don't plan to go too deep into it. That is my bare minimum goal to step foot into Chapter 5, though. 322 and 310. Anything beyond that would be nice to have, but I wouldn't really require it by then. Like, it'd be nice to have 500. For Armor Maker, of course. If you went to Mars with your... Oh, so hello, Easy Breezy. If you went to your Mars with your wife to colonize, and we broke up, would I then have a SpaceX? That's funny. The X puns. Yeah, I haven't been keeping up with anything that SpaceX or anything has been doing recently. Other than burning money. Though there is, one YouTuber who's been tearing Elon Musk apart for like a decade now, called Thunderfoot. I followed his stuff like way back, and it's actually insane that he's still making content. But, yeah, he does something in the science field, and he's been just tearing apart Elon Musk and how unrealistic every single one of his goals were for at least a decade now. And then a decade later, it's like, yep, he was right about everything. Not Elon Musk, but Thunderfoot. It's just kind of funny. Alright, to do dailies or not to do dailies? That's the question. I'm gonna put it off until we have like an extra knowledge, so I could not put that knowledge into Bone Right, I guess. I meant to do that with our double bar, but then accidentally put it into alchemy. But we'll go put it on the next one, it's fine. Which we should get enough knowledge from this set to go head over there. Then we'll go run our dailies. I do hope that they adjust the daily timers. There's been a lot of suggestions for it. Whatever they end up ultimately going with, it'll definitely be better than it is now. Biggest issue right now is it doesn't do like a perfect day cycle. Like, they got to be reduced by like an hour or two. Otherwise, they keep just getting pushed later and later and later. But yeah, we're still playing the waiting game with Brighter Shores. Still waiting to see what Andrew Gower and his team cooks up. And until then, we're pretty much just level grinding. Get base 200. Focus on combat a bit after. Focus on whatever the more useful skills after that. Eventually focus on Chapter 5. And when I say focus on Chapter 5, I mean like really focus. I'm almost considering 500 all for Chapter 5. Same as Chapter 4, oddly enough. Same as Chapter 3 to some degree. Basically every chapter but 1 and 2. I definitely don't plan to 500 all forever. But there are a few chapters that I definitely want to. That have some better stuff in them. Like the weapon making chapter. Or the money printing chapter. Or the mixed skills that are actually useful chapter. Though we don't know that yet. We don't know how useful Builder is. But Builder is likely very, very useful. Oh yeah, on our poll, by the way, we have a poll going. How much silver would you pay for a 7% XP potion compared to a 5% if infinite stock existed? And what I mean by infinite stock, like, is if Ebsworth over here was able to sell you, like, infinite, or if you had player trading enabled, if you were buying it from other players. Like, about how much would you be willing to pay to be able to get that extra 2% XP? And because currently, of course, the 6% is, like, well, on average, like, 10 silver more, which is kind of crazy. It's way overpriced. But I was kind of curious what people would consider a fair price for it. And so far, 0.1 or 0.21 is at 50%. 2 to 6 is around 17%. 7 to 14 is at 8%. And 15 plus is at 25%. I feel like initially they will be that overpriced, like the 15 plus category, if you're doing like player trading. But I do feel like the most realistic is probably around 2 to 6. That's one of the reasons I didn't feel too bad about making those 7% yesterday. We were never losing 1 gold per hour. We were effectively paying 7 silver per XP pot, while also getting alchemy XP. So really, in that case, we were paying about 7 silver each, which isn't that bad at all. It's still pretty pricey. But we're paying 7 silver the other day for 2% more XP. It would also get a ton of alchemy XP. 10 silver? Yeah, 10 silver is a pretty fair number. That'd bring most pots up to about like 12 to 15-ish. Which really begs the question still, which I'm not sure for the final day. Do we spend 20 silver each for 10% pots? Is that worth it? It's basically 10 times more than a 5%. But we get great alchemy XP. And, you know, we get double the effect, effectively. Or not effectively, you know, exactly. It's the exact amount of double the effect. 10% instead of 5. Still haven't come to that determination yet. But we have 2 days to figure that out. Because we don't need to know until Sunday. Oh, that reminds me, when's our next potion? As some of these I do have a few banked. And when I say a few, I mean like a few. Like, I'm pretty sure we're making one of these. I use the word few quite literally here. I don't mean a few like a few dozen or something. Or like almost 100. I mean a few as in, like, we might be making one of this potion. Let me double check. I don't even have the page open right now. Oh, we're almost got 900 hours. We will be as of today. 100 hours more. Till we hit the 1,000 hour mark. We're definitely gonna have to do some kind of video at the 1,000 hour mark. Probably the biggest mistakes, what we would have done differently. Stuff like that by the 1,000 hour mark. But we should have it by before the end of the month. So before the end of the month, we need a 1,000 hour mark retrospective. No, it's just gonna be a no script, just kind of talking about some stuff thing probably. Anyways, I was gonna go check the alchemy page. That's the whole reason I brought this up. I want to see what the other material is. I believe it's pearl and something else. I think it's pearl and grape. But it's the grape I don't have, so I gotta spend an arm and a leg to go get it. Yeah, the ivory pearls are easy to get. The problem is the grapes cost way too much. I gotta double check. How much is this grape? Okay, you know what? Oh. It's actually not that much. Only 6 each? Interesting. Wait, then how cheap is the other thing with the discount? I didn't think about that. Can we actually do 7% Chronopolises? Do I even want that, though? Compared to 7% mines. I forgot, because the cabbages count as well here. How much are cinnamon sticks? 7? And how much is cabbage with discount? Because I didn't think about that. Chronopolis is 7% might actually be viable. I'm still making 1,000 mining pots, though. I don't know what to say. It doesn't show the merchant discount. Does the merchant page show the merchant discount? Yeah, 1,280. Which means it's 8.3 per, it's about 8.3 silver per, 7%. That's even cheaper than the, other one, then. Interesting. Is that worth? Are we pivoting the pivot? Are we pivoting to pivot the pivot? I don't know, we'll see. Are we not making 1,000 mining boost pots today? I didn't put that into consideration, the merchant discount. They're actually kind of cheap. Well, cheap is not the right term, but cheaper than expected. Not quite cheap, but not quite expensive either. I still feel like I want to make these mining boost potions at some point, though. Even if we do pivot during this grind, I'm still going to come back to make these. These potions just seem too useful to not have. Even if we're taking on a little bit of a hit for our alchemy grind. That's because there's like no wrong targets in Mines of Matubin. He needs XP pots so badly in that chapter. More so than pretty much any other chapter. It's probably the most XP pot heavy chapter in the whole game because it's the most knowledge pointed heavy chapter in the game. The grapes are 24 hours. Is there not a shop that you could buy them from there, though? Because I'm pretty sure you can just buy them in Chronopolis. As well as a shop in, the place. But even if not, you can buy them in this chapter. Or not Chronopolis, I mean Hopeport. Like, you still buy them in Hopeport, infinitely. It's just the 2 discounted ones are the pearls and the cabbage. But you have to buy the cinnamon sticks and the other thing. But the cinnamon sticks and the grapes, you could do the venture for them, but you can also just buy them from the merchant shop. I mean, from the alchemy shop, like you do any other ingredient. They'll be a little pricey, but you can still buy them there. Which actually is something worth considering at a really, really high alchemy level. Is the 456 cinnamon sticks. Those make 10% pots. I know that's like absurdly deep though. But those make the 10% XP pots for Chronopolis, which are really good for leatherworker grind. More so knowledging it. And you get the grapes for the 8% at 389. Yeah, the Adventure is way cheaper. But it has a cap of 20 per day. Whereas if you buy in like Chapter 1, you could buy Infinite. Speaking of which, let's go do it. We can make the 6% real quick. Let's go make them. Oh yeah, let me go turn in these dailies though. I've been putting them off already. Let me go do them. So I'm not gonna be able to double dip to 7%, but we'll single dip it. Just so we can get this daily out of the way already. If we wanted to double dip it, we want to get to like 198 or so. And then go just mine a few rocks from the wall to bring it to 200%. Because as of about a week ago, you can now boost these ventures. So now we can use our newfound 7% boost pot. Let's go drink it. Use it right here. Do this. Boom. Of course, put this in the bone right. And that gets boosted by 7%. And now this gets boosted by 7%. And we're good to go. And the rest of the pot will just waste. Because it's not, I'm not at a level range where this is worth mining. Though if it was, you can then also just keep mining this ore until your boost is all the way done. But it's worse XP than if I was just to do like Carbonese or anything else. Even iron would probably be better. But if you're at a level range where those are worth it, you could do that as well. Or if you need like a few percent just to get to your next knowledge. Hey, while I'm here, oh, this works out perfectly. Oh, this works out so perfectly. I have to come here anyways to go get the cabbage. I mean, not the cabbage, the grapes. Oh, no, never mind. I can't buy them here. I would have to buy them in the other shop. I can only buy cabbage in here. I can only buy cabbage and pearls in this area. Or does anyone know? Is there actually a grape shop? I don't think there is. It's definitely not discounted, so yeah, we don't need to do it. It's only the cabbage and pearls we'd have to buy here. Since I have 16 pearls banked, we'll just go do 16 grape. Oh, we'll get it in Hopeport. But the shop I was talking about earlier, actually, can I pre-buy the cabbage? I'm not sure if I need the alchemy level for it. I have the merchant level, but I'm not sure if I also need the alchemy. Let me go check. Because we're already here next to the cabbage shop, pretty much. Alright, let's go check the armor too, so we can go recolor. I've been meaning to recolor for a while, but I want to get the better plate body. No, you need the alchemy level. Yeah, you need 143 alchemy before to let you buy it, even if you have the discount. It will not let you preemptively buy them. Oh, that's sad. But yeah, it won't let you. 143 alchemy. We are going to have that this stream, obviously. But, it's the next potion we unlock. But yeah, you need the alchemy level to be able to buy it. The merchant level is just for the discount. Alright, anyways, let me go check the armor while we're here. Nope, no plate body. We'll get it at some point. Alright, we're out here. Back to Hopeport. Yeah, our cooking contract's ready too. Might as well go do that real quick. Not actually do a run, but go grab whatever's on the board. I don't know, maybe do a run if we have enough good ones. Archie set up pretty nicely right now. Also, I'm still surprised we have 20 gold left. So we haven't hit the real big wall where we're gonna burn all of our money. Which almost makes me question, should we just be knowledging it? But I don't know, there's so many good potions you get along the way. That's one thing that feels bad about ever knowledging alchemy. There's just so many potions you need. Hey, Ratsplat's here as well, and Shore Central. Shore Central is like not leftist room. Not sure what his day job is like, but he has not left his cooking room in like a week. And he AFKs for like minutes at a time. Oh, he's basically been locked to this room the whole last week. I've been Jas still going for his 500 cooking. Everyone coming in for their hourly contracts. We're probably going to turn in Cohen with the one-click movement now that we have the circle. Now, hopefully we get a really good sandwich bounty here. Come on, good sandwich bounty. Scrap merchant. That is Pofi, good and not good. Interesting. I think I'm turning in Cohen here still. Do I go all the way over there just for scrap merchant? I really shouldn't. I'm just doing Cohen. He's off route of a normal full route, so it'd make the most sense to do him now. Alright, should be good to go. I said, hello, Hermit. Welcome, welcome. Use log in to collect the benefits of the passive activities. That's still a good way to do it. You can get a lot of progress that way. That's pretty much how I've been playing my two alt accounts, just getting them a knowledge point whenever they need it. And they've gotten through pretty much AFKing with only like 20 hours of like actual playtime on them. They've gone all the way to Chapter 4, Trading Unlocked, Chapter 4 completed, and are working on completing Lost and Found right now, which allows them to make 4-star equipment. They've actually gotten pretty far. But you can get a lot of progress from checking your dailies every day. Just getting a knowledge point whenever they need it. Because that's how I've been playing my two alts. Because you basically get 3 profiles. The main one we actually play, and the other two just AFK for like 23.5 out of the 24 hours of every day. Like at most we played them for like 10-20 minutes. Alright, let's go buy our 16 cabbage we need. I mean, not cabbage. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, grape. There you go. I needed 16, I believe. These, I believe, I have 16 pearls banked. We're not going to be spamming these. I'm just doing this to use the pearls that I have in the bank. Where's the other thing? Grape. There it is. This is mostly just for the first time bonus. That reminds me, have I never done the grape venture? I didn't even think about that just now. That means I never did the grape venture. Yeah, no, I did. What happened to my grapes then? Wait. Did I just sell them or drop them on the ground or something? Wait, I've done the grape venture, but I have no grapes in my bank. I'm so confused. Because I should have 20 of them. Because that's the whole reason we did it was for the first time bonus as well. Okay, that's weird. Not sure what happened there. I don't know where my grapes went to. Are there grapes in that bank and I just didn't realize it? Oh, if so, that's not too big a deal. It's pretty easy to go get more pearls. I don't think there was, though. Where did my 20 grapes go? Now I'm really confused. What happened to my original 20 grapes? Oh, well. That's a mystery for a different day. This is nice too, because I actually ran out of Chronopolis potions. They're almost like 3 silver each. And given that these don't already cost like 6 something, they're not that bad. It's one of the reasons I might be pivoting to the 7%. They're actually cheaper than... I never really put them into full consideration. One component costs 7. The other component costs like 1.2. Or 1.2 something. It's about 8 point something for a 7% Chronopolis. Which is actually even better than the forest ones we were doing earlier. I still want to come back and make all these mining potions at some point, though. But I'm not sure if we hit 1,000 of them today. I start just pivoting into the other thing instead, we'll see. So what's taking him so long? That's weird. Oh no, he was doing it. It just wasn't doing the ding. Because this is actually way cheaper than this looks. This looks expensive, but it's actually not. Because you get the red cabbage at super discount with merchant. Also have to keep in mind, a normal 5% Chronopolis is like almost 3 silver. But these are actually really worth it. Every single 7% pot so far has been really, really worth it. Other than the Hopeport one, oddly enough. The Hopeport one was like the worst value one. Well, I guess it was still kind of worth it though. I didn't bother with it though, and we're way too past the level to make it. At least with the 131 ones, even if we're at like 170 or 180, we're not like that far away. That would still be kind of okay. Not the greatest, but still within a range where it's not like horrifically bad. But the other ones are in a range where they're horrifically bad to bother making right now. Also, it's nice having like 3 of every single one, but then you have the lonely Hopeport potion. There should be a lot of excess of these from everyone doing Forger, though. Yeah, look at this. It's like, oh, we got all 3. We got all 3. Soon to be all 3. Eventually all 3 as well. And you have the poor Hopeport over here. It's like, what about me? It got left behind. Anyways, what are we doing? Oh, we're contemplating the shift. But the shift can't happen until we get to 143, so let's get grinding. I still want to go make all these, though. These 800 more pots that we need to go make. If they don't get done today, they will get done. I don't know, we'll see how many we make. There's a good chance we're not going to hit 1,000 of them, though. The title is a lie. I don't know, we'll see, we'll see. It's just the more I keep looking at the Chronopolis potion, the more I'm like, ooh, that's actually kind of worth it. It's like 5 silver more than these potions, but it's Chronopolis. Which means Leatherworker. Or if I want to use it in Merchant Run to really speed it up, but I don't think it's as worth it on Merchant. It is an angle, but I'm not sure it's an angle worth taking. Up, Dead Game is back. Dead Game sure plays the game a lot. Oh yeah, there's something else that threw me off when I was doing the Steam Deck. It doesn't remember all your player preferences. So I had to like turn back on privacy. Otherwise it had everything off like this guy does. I also had to reorder every single thing. It's something I found kind of weird because it actually remembers it per device rather than per account. So all my preferences for everything in game was actually off when I did Brighter Shores on the Steam Deck compared to on the, you know, on PC. Because I just assumed they'd be attached to the account, but it's actually attached to the device that you're on. All the settings they have enabled. Have I ever played Old School RuneScape? Yes. We have a Max Hardcore. We've been playing it pretty much since launch of RS2. Since like 2004. But yeah, it's been in the background for every second of Brighter Shores so far. Soon to be maybe free-to-play Castle Wars grinding, because I might be canceling my membership with the recent events that have occurred in the game. Because I only have a month of membership left anyway, so unless they do some kind of absurdly enticing deal for a 1-year membership of like 70 or 80 bucks or lower, I'm probably just going to be going free-to-play for several months. And just go and get like 5,000 Castle War tickets. I currently have 600. So basically I have to get like 10 times that many. It would take about, I think, 4 to 5 months of 10 hours a day AFKing Castle Wars while doing Brighter Shores. But it'd be 100% free to play, so I'd be spending $0 the whole time. Compared to whatever they're charging these days, like $14 a month to hit a tree. But I've only been buying the yearly bundles. Like the discounted ones. They haven't done one in a while though, because they've been getting greedier and greedier. But if they don't do one at the Winter Summit or whatever they're doing in the next month, I'm not sure when that even is, then I'm not going to bother renewing. At least not for a while. Because our focus is more on Brighter Shores as far as MMO grinds are concerned. I'd still be grinding the other game in the background, it would just be a free-to-play grind. Which is nice. One thing that's actually pretty nice about Brighter Shores right now, too. You can get 9 500s in Brighter Shores. 100% free to play. Effectively max XP rate. It's actually kind of insane. You can get a lot of progress in Brighter Shores with free to play only. Also, go RuneScape are a lot more limited. But you basically half max in this game with only free to play. And it would take over a year. Not because it's slower in free to play, but because of how long it would take to do that many. Yeah, one thing I'm considering if we are doing the potion pivot is maybe I start putting all of our XP into Bone Right instead of Alchemy. I think that might be the plan for the rest of today. Is we're only going to Knowledge Bone Right today. But I will pivot to the Chronopolis potion. I just keep doing the Mines and Matubin potions off stream. I think that might be the slight pivot for today. Where all knowledge, instead of going into alchemy, will go into Bone Right. But once we hit the Chronopolis potion, we do pivot to Chronopolis potion for the better XP rate. That about evens out as if we were using knowledge on these the whole time. While also getting us to our 200 Bone Right finally. I won't hit 200 Bone Right today, but we'll be a lot closer to 200 Bone Right than we are now. Just so we don't have to worry about that grind later. That way when we're doing woodcutting carpentry, we could focus just on woodcutting carpentry. One of the reasons why that's really good to do right now is we literally have the potion in our inventory. Like, we're quite literally making the 7% we'd be drinking. So it just kind of makes sense to put it into bone right instead. As we're effectively using 0 inventory space for it right now. I do plan to eventually have 1,000 of these, though. Well, I guess technically it'll be slightly under 1,000 after we drink a bunch. But, you know, the whole stack that I have in there in the bank will get done. I just might use it a little bit more of a Steam Deck activity since it's already banked. Whereas all the stuff that we need for everything else is not pre-banked. But these are pre-banked, so they're really easy to do on Steam Deck. I do eventually need to get used to how to use the Steam Deck, though. I still feel like I do some things really clunkily with it. Not sure if just because of the control scheme or because I'm just not used to it yet. Like, a lot of the controls feel intuitive, but also way different than what you would normally do compared to other games. Or even other devices in general. I do want to check something though. If we are going to the Chronopolis pivot, what is the XP increase? If I had to guess, it's like 20-25%. I haven't actually checked yet though. It should be around the 20-25 percentile range. Yes, it's 100,000 more XP per hour. Which is like 23% better, roughly. Which would make up for whatever knowledge we're putting into Bone Rate. I just realized we don't have a timer going. Where's my little timer I normally have here? It's gone! We'll set it up on the next chef run. Actually, we gotta go do a run soon, actually. That or just ignore them. And do alchemy only today. Which I'm slightly considering. Just to not get distracted by doing chef. We really should be, though, just because we're so close. I don't know, we can kind of do it whenever. It's not that far to get there. Like, yeah, we're closer right now, but, you know, everywhere's, like, somewhat close if you just teleport over there. Hey, I still got those useless things. Not sure what we do about them. They're used for, I believe, 28% heal pots, which aren't horrible, but also not the greatest. Okay, I believe they're used for this potion ray. Where are they? Where are the 28%? No, not the 20%. No, they're used for 25%. Oh, they're kind of pointless then. I know, we'd probably still need it for alt accounts though. It's one of those things when trading comes out. It's not that we trade them to other players, we trade them to our alts. So that they can go train alchemy. Trading to them is going to be really clunky though, because we're going to need a middleman. I'll likely be able to find someone from chat or something. That's the only thing that's going to be really annoying with trading. They mentioned there's not going to be a direct, like, account-to-account trade. So you're not going to be able to trade directly to your alts conveniently. You're still here? Yeah, Kel's got us covered. I definitely got plenty of people who will help us. It'll be great. Hopefully if they ever add like community things, we can get like trusted people to trade as well. Have like a whole group of people that other people could trust to trade with. If they need to do stuff like switch from alt to alt. I really wish I would just add a feature for it though. There's gonna be so much scamming from it. I think as anyone in our chat would scam. I mean just like generally speaking. Where you basically have to trust trade your entire bank to someone in order to transfer it to your alt or vice versa. But yeah, I do wish I would have done the alchemy grind sooner. It's such a good skill. This is so chill to train, especially with queuable action. And there's just so many useful potions you need. If anything, I want more than how many we need to make. That's the problem. I want to make like over 1,000 of these. But today we might only do several hundred, because I might be pivoting to the other potion. I'll still be making 1,000 in the long term, but even that's not enough. I need thousands of these, not just 1,000. Even 1,000's not enough. Yeah, 20 levels to go. Let's see, what time is it right now? So we have to get about 2 levels an hour then. That's very doable. Probably even do it a bit quicker than that, even without knowledge. Yeah, we gotta get about 2 levels per hour while using no knowledge. And just dump all knowledge into bone rate. This activity should also be easily clearing slightly over 3 knowledge per hour. Which means if we do go for about 10-ish hours between on-stream, off-stream, that is, most of it on-stream, obviously. But that would be, 30 knowledge points for bone rate. Which is nearly level 200, actually, today. Because what does 7% add to that? What's 7% of 30? Math. Let me just calculator it. Brain doesn't want a brain. 2. Well, technically 2.1, but 2 is the relevant part of that. Alright, so that's the equivalence of 32 knowledge points. 32 divided by 4 is 8, which means we will have 190.5 bone rate level. Which means, yes, we nearly max bone rate today. We'll get it maxed tomorrow. Maybe even tonight. I should probably save the final level for on stream, though. But yeah, according to the math, by the end of this stream and or the end of tonight, depending if we go for like 10 hours straight right now, or if we stop at 158. But regardless, we will have 200 bone rate at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. If I dump all knowledge from today into bone rate instead of alchemy. Oh, we're gonna be at like an awkward percent here. Luckily, making the other thing should get us back to where we need to be, though. I just realized level 200 cooking might be our final non-combat. Because unless I want to AFK stews forever, yeah, we're not gonna be able to do much for cooking. Aren't you gonna have 200 all non-skilling? Or, I mean, skilling. Non-combat, I mean. Before cooking will. Oh no. It's not ideal. Luckily, cooking doesn't do anything at the moment, so it's not too big a deal. I wish it did, though. Fishing, cooking, and detective all need out-of-chapter benefits. There are only 3 skills in the game that do nothing out-of-chapter other than money. Where they have absolutely 0 utility beyond the chapter they're in. We have 4 potions left. And on to the next set. And then we could double our bone rate. But yeah, tomorrow's the day we finally get 200 bone rate then. With this slight pivot that we're doing. That does mean I'm probably going to have to do about 2 hours more of alchemy today though, but it's fine. Technically even more than that. Because what, we're giving up 30 knowledge points? It's actually quite a bit. Oh yeah, queuable actions are really nice. There's a lot of skills that's really good for. For this, you could triple up the alchemy thing. But gathering skills in particular gain the biggest benefit from it. Things like woodcutting, mining, stuff like that. Especially in rooms where you can kind of camp it for a while. You can also to some degree do AFK fishing now. It's a little bit less efficient than doing it manually. But you just catch all 6 fish in a room, drop them all, wait, repeat. Oh, well, it's not the best XP rate per hour, it is very chill. Did it for like 5 levels the other week. It was pretty nice. Definitely beats doing it manually. Even though it is slower than doing it manually. It should get us to the threshold we need, and then we can just drink this, put it in the bone right, do this again, drink it, boom. And then back to the potion. But I think that might be the plan for today. I think I'm going to ignore Chef. I think we're going to go down the ignore Chef route. We can live with one day without doing cooking bounties. It's because the pivot that we're doing requires us to do slightly more alchemy than we normally would. In order to feed bone right effectively almost to 200. And this also lets us make more of these 7% pots we need. It's the other reason I'm doing this too. Because the 7% pots for Mines of Matubin and Chronopolis are really, really, really good. Technically for every chapter. But the deeper you go, the more expensive they seem to be getting. But the pots themselves aren't any more expensive. Like the Chronopolis pots are actually cheaper to make than the Hope Forest 7%. It's like 2 silver cheaper each. For the exact same benefit, just for a different chapter. And we're getting more XP from this one. Or, you know, the next one. Well, technically from this one, too. There we go. Double dip the bone right XP. Already getting value from our 7% pot. Every bit we can get. I just realized something funny we could do as a pivot, though. When can I do that one bone? I just have a couple hundred of those bones banked. Wait. We have to make a quick break to go dunk those bones. It's also another funny pivot. Wait. I think it's goat horn. Let me double check. I know it's low 190 something. I forget the exact number, though. I want to say 192 or 193. Just want to double check to know exactly. Yeah, that's the right one. 192 is the level I'm looking for. So at 192, we can actually dunk a couple hundred bones. Which means we might actually get 200 bone right today, then. If not today, really early tomorrow. I only have like half an hour of bones to dunk, I believe. I think it's like 200-300 or something. It's like less than half an hour. But we get to use our newfound 7% potions on them. That's not quite yet. We're like 2 hours away before we have enough knowledge for that. But we'll take a bit of a bone break. Also be the final bones we ever have to do for the rest of time, pretty much. Unless they make bone rate really viable on non-guardians. Been gone for an hour. What do you miss? Not much. Though we have been talking about a lot of pivots. Pivots inside of pivots inside of pivots. Because we might not be making 1,000 mining boost potions today. Because the Chronopolis potions are actually better than the Forest potions as far as cost and EXP rate and everything that we were doing earlier. So it's definitely worth pivoting to them once we get there in a little bit. But also, I am now pivoting all my knowledge today into bone rate. Using these 7% pots that we're making. As well as dunking the bones once we get there. Which might result in us nearly getting or completely getting 200 bone rate today as well. But our main goal still being 158 alchemy. We're just taking a bit of a weirder path today to get there. Also, because of all that, I'm probably skipping doing any cooking today. So, rep cooking the XP. But it's in place of getting potentially 200 bone rate or really, really, really close to it. So thank you, Embarard, for the support. Greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. And hope all's been well. Yeah, we're going to be around for a while today. The stream's probably going to go longer than the other two. It's kind of funny. I was checking the other two. They're both almost the exact same time frame. It was actually insane how perfect the math was. They both finished within like a minute of each other. Like the first two streams. I assure you this one's going to be longer though. It's almost guaranteed going to be longer with the pivot that we're doing. But no, we'll find out. One nice thing about today's pivot though is I believe we get 200 bone rate out of it. If not today, it'll be like the first thing we do tomorrow. Is like knowledging straight into bone rate. And then boom, 200 bone rate. If I did the math right, we should have anywhere from 198 to 199 bone rate today. And then the last one just gets done right at the beginning of tomorrow's stream. But yeah, at 192 bone rate in about 2 hours, we do need to go take a half-an-hour bone dunking break. It'll be the last time we ever have to dunk bones, though, for the next year or two. Unless some kind of new mechanic comes around. But there's quite a few skills here I don't plan to get much beyond 200 anytime soon. There's still one thing I haven't determined yet, though. Is when I do the mining grind, am I skipping stonemason material? Because I still haven't made a determination yet. To skip or not to skip. Because I'm leaning towards skip. The problem is we get worse mining XP at some level ranges. And by some I mean a lot of level ranges. Like a lot of level ranges. Like our next best thing to mine is stone related. Until we can eventually get there. The AFK stone related, the AFK stone related. One thing interesting at the ultra high end though is you actually kind of can get away with it. Because from 474, you just stick with this the entire time to 500. But since we have a trading enabled, I am considering it. If we didn't, I would definitely get all the stone. Because we'd need it like way down the line. But with trading enabled, we kind of can go down the route where we kind of ignore stone a lot. Or we still grab some here and there if we're in a dead zone, but we can always just sell it out instead of hold. Is there anything that feels a little awkward about mining? Because at least with Gather, you use everything you get. It either goes to Alchemy or to Bone Rate. But if we don't want to do Stonemason, we're in a kind of weird, awkward position with it. Same thing's going to happen with Gatherer too. Gatherer, because I'm not doing post 200 for a long while. I'm probably just mostly skipping these ram horns in favor of the clovers we need for our thistle to get the plus 80 cryos. So pretty much just doing a bone skip there. Because I have no need for the bone since we're not doing post 200 bone right anytime soon. Yeah, smithing's slow. These 3 production skills are like the 3 slowest in the game pretty much. For how much processing you have to do to get to the point where you can do them properly. They're really slow if you're doing it from scratch. And I believe no one has 500 in any of these 3 yet. They are the only 3 skills that have not been 500 yet. Bone Rite, Blacksmith, and Stonemason. Just because they're the slowest skills to get to max. But also some of the most useful skills to get to max, or at least the one corresponding to your class. The weapon making skill for your class, at least. Alright, we're 1/4 the way done with the stack. We're getting there. We are doing that Chronopolis pivot though. At 143, we're actually pretty close. 5 more levels. Well, technically 4.5. Which means about 2.5 more hours of alchemy. Technically longer because in about 2 hours we need to go dunk a half an hour of bone. So in like, what, 4 hours from now? Effectively. Between everything, like 3 or 4 hours from now. We can move to Chronopolis Potion. If you factor in everything that we're doing. And then we're probably just doing Chronopolis for the rest of the stream. However, these thousands are still getting made. This 1,000 of these, 100% still getting made. They might not all be today, but they will get done. It might just be a bit of a Steam Deck off-stream activity since they're so free to do on that. Hey, Jimmy Zabah is here. I believe he's going for 500 all Chronopolis right now. He's like barely left his chapter ever. Yeah. Looks like he's working on 500 Forger. And offsetting a little bit into Alchemy. He's kind of just ignoring Fisher and Chef, oddly enough. I'm actually surprised his Chef level's so low. I thought I'd be doing more cooking bounties than that. But he kind of gave up after 200. Also, he hasn't touched like any other chapter. I think all he did was unlock trading and do chapter 4. So he can get into chapter 5 at this point. But beyond that, he hasn't done anything beyond just spam chapter 1. I wonder what originally made him do that decision. The stream that he did got deleted, so... because he was doing it on Twitch. Actually, I think I might be the only person who's been streaming every day. Or who has both been streaming every day, but also has an archived video of every day. There's one thing I'm still curious about that I'm not actually sure of, and the video on it has gotten deleted to time at this point, I'm pretty sure. But I wonder what prompted him to go all in on guard, or, you know, on chapter 1. Because he went all in on chapter 1. And it's just in the bare minimum to unlock every chapter beyond that. But of course, Twitch after like a month or two deletes all the streams. A lot of people didn't bother backing them up. Not that anyone's gonna watch through 1,000 hours of footage. Are mine backed up? Well, they're backed up on YouTube in the sense that they stay on YouTube forever. Twitch doesn't do the same. You look, go back and check how I leveled stuff, yeah. We didn't do as much efficiency in the first month or so. But after we finished all quests, which was about after a month into the game, because I think we finished by the 28th, finishing all quests. But after that point, we definitely started to go a lot more efficient. That's when our efficiency arc started, pretty much. Like after the old school RuneScape leagues. Like after that week of that. Which I might still be doing one more video for that this Tuesday, by the way. For anyone that is or isn't interested in it, just a heads up. Because Tuesday's the last full day of the league for old school RuneScape. And even though they are currently on fire for corporate greed, I still have been playing it. And we do still have membership paid for already. So I want to use that membership. So I do want to go finish out the league on Tuesday. So I'll be doing a mix of probably AFKing, the raid dens, and Brighter Shores while finishing the league. I was going to originally go for Dragon rank, then I did the math on it and it was like, I'm not going to play that long. So now we're going for Rune rank. I think we're like 5,000 points short. Off stream I'll probably be able to grind for like 2,000 or 3,000 more. And on Tuesday I want to go finish the league to Rune rank. It's kind of funny because in 6 days we hit like 37,000 points or so. But now, just doing it for like 1 hour a day has only got me like another few thousand. Because we got past all the easy parts. But yeah, I do want to go finish that on Tuesday. It'll be the final stand. This is the last day you can even play the league. And then at some point, I do need to do a designated stream just to play Old School RuneScape before our membership expires. Which might be our last Old School RuneScape stream for a while if they, gonna keep greeding over the game. We'll see what their response is, though. They haven't done an official response to their greed yet. Because if it's not a good offer for it, I'm probably not even gonna renew membership. And then the only MMO we'll really be playing then is Brighter Shores. Because I think it might finally be time to quit RuneScape. For like the 7th time. Hello, Edgar! Yep, the grind continues. Still at it. Day 3 of 5. We're about halfway there. In like 3, 4, 5 hours from now, we'll be halfway done with the alchemy grind. I know numerically it looks like we're more than half, but got a little bit of a dead zone coming up near the end of the grind. I'm still not sure how I'm going to be handling. You would quit RuneScape for Brighter Shores if it works out. To some degree, I pretty much already have. It's just the recent events that happened with the game making it even more enticing too. But I still got a month of membership left, so I want to use it while we have it. So if we are going to quit for a while, got to get one last month of hurrah in there. Because I think my membership expires in like 28 days or something. So we got like 4 weeks. Or I should say they have 4 weeks. They got 4 weeks to make an offer we can't refuse. Right now they're trying to raise the price, but if they don't do some kind of absurdly cheap offer in the next month, I'm not renewing. But we'll see what the response is. But they got 1 month. Or they lost me for at least a year, if not a couple years. Yeah, the post 200 AFKs are kind of crazy, XP. Yeah, the only thing I've been doing in Brighter Shore since, or in Alch RuneScape since it came out is this. Not counting the Alch RuneScape leak. But this is it. Clicking on tree once every 5 minutes. That has been my entire 3-month experience with the game since Brighter Shores, and because I was sick a little bit beforehand. But yeah, this is our gameplay for the last 3 months that we're paying them for. That is our entire gameplay experience, not counting the RuneScape League that happened recently and still going on for a couple more days. Tree whacking simulator, $14 a month. No, I'm paying a bit less than that because I got it in the bundle thing, but technically $14 a month, soon to be like $30-something a month if they want to greed enough. Good evening, B. Welcome, welcome. But I have high hopes for Brighter Shores still. So why we're grinding it so hard. I have a really high confidence in Andrew Grauer. The state that this game's going to be in 2 or 3 years from now is basically going to be like early days RuneScape 2. And how amazing it's going to be. It's not quite there yet, not even close, but, you know, it takes time. Very small dev team. But they're really passionate about it, though. And they don't have corporate overlords trying to price gouge everything. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what they're thinking. Obviously it's the new corporate owners they have that are trying to make back their investment. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure their CEO is doing a bad job of that. Hopefully he makes less than 100 million this year. Or however much millions upon millions he's making. Hopefully they pay him, you know, a normal wage, like 500k, or even less. Because he's speedrunning, destroying that game right now. Yeah, I definitely feel like in 2 or 3 years from now, we'd be back to launch size numbers. But the game just needs to be more completed first. Because it's in an extremely incomplete state at the moment. Unless you really love skilling. Luckily, we're in that category. Because right now, the only thing to do is skilling, and more skilling. But I did that in RuneScape for like 23 years straight before I ever did any bossing. Or about 20 years straight, I mean. So I don't mind. We can easily do that for 1 year in Brighter Shores. Because we already did it 23 years in the other game. Well, on and off, not consecutively. At least they do it with a smile. Yes, they're gonna rob you with a smile on. A sadistic smile. This guy into Brighter Shores this month, specifically after the 200 alchemy cape. Looks so nice. Yeah, it's like a little vial with a bunch of bubbles coming from it. You see a lot of them in this room because of the alchemy over here. Yeah, that guy's wearing it right now. And the 500 one has the full potion. The 500 keep I'm really looking forward to, though, is 500 Chronopolis. The one for 500 Mindfighter looks pretty clean, too, but the one for 500 Chronopolis has a dragon on it. And ever since I saw it, I was like, ooh, I need that cape. That's one of our pivots after 200 all skilling. After they did the combat rework, we're doing 200 guard, 200 scout, 500 Mindfighter, and 500 watch person. But I'm waiting until the combat rework, when we have special attacks and the combat tree and everything. But by then, we should easily have 200 all non-combat, which is what we're working on now. We're dumping all of our knowledge into Bone Right, and we're dumping all of our... Well, obviously, we're training alchemy directly right now. Then after this grind, next week, we'll be doing woodcutting carpentry. Then after that grind, probably Fisher and Forager, which do have some synergy activities together. And after that grind, cooking. That's the only one left. Oh yeah, and we get Bone Right by tomorrow, by the way. I'm dumping all my knowledge into Bone Right today, so that should be done by first thing tomorrow. Like, literally the first thing we do on tomorrow's stream is probably knowledging to 200 Bone Right. Because we should hit about 198, 199 today. I'll just get it to 1 knowledge point off stream. So that the first thing we do tomorrow's stream is literally knowledge to 200 Bone Right. Can you do the battle Fortune Hold at a low combat level? Yes. I'm not sure what the battle is like because I was way over leveled. I was like 100 levels over leveled. But you only have to kill 2 guards. I don't believe I have any special attacks or anything. I'm not 100% certain on that because I killed them too quick to know. But I believe they're just 2 basic melee enemies that just walk towards you. Like any other melee enemy. I don't believe they had any special mechanics. There's like 2 level 58 guards or something. But it's just like a standard moving unit that just whacks you with melee. Can you position them weird? I'm honestly not sure. That was the only quest I didn't do properly. Every quest I ever did I was under-leveled for. That was the only one I was over-leveled for. I did it at like level 150, 160. When the enemies were level like 58. So I'm not too familiar with what exactly I have to do for the fight. If there's even any mechanics at all. Whereas every other one I was like way over-leveled for. Like I killed the level 60 for Hope Farce at level 30. The 55 in Hope Port at level 30. The Mines of Matubin one, I think we did as low as like level 20 on our alts. But, yeah, that one was the only quest I was ever over-leveled for, so I'm not sure. Because by the time we got to that quest, I already did so many other grinds that made us way too over-leveled. But from what I recall from the fight, even if you weren't over-leveled, it seems really straightforward. It's like 2 basic melee enemies. It's just their stats that would be annoying, but I don't believe they have any unique mechanic or anything. I'm currently doing this in the incorrect order. I gotta get back on cycle. Oh, this potion's gonna be late, though. Alright, at least we're back on cycle, though. It's gonna cost us some XP, but we're back on cycle for our sanity. There we go. I know, I know. I know, I know. You got plenty of time, don't worry. I haven't seen that thing explode yet. It's actually exceedingly lenient. 10 levels away from Stonewall? Yeah, we're getting there. We're actually going to be doing the Chronopolis pivot, though. Where we're doing some math and realized it's actually insanely good. Because I was looking at the number, but I forgot to account for the merchant discount. Because with the merchant discount, it's actually cheaper than doing the Hope Forest pots that we were doing earlier. And after doing a bunch of math for those, we found out it was worth it. And these are even cheaper than that. And by these, I mean the Chronopolis 7% that we get at level 143. So even though the title says 1k these mining pots, I do plan to still make these, but these are probably going to be made mostly off-stream on Steam Deck after we get to 143. These are really easy to do since I already have them banked and everything. So great Steam Deck activity. Get like 100, 200 done a day or a night. How am I liking the Steam Deck? Honestly, pretty good so far. I find it a little bit awkward to control some things just because its control scheme is like nothing I've used before. It definitely has a bit of a learning curve. And you're definitely going to have to change it from the defaults. I still haven't bothered yet because I'm not sure. I want to get a feel for it better first. But you're definitely going to have to change from the default options. Because so far, a lot of the things that it's doing for default seems to not be the exact optimal. Though I haven't actually tried a game yet that has like a green check mark for Steam Deck. So I'm not sure if they've optimized it on those games. But I know any that hasn't, which is all the games I tried, kind of have a pretty awkward default control scheme. Like for Brighter Shores, for whatever reason, one of the sticks was bound to WASD. And while it still moved the camera around, it was also bound to WASD for some reason. Despite the fact that this game doesn't use any WASD at all. I don't think it does. Does WASD do anything in this game? I don't think it does. Well, you can't change the camera here, so this is probably a bad place to check. I don't think it's doing anything, though. Oh, WASD does do camera? Okay, maybe that does make sense why it's WASD then. That'd explain why I was moving the camera. Do any of you actually move the camera with WASD? I always just use the arrow keys. Which I just realized I'm trying to show as if that would work. I forgot this has a camera lock on it. But I always use the arrow keys. That's because that's what I use in RuneScape and old school RuneScape, so I'm just used to it when doing a game like this. Because generally I imply WASD to 2D movement rather than the camera movement. Your down key is broken, oh no. Yeah, I'm actually using a relatively new keyboard. Well, new for me, it's like a few years old, like 3 or 4 years old. It's new compared to my other keyboard that was like 14 years old and still running strong. With nearly every key so faded that it's basically a unlettered keyboard. There's so many faded keys on it from over a decade of use. I actually bought it back in college when I was still doing flea market and everything. It was only like a few bucks. I was like, I need another keyboard backup. I just ended up getting that. You smashed it off by accident? Oh no. Oh, can you show you what the +4 potion is really good for? Which skill and level? Basically, any post 200 skill, if you're using it right around before a new activity. You'd mostly want to use it on really slow ones. I'm probably saving it for Stonewall Hill for Chapter 5. To use it on Armor Maker and or Builder. But something that is really good for is, let's say, your weapon making skill is a pretty good one to be using it on. For example, my next activity that I can use it on is 247. So one thing that would be really good to do is at 243 to start using the +4 boost potion with 5% XP boost, because they stack together. You can use both the +4 boost and the 5% boost simultaneously. And we'll be getting over like 15% more XP between the two. At level 243 compared to what we'd be getting otherwise if we kept doing the Shinamarium Jewelry Brooch. So you use it in those kind of ranges to get more XP. The main skills you should be doing on are the really, really slow production skills. But the main ones right now being Bonewright, Smithing, or Stonemason, depending on what your class is. But I'm likely going to be saving them for Chapter 5 and use them on either Armor Maker and or Builder, depending on which one seems more viable at the time. Or which one we're focusing on more. It depends how good Builder is, really. But that's how you use them. You use them post 200 to be able to do the activity earlier. And it gives you a lot of extra XP because every single time you go to a new activity, it is roughly about like 10% more XP or so, give or take a bit. But they also stack with the XP pot. So not only are you getting like that 10ish%, but that 10ish% also gets boosted by your 5% or whatever XP pot you're using. So you get to double stack them. So it gives a lot more XP than you would normally be able to get. That's why the +4s and +5s are going to be so sought after. Particularly the +4s. Because they're cheaper to make. And you also get access to them way, way, way earlier. I keep speculating that they're going to be about 100 silver each. But we don't really know where the market's going to be on them. They're one of the strongest potions in the game. At least for passive activities. They're only usable in certain level ranges though. You don't want to just be spamming them. Because like in this example that we gave, they're only useful in those 4 level ranges. From level 143 to 146. And keep in mind you only can use a +4 or +5 post 200. Because there's always a 4 gap between each other. So +1, 2, and 3 are kind of pointless. Unless you're using them to boost a quest like Lost and Found. +1, 2, and 3 do almost nothing. It's only the +4 and 5 that are really good. And the 4 is actually almost better than the 5 just because it's cheaper. Like way cheaper. I think it's almost like half the price. You would still make the 5 when you get there. Because it's good XP at that level range. Like if you're doing this around this level range, like that's really good XP. But the actual pot itself is just a more expensive 4. Being able to do it 1 level early is nice, but not that effective. Bone rate level. Alright, let's go and do another set. We're almost at 200 bone rate. We're not going to hit it today, but first thing tomorrow we should have it. Though, once we get 1 more bone rate level, we do need to go pivot over to dunking over bones. I think I have a few hundred left. It's not a lot, but I do want to dunk whatever we have. Oh, so hello, more zombies! Welcome, welcome. Just so that we can get more XP out of our knowledge. Also, so we can go test try these 7%. I'm actually going to chug them every time. We're going to use them every 2 minutes. Just to get a little bit more XP out of our bones. Being a programmer and having anger issues don't match? Oh no. Yeah, I personally never get angry. I never did get much into programming though. It's something I kind of always wanted to get into, but just never really did. Or even something like game dev or something. It requires so much work. It's not just coding for something like game dev that you would need as well. You need so many other skills. Some which I have, many of which I don't, though. So, hello, Yusuf. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. You have like 50 plus of them right now? Nice. Oh, yeah, have you been using 10% pots? Yeah, I haven't gotten to experience a 10% pot yet. We'll be able to experience our first one ever in 2 days from now. When we can get the 185 10% hope port. I still haven't decided yet if I'm going to be spamming them or not. They're 20 silver each. Which means we're burning... What is that? Let me actually double check. What is the burn rate per hour? It's a number so big I don't even think I want to look at it. Actually, we already know what it is. It's about 2 gold an hour. Which is disgustingly expensive. It really comes down to, do we want to spend 2 gold an hour for like 5 or 6 hours just to get a bunch of 10% pots for Hope Port? But the more I think about it, the more it seems not horrible. I would just need to go make some money though. Which means off stream I might need to start doing some leatherwork or merchant or something. Because at bare minimum we'd have to do it for like 3 or 4 hours. Which is 6 to 8 gold. I don't know, we'll see where our gold is by then. But if we have at least 10 gold left by then, I think we do it. If we have less than that, we gotta reconsider. Or start getting some off-stream XP. Hey, Yusuf is here. Hello. You can't be a program and not develop anger issues. Oh no, I feel like I get frustrated with things and give up rather than get angry. I get more of like an internal frustration that then like, okay, I can't deal with this, I'm just out of here. This is too much to bother with. Don't even bother asking ChatGPT. It'll throw back the exact same code your way. I haven't actually used ChatGPT for much. Though there is one thing I have used it for. Like whenever I'm writing some things, if I'm looking for like synonyms or something similar. Like using almost like a thesaurus and similar things. Either for like alliteration or to rhyme a word. It's really useful for bringing up stuff like that. For writing. I almost use it like how I used to use like dictionary.com and a few other things like that. Except it does all of them. You can get what you're looking for a bit quicker. Accept friend requests? Which one are you on this? Oh, I assume Yusuf. We got a full list, so we gotta go clear through it again. I can't do it while doing alchemy, though. Yep, there you are. I have found you. Oh, so Mad Hatter, isn't this your other account? Because I want to try to only add one person per account. I'm not sure how most of these are, though. Is anyone else on this list? Unless there's a second Mad Hatter. I assume they're all you, though. I never know who to get rid of on our friends list, though. Are you Ambarred? Okay, we'll go get you too. Anyone else from this list, let me know. Yeah, we'll get Ambarred in as well. Oh, yeah, I can't do it while I'm doing alchemy, though. Otherwise, it cancels your action. We'll do it after this set. But yeah, I never use ChatGPT to write anything. I only use it to find resources that I would have already been using like Google for anyways. It just finds it quicker. Oh yeah, we could do compare friends rank and do like the lowest of lowest. I didn't think about that. I was always doing it based on people that didn't show up at all in the rank. But we could also do it based on lowest ranks. There are a few people at the super low ranks that I would want to keep there though. Thank you, Yusuf. Alright, was there anyone else who we need to go get added? Let me know now. So we'll go on a speed run of clearing our list. Make room for new blood. Because we haven't done a friends list clear in a while. If you guys haven't already, definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot and is greatly appreciated and helps people find the channel. If you guys have any questions or anything you want me to go over, do let me know. But yeah, game plan for today is do these potions to like 143 so we can do the other potion. Once we get bone right knowledge to 192, we got to go dunk bones for like a little under half an hour. And we're dumping all of our knowledge into bone rate, which should, by the end of the stream, give us nearly 200. First thing tomorrow, we'll be able to go finish it. And then we'll be moving on to Chapter 5's potion, which we won't be able to use immediately, of course, because Chapter 5 is not until a couple months away, but I do want to be stockpiled for when it does come around. No, I'm actually deliberately ignoring cooking contracts today. That was one pivot that we're doing today in order to make room for bone rate. We're actually ditching cooking contracts today. Which does hurt our cooking XP, but it allows us to get 200 bone rate by tomorrow. There we go. Hey, a +3 boost potion, that's pretty much useless. Though having that before you do that one quest wouldn't be that bad. If you were to do this before Lost and Found. Was I about to go do something? Oh yeah, clear for friends listening. I go check. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Let's see. Let's see. Someone mentioning our laugh. Alright, let's play. Are they on leaderboard roulette? Sav. Because I still haven't kicked everyone who wasn't on leaderboard yet. This is my only way to really check to see if someone was active at that point. Sav. Nope. You're out. It's best to check like the smallest names because generally smaller names came in on day 1. Or really early on. Alright, Sav, you're out. Mbard, you're in. Alright, let's go get Yusuf in. Alright, was there anyone else? Let me know, let me know. Alright, Olaf. You're probably fine. Ani. Pod. Why does Pod with 2D sound like they haven't been playing? I don't recall Pod. Pod with 2Ds. Yep, they're not on. You're out, Pod. Yusuf, you're in. Alright, Pod's out. Yusuf is in. Boom. There we go. Is that everyone? Alright, let's see. Grab these. Hey, we're 1/3 the way done. We're getting there. Making good progress. Still a ways to go, though. Laugh less. What, does the laugh come in too loud on the microphone? I'm not actually sure. I think the problem is whenever I laugh, I sometimes like slur the words around the laugh, making it harder to tell. I still feel like I need to adjust these mic settings at some point. Also, thank you, Yusuf, for the 5 gifted memberships. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Helps out a ton. Thank you, thank you. Oh, Natalie from the other day ended up getting it as well. I can't wait to actually finally go use all these potions finally. There's one nice thing. Honestly, we should have done alchemy so long ago. I think it's on the list of mistakes. When we make the 1,000 hour video, I think it's almost going to be like the 5 biggest mistakes we've made. And that's definitely one of them. Not prioritizing alchemy way earlier. Because we could have been using all these like 6%, 7% pots for so long now. For all these other chapters. But haven't been. These ones I'm making right now are like literally free. These are like 1 silver each to go make. Like you don't have to do Mind Fighter at all to make what we're making right now. It's kind of funny. When something that someone said the other week, or a couple days ago, I forget exactly when, is they were wondering if it was like a soundboard laugh, or it was my actual laugh, but it was my actual laugh. They thought it was like a soundboard pre-recorded one or something. Almost like a laugh track. I do have a soundboard thingy, I just never like use it. Originally it's because I didn't have enough space, but recently just because I just haven't bothered. Probably should at some point. I just didn't know sure what I was going to use for all the commands and everything. But yeah, one of the Steam Deck things I've had for like years now and just haven't bothered using it. Or not Steam Deck. Not a Steam Deck, but a Stream Deck. Not to be confused with a Steam Deck. But I do need to set that up at some point. Not sure what I really use it much for, though. I got it because it was so cheap. Like, it was so cheap that I was like, oh, I might as well just get it. But since then, I haven't used that at all. Seemed like a fun utility item, but then it's like, what am I really going to use this for? You wonder how much real-world trade prices are going to be for gold? I assume absurdly low. Because there's going to be pretty much no real-world trading in this game initially. There's not enough of a player base for any bots to want to do it. Or any gold farmers to find it profitable. Because they're all going to be doing bigger MMOs like WoW. Or, you know, RuneScape, particularly the old school variety. Or Final Fantasy or something similar. They would have no need to do it in this game. Like, the amount of money they would make per bot is just so low compared to any other bigger, like, absurdly big MMO. That's hello again, Natalie! Yes, Yusef just ended up giving them out. And we have added a bunch of Brighter Shores icons as well. We added one for a class and the currencies. As well as our really old emotes from when we scrapped them together way back when, like almost a decade ago. And then the ones I commissioned from a friend not too long ago. I think we have like 20-something of them now. And I can actually change them to anything at any point. It's a pretty nice feature of YouTube. I feel like for Twitch you have to get them like approved or something? I'm not sure. Oh, on YouTube, you can literally just switch them. Like, literally tomorrow, I could have, like, 20-something different emotes. If we wanted to switch everything out. Yeah, it'd take a while to go do that manually, but, it could be done. Oh, I just realized one more knowledge point after this one. Gotta go take a bone right break. We should be able to gain 1 or 2 levels from our bones. Which, if that is the case, we can actually hit 200 bone right today. Let's see, what time is it right now? If we go for another, let's say, 8 hours. 1 hour will be what we're doing now. No, less than that. Because 20 minutes is for 1 knowledge. And then count that in the bones, it's only an hour total for that. So that's like, what, another 6? 6, we get 18. 18 is at bare minimum 6 levels. Or sorry, not 6. I mean, 4 levels. No, we'd still be short. It'd still come out to only like 198, 199. We'll be close, but yeah. We're just gonna have to finish tomorrow, 200 tomorrow, but that's fine. We'll get really close to it today, though. But first thing tomorrow, we get 200 bone rate. But yeah, the math's just mathing today. Because we're going for about another, I would say, like, what? 7, 8-ish hours? And within that time, it will still be ever so slightly short of the bone rate level. I'll be fine. Because that wasn't really like a primary goal of today, but it is our slight pivot. Just so we can make more of these potions. This is why I'm not dumping EXP into alchemy today. Because we actually really care about these upcoming potions that are around the corner. Including the one we're making now, of course. I just realized, I knew these always had lamps on them, but I never realized that the top lamp is a different color than the other ones. It's like a greenish color that matches the green all the way at the bottom a bit more, which means it actually tops with green and bottoms with green. But it's interesting because the light makes it like more or less visible. It's a cool little mechanic that it has. This keep in general is just so sensitive to the light. I'm not sure how many other keeps there are that are like this. That depending on the lighting against it drastically changes in appearance. But yeah, the mining keep has quickly grown as like my favorite keep in the game. Almost makes me want to get 500 mining, which we do want to do at some point, no time soon though. I want a level 50 pickaxe before we do that grind. We have a 30 right now. It would definitely have to be after trading comes out so we can get better access to money. Because right now dumping 80 gold on it's just not worth it. Do you think the tier of equipment you can wear will be based off the total combat level or regional obelisk tier? They already mentioned what's from. It should be based on your weapon proficiency. There's going to be a specific thing that you'll be able to level on the obelisk known as weapon proficiency. We don't know how many points you'll get per node that you unlock for it, but there'll be a bunch that go either into armor or into weapons, and depending on which one you want, you'll go into that. They will be separated though. So upgrading one does not upgrade the other. Like, upgrading weapon proficiency only makes you able to wield bigger weapons. But upgrading armor proficiency only works on armor. So you might be wearing like a you might be level 250, wearing a 400 weapon, but only like a 150 armor. Because your armor proficiency is very, very low, but your weapon is really, really high. Or you can do vice versa, where you're wearing like 400 tank armor, but only have like a 200 or so weapon. The only thing we don't know how that works is how does combat get associated with it? Like, everyone's going to be level 140 combat, so does that mean you need no weapon proficiency to be able to wield a 140? Or do you need to still get weapon proficiency the entire time up? That's something we don't quite know. I assume it's 140 and then your weapon proficiency goes on top of it. But then there's the additional issue of what happens when you have 500 combat. Where you're just automatically going to be able to wear 500 gear for every chapter. I highly doubt it. There's a couple nuanced things with that we don't quite know. But what we do know is you're going to have to update or upgrade weapon and armor proficiency to be able to wear better gear. This means you'll have to waste some of your obelisk points on it, but it also comes with the upside of potentially be able to wear gear way earlier than you normally would be able to. Such as in Chronopolis, even though we're level 239, which right now the best we can wield is a 239. But after the rework, we might be able to wield a level 300 or a 350 or a 400. It depends on how much weapon proficiency we can get to, which is something we don't currently know. Like, we know it exists, we just don't know how accessible it's going to be on the skill tree. Because it might be far enough apart where you won't be able to do that. But, I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. There's a lot of specifics with it we don't really know until it pretty much happens. But yeah, it will be based on weapon proficiency, though, and armor proficiency. They're two different things on the obelisk that you have to upgrade separately. Which means you won't always be wearing the same level weapon as you are armor, kind of like how you are now. Your weapon is likely to be way higher than your armor. Unless you're doing a piece of content where you really have to be tanky for, but that currently does not exist within the game. Does the tree have life perks? Yes. It has damage mitigation, max life increase, and regen rate. Which will also be introduced in the first way to increase your regen. But yeah, those are the three that are confirmed. If it has more than that, we don't know. And also technically armor proficiency. But those are the main things that keep you alive. Armor proficiency, which lets you wear better armor, but gives you no other benefit otherwise. But lets you wield better armor. Max HP, which of course makes your HP higher. Regen rate, which makes you regen more whenever you do regenerate HP. And elemental resistances, which will make you more resistant to a specific damage type. Like either to physical or to necrome or, you know, any other damage type out there. Those are all the ones that we are aware of that exist. To what degree you'll be able to upgrade them, we don't really know. But those are all the things that will make you tankier. You technically get all of them now, but you get them all at once as you level, rather than separately. No, most of the benefits on the combat tree do not help skilling. The only ones that seem like they would is being able to disengage from battle quicker, as well as higher movement speed in battle, which would be very hilarious, because if you can move quicker in battle than not in battle, there's going to be a lot of moonwalking going on, where you just tap an enemy, get into combat, and then just run away at the speed of light, and then disengage in like half a second as soon as you click the button. That's like the only way it'll be used with skilling. It'd be such a clunky meta, but it would be such a hilarious meta if you actually move quicker in combat than out of combat due to the extra movement speed in combat. Because that is a perk that you can get on the skill tree. Is quicker movement speed in combat. But if that ever exceeds out of speed, or, you know, out of combat speed, then there will be a meta to get into combat to move quicker, which would help with some skilling activities. It'd be interesting to see how it gets used if that is the case. There's gonna be some really, really funny use cases for it. I highly doubt it would be that broken though, but it'd be really funny if there's actually a skilling meta that involves constantly getting into combat just so you move quicker. Imagine Odarblock doing PvP in Brighter Shores. I'm not sure if he would ever come for PvP in this game. Some people have mentioned that in the past as well. I don't even think he knows it exists at the moment. Because you didn't try it at launch. So it makes sense because there's no PvP in it. Well, a lot of updates coming in the near future are going to be pretty small. Even when the PvP does come to this game, the rest of the game around it still needs to be developed more. Even after 1.0, it still needs a lot more work. Because by 1.0, we're still not going to have a single boss, we're not going to have a single raid, we're not going to have armor enhancements yet. We're not even going to have chapter... Actually, no, we would have chapter 5. What else would we have? We might not have an auction house yet by then. We'll have player-to-player trading, but we might not have auction house by then. And quite a few other things. As far as, like, core elements that the game would still need. Because 1.0 is not the end of the game. It's pretty much, like, right when it's starting. Even then, it still needs a lot more things. It's likely releasing with 0 bosses. Not counting quest bosses, because those don't really count. Well, I think the most recent person they hired other than community manager was a full-time 3D animator to help with quests. He really loves a lot of quests. And he used to add like 1 or 2 a month back in the day, on average. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to aim for 1 a month again. We haven't gotten a single new quest yet. But once they do start doing quests, I feel like they're going to start pumping them out. They're just going to kind of get into their structure where they can keep doing it over and over and over again. But once they got that set up, they're going to pump out quests like crazy, probably. Like at least 1 every other month, if not 1 every month. If not even more than that. And of course, every chapter is going to be coming in with at least 2 quests, if not more. Which means this day that chapter 5 comes out is already going to be 2 quests right there. At bare minimum. Technically 3 if you count the main storyline quest. You know, one good thing about us waiting on the alchemy grind, though, I do have to say. This with queuable action is like night and day compared to not queuable action. This minigame is so much more free than it already was. Like, before it was free, but you constantly have to keep clicking. But now it's free, and you can literally just, like, do whatever for, like, 10, 20 seconds there. Maybe not 20. There's, like, a solid 10 seconds of just doing absolutely nothing. It's so nice. Whereas before, like, every 3 seconds, like, oh, gotta click, gotta click, gotta click. I just triple click it up front. I know I'm out of water. I need to go get more water at some point. Also, I should go back to the bones. I think we're gonna have enough. I think that 7% dips it high enough. It's hard to tell because I haven't used 7% enough to really tell how much more it's gonna give. But I think it will. We'll find out. Worst comes to worst, I'll just mine some iron next door. Because the bone place is like right next to the iron. Alright, so I should probably put some of my stack away in case we despawn the whole stack. I definitely don't want to despawn a 376 7% pot stack. Yeah, British Shores is really structured well for upscaling. Like, even before they said that there's going to be like 21 chapters or, you know, even more than that, we already knew they were eventually going to upscale that far. Because this whole game's design is to upscale infinitely. That's the whole reason it's divided the way it is. You can have literally infinite content and it doesn't fully affect all the previous content. Like, the way you play Chapter 1 now would still be how you play Chapter 1 later. And then Chapter 2 would still be the same. Chapter 3 would still be the same. Like, it doesn't matter if there's 30 chapters in the game. You would still be going through each chapter pretty similarly to the way you do it now. Obviously, there'd be some different objectives, especially if you know what's coming and everything. As far as what you would prioritize and stuff like that. But it makes it so even if this game is like, you know, 10 years ahead of time, or, you know, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, any number, even if there's like 30, 40, 50 something chapters, the way you would still go through something like Mine to Matuba now is still how you would do it later, pretty much. There might be some more content, some more side quests, some other stuff like that, some more quality of life. But your overall goals while in the chapter are still focused on the chapter. Like, you don't have to worry about like that one skill in Chapter 11, or that other skill in Chapter 9. You can just focus simply on, you know, what you need to do in the chapter. So it's a lot less overwhelming in that regard. Even if they scale it like crazy, crazy high in the future. With how much content there is. You only ever have to focus on what's currently, you know, at hand at a given time. Anyways, what am I looking for? I'm looking for, some of these XP pots. Not a lot of them. There's a couple. Alright, we're good to go. Should be good to go. Let's go ahead over there. Oh, why'd I go to Mine Deep? I meant to do Mine, the other one. The way to go is dunk some bones. The only problem is, what if this is not enough XP? I didn't fully think that through, though. I guess I could just buy some bones from the shop next door. It'd be painful to do, but, if we need them in a pinch, we might as well. Oh, no one's doing combat with the one. I can't do a straight line. Sad. Gotta do a diagonal. But yeah, after the update they did to that room, they actually buffed it like crazy. You can do a straight line through that room. If there's anyone who's killing that one tentacle. You don't even need to do any zigzaggy. As long as someone's on it. Alright, how are we gonna go about this? I guess let me just do some iron and we'll just buy the thing if we need. No worries, we're not gonna be doing a ton of iron. This is not us doing the iron grind again. I just need a little bit of knowledge here. Which is the closest thing to our proximity. And then we're gonna go get bones for the rest. Which, what is our highest bone right now? I think it's Bone Spike? No, it'd be, I might still just do the Bone Spike. No, I'll do the other one. See how expensive it is. I only need to dunk, 12 of them. So 12 should be enough. And then we'll go get our, potion and everything going. Alright, let's see. Bank all this. Alright, let me go grab 12 bones from here. This is gonna cost us a little bit of money, but it's worth it. Should also guarantee that we get enough bone rate XP. No, not Bone Spike. Where's the other one? Are you it? No. There it is. Femur. That's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, a little pricey, but that's fine. We don't need that many. It should be the highest bone we can currently do at this level range. 178. Oh, did I grab the wrong one? Wait, this is the highest. I'm not sure. Yeah, this should be the highest. Alright, and then we grab 6 of these. Alright, now we use our XP pot. We use the first one on bone rate. And then we use on bone rate again. And then we should be high enough bone rate to go dunk everything we have at 192. Hey, Moonkin's here. Your players have the advantage of a inflated economy later. What they do, but keep in mind they don't get access to trading until Chapter 4. It's pretty early on. But for chapter 1, 2, and 3, even if you did, or, you know, even regardless of where the economy is at a given time, they don't get access to that until chapter 4. So they don't get overwhelmed by the entire trading economy until then. So there's a little bit of leeway before they get bombarded with everything like that. Did I underestimate how much XP we'd get from this? Because I thought this would get us to 192. And it looks like it's not going to get us to 192. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Wait. Oh no! Oh no! It didn't even give me the knowledge point I needed. Quick, quick, quick. Hit a rock, hit a rock, hit a rock, hit a rock. Go, 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 go. Alright, enough XP. Go, 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 go. Yeah, it is enough. Alright, let me go put away this one singular iron. These all pain me to not bank it. I know it's not worth it, but I must bank the one singular iron. Alright, it is safe. It did not touch the ground. Alright, now we can go do it. Alright, round 2. This time for real. Alright, now we gotta go dunk however many bones we have with this one bone. I don't think it was a lot. I didn't even pay attention to the number even though I grabbed 6 of them. How many do we have? Whatever this number says, we gotta go do it real quick. Only 427. That's not too bad. Alright, let's get rolling. We drank this. Our newfound 7% pots that we've been making. Literally the pot we've been making today. Then we go over to here, grab all that, and there we go. Go do alchemy! He's just here for the killer music. Yeah, this place, honestly, Mines of Entombment definitely has my favorite music in the game, particularly the combat music. Chronopolis is pretty good too. Honestly, the whole game is. But I think overall, Chapter 3 is my favorite music, particularly the combat music here. It just works so well. It's like the MVP of this chapter, to be honest. It's not how good the weapon making skills is. It's not like any other factor in this area. This chapter is like hard carried by its music, more so than any chapter in the game. Yes, we yearn for the mine. Oh, so we gotta be very careful that this does not get despawned. That's a lot of valuable potion right there. This is why I brought a potion partial stack, just in case. It likely won't, but you never know. Servers could just, like, die out of nowhere. The server could just start on fire. But, yeah, so far we've been doing pretty good with potion stacks. I think we only ever despawned 3 stacks of potions. All less than 100% 5%, so it wasn't too big a deal. It would still hurt doing that with a higher percent potion, though. Given that these take way longer to get. But hey, at least we get to use our product that we just made, and we'll still be making. This is the whole reason why we made them, so might as well use them. Like, this is the whole reason why we're making these 7% in the first place. Is to boost stuff like bone right. Both the activity itself and the knowledge points whenever you get them. And what's really nice about Bone Right is it's the only one, the 3, where you can dunk a whole inventory before the potion runs out. For the other 2, you can only do 3 sets instead of 4. But Bone Right's the only one, the 4, where you can do all of them. Which is why it's actually worth potting with a bigger one as well, instead of just like a 5%. Because the other 2 are too far from a bank to be able to do it in time. But this one has just enough time to not only dunk your whole inventory, but also use a knowledge point, if you happen to have one ready. That is not spelled correct, wait. I just spelled that incorrectly. Oh, he's not even here. Oh, I finally got one that's unsuitable! Hey! It finally happened! Me awfully spelling goodnight was censored. They did not like my spelling of goodnight. But yeah, it finally happened. We were always mentioning that we have never had this yet. It took 73 days. But we have finally did a chat message that got blocked. It was a very extremely incorrect way of spelling goodnight. Oh, you know what probably happened? I think I put the N, the I, and the G next to each other when I misspelled goodnight. I think I see what happened. So the chat filter is probably correct on that. I think I know how I misspelled it. Saved, I know, right? Technically, they are next to each other when you spell the word, but because the rest of the word was so incorrectly spelt that it was very confused and thought it might have been something else. Wait, you still got the other message as well? Oh, that's interesting. Is that on my end? You didn't get it. The chat message was blocked as possibly unsuitable. Oh, so hello, buggers! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. We are still in the alchemy grind, as you can see. We are in the alchemy grind. I'm just using some of the 7% pots we've been making. Because we've been pivoting to dumping all of our knowledge into bone right instead of alchemy today. And we've gone far enough to finally be able to dunk the bones from the last of our gatherer grind. So this is what we're throwing into bone right. I'm just dunking these real quick. Then we'll be back to doing alchemy while throwing all of our knowledge into bone right again. Just makes the most sense to do these now so we get slightly more XP when we put the knowledge into it. We're gonna have to dunk them eventually anyways. So it's only half an hour of them. Should be done pretty soon. And then we're back to alchemy for the rest of the stream. And to make time for this, I'm not doing any chef runs. So once we go back to alchemy room, we're pretty much not leaving the alchemy room. Unless we need to go buy, like, potion product. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go pre-buy all the cabbage then. That's gonna be annoying. Because I'm not sure exactly how many I need. I might actually have to do some math later. Before we get 143 alchemy. Yeah, that's something I didn't put into consideration. Because I have to buy cabbage in Chronopolis. I can't buy it in Hopeport. Because Hopeport doesn't have the discount, but Chronopolis does. But that means I'm going to have to do math on about how many potions that is then. But you also have to figure out if we're doing it all the way until Stonewall Hill potion or until all the way. I'm probably doing it to Stonewall Hill. Because Stonewall Hill was pretty cheap too. Stonewall Hill was only something, where is it? Stonewall Hill is only 5 each. It's only 6% instead of 7, but it's fine. It's for chapter 5. It's a potion that doesn't even exist yet. Well, so does the 7%, but you know what I mean. Like, the chapter itself doesn't even exist. And it'll make up for the fact that we're probably not doing as many Stonewall Hills as we initially anticipated. I'll probably still be doing a little over 1,000 of them, or around 1,000. But we're not going to be doing, like, a little over 2,000. It'll be a bit less than that. Do I sell the potions? No. We have kept every last potion we made, with the only exception being the 6-minute fears. Because 6-minute fears are kind of dead content because 9, 12, and 15 are all better. 9 are the cheapest, 12 are the most fear per hour, and 15 are the highest duration. So the 6 and 3 minutes don't really fit into any category. So they're pretty much pointless. But that's the only potion I bothered selling back. Everything else we've been keeping and or using. Like even right now as we speak. We're quite literally using the potion that we're currently making. This is our active potion that we make, but also we are actively using it right now as well. until we run out of bones, and then we're back to making more of this potion. That's the only slight issue would go into Chronopolis potion. This one is just so useful. I wish I had like 10,000 of these. I need so much more. It's one of the reasons I do want to do the 500 Minefighter grind, because I know we're nowhere near it. But one of the best byproducts of the 500 mining grind is how much 8% and 10% XP pots we bank for this chapter. We won't be able to access them anytime soon. But when we do, we are going to be loaded on the XP pots here. Which will be great for any grinding we ever do later down the line. Like if we also want to do 500 Bone Right and Stonemason down the line. Which we probably will eventually. It's one of those things that will be banked for that eventual grind. Or it's not like super high priority, but you know, something on the back burner that we definitely want to get around to. It's my only thing that I'm slightly hesitant on with the 500 Minefighter, though, is everything we get from it, we're pretty much stalling until later. Most of the stuff I get along the grind, we're not actually using. Like, we are using it, but, like, you know, not until, like, way, way later. We were talking, like, half a year down the line, if not longer. Because we're not getting 412 Alchemy anytime soon, or even 383 or whatever that was. Well, we'll be getting it up, but not that high up. It does look like we're going to gain about 1.5 levels here. Which means by the end of stream, yeah, we're only going to be like level 199 only. It's still really good, but ever so shy of 200. But we'll easily be able to finish out tomorrow's stream then. First thing we'll do tomorrow is use the knowledge on Bone Right. Not going to do anything with it, but we'll have it. One more 200 for the pile. It'll make for a good title. 200 Bone Right today. First minute. Up, 200 Bone Right. We're done. Grind over. Stream over. 1 minute long stream. We did our goal for today. 200 Bone Rights completed. No, tomorrow's going to be a lot of Stone Mall Hill. Which I think is only Stone Mall Hill, isn't it? Because we hit 158 today. I can't make this healing pot. I can't make this healing pot. Oh, that's rough, yeah. Tomorrow's probably going to be the roughest day. The next 2 days are going to be the roughest of the whole alchemy grind. Because we're in the Stone Mall Hill era. Where we either got to make them all the way to 197 or offset some amount at 185. But these cost like 20 silver each. Which I still haven't done in the calculations on if that's worth it. I feel like the answer is yes. But our wallet says no. We'll have to see where our money is by then. As long as we have at least 10 gold remaining. Or even like slightly under 10 if it's like at 9 or something similar. Like we should be fine. But if our gold says like 8 or lower, that's concerning. The worst comes to worst, I could do some leatherworker off stream or something. Finish that 210 leatherworker grind that I was going to do, but then realized I didn't need that much money. But then now realizing I kind of did need that much money. If we're going to be doing some of the more expensive options. Which I think it might be. Because 20 silver each sounds like a lot, but honestly it's not that bad. Hey, where's the poll at? We're currently doing a poll how much people would actually spend on them. And yeah, 15 plus silver is 15% or more right now. Or at 15%. That's interesting. Because 20 silver sounds like a lot for one potion. But then you realize like the overall time saving and everything, and then it's like, ah, you know what? It's actually not that bad. It's expensive, but it's kind of worth for how much time it saves on alchemy and how much time it saves on whatever skill you're using the 10% pot on. Not much else to be using money on right now, might as well. Because if you put it on Enchantress, you're putting onto XP. If you put it onto Potions, you're putting on XP. Technically, if you do a weapon upgrade, you're putting onto XP. Because there's no bosses to kill. All it's doing is giving you combat XP quicker. Like, almost everything in this game you're doing because it gives you better XP. So what better thing than an XP potion that's slightly bigger number? That's the true XP boost right there. Because most of this game right now is just slightly marginally better XP rates. Even if you're prioritizing gear making. Because until a boss comes into the game, it's not like you can use that gear for anything other than XP. I guess technically money making. But there's other ways to also make money. For every 5 minutes you're not doing Alch, you have to buy $5 worth of crypto. Oh gosh. I have never dealt with like any crypto yet or anything. I still don't understand the point of it. Almost seems like stock market, but way less regulated. And with no direct use case in most cases. Yep, first level is almost rolling in. And technically only level. Because I don't think the rest that's in our bank actually gets us a level out of it. Oh, I wish you could queue a drop so badly. The amount of times my drop has gotten canceled is so high when I think it's gonna work and it's like, nope, no drop for you. Oh, I thought we'd get a knowledge point. It's really weird. It doesn't actually do 3%. There's like a weird like 2 point something or something. I'm pretty sure this actually is doing exactly 3, but that means this number is not tracking the decimal then. Because sometimes it moves up by like a really weird number that it shouldn't. 200 more bones to go. And then back to the potion. With one higher bone rate than what we came with. And the reason I'm delaying this is so we can get the better boost at 193 instead of 192. I just realized after this we're gonna have to put into smithing and or mining. We're in a pretty dead zone for mining right now. Mining's actually somewhat tempted too. It's definitely way better in smithing though. We're just gonna brute force the mining. That or finally give in and go do the AFK activity. It's kind of hard to get 500 mining without doing some amount of stone. Oh, one more set. That gets us a level. And then just got to finish the bones, throw our knowledge dump into it, and that should be almost 194 then. And then we go back to alchemy and just keep poking at it. No, 5% pots are the main ones you should be using. Only reason we're using 7% right now is because we have them. But you don't really need them. As long as you're using 5%, that's still fine. We still use 5% for almost everything. Just now that we're starting to get 7%, we will be utilizing them. Like 7% to finish out this grind, 7% for next chapter because we made them earlier. Stuff like that. But there's not too much of a difference between a 5 and a 7%. Like, it helps, but it's not that big a difference. It mostly helps with the knowledge points. The only reason I'm dumping them now is these are the last bones we have to dunk. So I figured might as well get a little bit better value from them. Since we have a pretty limited amount of them. But for the most part, I'm only going to be using these for knowledge points. Because they got to last all the way until we get to the better potion. And we're not getting 383 alchemy anytime soon. It's one of the reasons I want to make so many of these to begin with. Is it basically have to last us until we get 383 alchemy. Or until we buy more from other players. And I have no clue what the market's going to be like on them. If they're under 10 silver each, I would definitely buy them though. But we don't know what the market's going to be like. Because they only cost like 1 silver to make. But it really comes down to what do people value the production time as. It's something I'm curious about in future chapters if we're ever going to have like an automaker. Not sure if it'll come in with Builder, or if it'll be some other mechanic. I would love to see the mechanic eventually come. Some kind of automaker that makes like X number of potions per day, or X number of anything per day. Like, you don't get any XP for it, but it would like auto dunk your bones, it would auto make your potions out of your ingredients. You would still need to supply it, of course. But you'd get no XP, but it would create like, you know, 10 of them a day, or 20 of them per day, or however many. So that once you're past, you would still need the level, corresponding level. But it'd basically make it so you can still process them into something, but not need to worry about, you know, not getting the bad XP rate for them. You wouldn't have to keep checking it like a daily if you just made it stack to a high amount. Like if it made 10 per day, it would probably cap out at like 100. So you would only have to check it like once a week rather than every day. And just resupply it. There's something like that. I highly doubt that's coming in with Builder. I would love to see a feature like it down the line. Pretty sure RuneScape 3 has something like that with Invention. I know an MMO I played called Palia has it as well. Oh, theirs you have to check quite a bit more often. Like, it was basically a daily in that game. But if it makes it more like a weekly or monthly, it would work out really well. Kind of like what he did with Kingdom of Miscellanea in his other game. That's slightly different. Where you would still need all the products and everything. And it would still have some kind of gold sync to it. So it's not completely free that you get the production. And of course, it'd be way slower than doing it manually. Like 10 a day is like none, when you can make 110 to 120 an hour. But it's more than none. It's nearly none, but it is more than none. So you'd still be able to utilize it some. I don't know, we'll see what they do in the future. I highly doubt that's coming in with Builder. But there's a non-zero chance it could. There's so much we don't know about Builder, though. I really do hope Builder is good, whatever it is. Am I going to farm the first boss? Yes. We plan to do probably over 1,000 kills on the first boss. If not more. Especially if it has any kind of drop that you get after like X number of kills or a really rare cosmetic or something similar. But yeah, we're going to be killing a lot of it. Even more so if it's in Chapter 1 and 2 and gives an XP drop. Because Chapter 1 and 2 I wouldn't be max combat in. Which means I would kill the boss slower, so I wouldn't be on top of leaderboard. However, I would be training the skill as we do it, though. And I'm still going to make bosses non-chapter specific. But I feel like most of them will be chapter specific, at least initially. Which is whatever chapter they put it in is going to be a huge bias to whoever actually has the chapter leveled. Like, let's say you're 500 Chronopolis, but you have like 200, 200, 200, and then they put a boss in like chapter 2 or something. What do we have left? Alright, we're almost there. Oh, we're kind of getting more knowledge than I thought we would. Oh no. Well, I already gained my level, so I can dump it in now. I can dump it in whenever. Yeah, it looks like it gets us to 194 bone, right? That's not too bad. And then back to alchemy. And then we can do some math on alchemy then. We need to get to 158. Getting about, what, 2.5 an hour. Technically we're at 141. Well, do we even make it today? Yeah, we would. It takes about 8 to 9 more hours, though. It's definitely going to be a bit longer today. But I think we can make it in 8 hours. If we go for the better XP rate on the other thing. The problem is I gotta go buy it from the shop. So its XP rate actually isn't as good as it seems. There's another thing to factor with the other thing. I already have all of these banked. The other one I don't have banked. Maybe we still just actually stick with it then. Because that's going to be a factor that actually will make the other thing slower that I didn't put into consideration. Is that we have to buy from 2 different shops. One in Carnopolis and then one in Hopeport. Whereas everything we have for the Mines and Matubin potions are already pre-banked. Oh, we gotta do this inventory quick, so we can actually get our knowledge in on the next one. And then boom, dump knowledge, and we're out of here. Never to return again. Till we need mining and smithing. But yeah, we're gonna be putting a hold on Stonemason and Bonerate for a while. We do plan to get them above 200, but it could be like over a year before we do. And even if we do, it's going to be closer to 440 rather than 500. No, the level up. No, why? Why would you do such a thing? Yeah, fine, we'll get this cycle. And it's our last full inventory, then we'll grab the last few, and then we're done ever dunking a bone ever again. Until the game forces us to. Or until I need to on my alts, because they both need to go do the grind to 20. So that one could do the grind to 38, and the other one could do the grind to 500. It's something that's going to feel weird when we start doing it. Starting their 500 arc. But is it going to take them forever to even match where we are? Because we're talking a few months before they even get there. Not slightly longer. And there's no way I'm manually training them to 200. It's bad enough the first time. We're not doing it again. There is zero chance we're doing it again. After having just done it twice. How's the redwood tree? Pretty good. We're at 72.3 million XP, no woodcutting pet. As it has been. Alright, final 19 bones. Oh wait, oops, wait, abort. Let me use that first. Otherwise I'm wasting some knowledge. Yeah, there we go, 194 bone right. Alright, back to alchemy. Almost said smithing. No, I haven't gotten spooned on any pet on my hardcore except for the Humlift one. I did 10 normal gauntlet, 0 corrupted, and I got the pet. So basically I never need to go get anything from there again. It's like the second best bow in the game, but I'm just gonna ignore it. Because we got the pet at 10 KC. It was a 1 in 2,000 chance. It's a 1 in 800 in corrupted, but we got it from non-corrupted. Which is 1 in 2,010 kills. So I have no need to ever go back there. I just want to get collection logs there. It's really annoying to do in a hardcore, though. After doing it in leagues, I feel pretty confident that I wouldn't die there. The problem is my connection would need to not disconnect, because it doesn't matter how good you are at it. One disconnect and you just die. Even at a 2-second teleport, you still die there. Hits you really hard. Yeah, there we go. Goal completed. We didn't use that many. We used like, what, 19? How many am I bring? I'm pretty sure I brought 80. Because we only used 19. That's not bad at all. Let's go see our bank now. But yeah, look at our nice clean bone bank. Look at how clean this looks. Look at all those bones for armor maker and or weapon making down the line. So many bones. Yeah, that's where our stocks are at right now for that. All fully processed. Hey, we can do the dinosaur. Alright, there we go. Anyways, back to the main event. Back to Hopeport we go. Let's keep making more of these potions because they're so good. Gonna need a ton of them anyways. But that's something I didn't factor in with the better XP rate for the next method. I actually have to buy it all from the shop. These are already pre-banked. Maybe we do stick with the OG plan of just making only the other pot. I'll still make a couple of these, but I don't think I'm going to farm them. It's not like I really need them for much. Like, what am I using them on? Leatherworker? I'd rather have the money and hides banked. Merchant? It's kind of clunky to use. The other two? Not worth it. So yeah, I don't really need that many. I guess maybe some for checking dailies and stuff down the line. But, yeah, I think we stick with the OG plan. And just go a lot heavier into the mining potion. We're going to be making them anyways, might as well. Alright, let's go get our supplies. I'm still going to make some when we hit that level, though. And I'm probably still pivoting over to Stonewall Hill when we get there. That one I will still do. But the Chronopolis one, honestly, we don't really need a pivot. I'll pivot for, like, one inventory, but beyond that, I don't think we need to. If nothing else, all we really need to go do is get 19 cabbage. So that I can do my 20 cinnamon stick I have banked. And that's it. I think that's all we do for them. It's just 20. Just use the one-time bonus stuff. But I don't think I'm going to camp them like I was originally potentially going to do. I mean, not originally, but it was one of the tangents. But, yeah, I don't think we do that route. Because we have to account for the fact that they're not pre-banked. And that small of a jump is not worth it for not being pre-banked already. Actually, I say small. It's 100,000 more XP per hour. But I don't know. They're not banked yet, though. Let's see. Like, the jump that's definitely worth it is going up that much. Like, 150%. But yeah, I don't think we go for them. We'll make 20 and that's it. I just keep making these mining pots then. Because I think the pre-banked nature of them just makes them so much better. Because not only do I have to buy all the cinnamon sticks, but I have to buy all the red cabbage. But to buy all the red cabbage is a different path. You don't buy them in Hopeport. You buy them over here. You'd have to go from this shop over here, buy them, go all the way over there, store them, and then go back. And then do that over and over and over again. And you may notice that is a longer walk than the other shop. It's worth it for how much cheaper it is, but it is a very far walk. Like, we're talking like double the distance or something. Because normally you'd have to walk from here to there, and that's it. But for the red cabbage, the bank red cabbage, you have to walk from here all the way over here, in that little corner right there, and then walk all the way back. Which is like double the distance compared to what you have to do for the other walk. It's worth it for the discount, but yeah, I'm not going to do them all. We'll just buy 19, do a 2020, and that's it. And save them for, I don't know, maybe the merchant ventures down the line. When we could do the better merchant ventures. Like when you can start doing perfect bricks and perfect tiles or something. I know we can't currently do them, but you know, once they're unlocked from a quest and or Chapter 5 being released. Save them for something like that. That or when we have the level 287 detective venture. Because that also wouldn't be too bad of value to go use them on. Alright, we're back home. We're back at the potion maker. As we shall be for the rest of the stream. Took a little bit of a tangent there, but we're back. There's one thing that's really nice about this better slime, though. Not only is it the final enemy in Mines of Matubin, but it makes the 10% pot as well. It's going to be so easy to mass get. The biggest issue is going to be the cockroach mandible. Because killing them is not ideal. I don't think they have any direct weakness. They have immune to fire, but they're not weak to anything. So there's no weakness that you can exploit. They're also a bit further from the bank. Not that bad, though, distance-wise. But it's way too expensive to buy, or is it? I don't know, 17.6 sounds like a lot, but it is for a 10% pot. But it is pre-price hike. It could be over 20 later. By the time we'd actually get there. So hello, Sir Valiant. Welcome, welcome. Hope all has been well. Because the slimes we get basically for free. This is the final enemy that you kill from Mindfighter. Yeah, it's even worth a lot less because it's so much easier to bank. Even the game knows. They know. They made the one easier to get, less expensive. But the one that's more annoying is more expensive. Feels nice being back at potions. We're gonna be here a while though. Let's see, what time is it now? We're gonna go for probably another 6 hours. How much alchemy can we get in that time? Bare minimum, it should be 2 an hour. Probably a little bit better. At 2 an hour, we actually wouldn't make it if we're putting all of our knowledge in the bone right. It would be the first day that we're slightly short. Let's see where we're at. At 149, we will be going to the better potion, though. So our XP rate does go up once we have 149. So it's only these next few hours that are a little bit slower. And a little bit of a dead zone here, since I'm skipping the 143 mostly. Once we hit 149, we'll be back at really good rate. Until our goal of 158. I don't know, we'll see where we are by then. Because I don't want to boost alchemy while we're making these potions. These potions are just too good to get rid of. And technically using an alchemy boost or, you know, a knowledge boost on it is getting rid of them. In the sense that all the XP we gain is less potions made. And we're making these potions regardless. Even if they're not all made today, we are making 1,000 of these. Some of them might be consumed by then, and the stack's going to be like 900 something. But we would have made over 1,000 of them. Even if this stacks is a slightly lower number. Because we had as high as 1,008, 1,007. Yeah, today's Friday already, isn't it? Happy weekend, everyone, by the way. Finally the weekend. I forgot, today's already Friday, wow. This week has gone by so quick. I guess that will happen when you spend almost the entire time doing one activity over and over and over again. For over 50 hours in a week. We're almost at the exact halfway point as well. Numerically, we're way past the halfway point. I mean, based on when we started the grind. Because, of course, we did some alchemy before we started the grind. Not a lot of it, but more than none. Hey, another batch done. Hey, that reminds me, I still haven't grabbed all the ones from our bank. 82 is not the total, of course. Technically, even our total isn't the total anymore, because we drank so many of them. We're down like 40 or 50 of them now. From what we were chugging while doing bone rate, as well as the other few things. We're down like 30-ish. I'm gonna go grab them so we can see what our stack is. I wish I could withdraw all, though. 381. The easiest way to tell how far we are is how many do we have left. Because we started slightly over 1,000. Which means we've made a little over 400 of them then. Oh, 600 to go. Not even halfway there yet. Keep going. Yeah, 1.5 more levels we can go do our cabbage run. So we can make 20 Chronopolis 7%, mostly for the first time bonus and everything. Also because I already have the cinnamon sticks banked from the one-time bonus. And then at 149 we can really start to make our XP rate go up. But we're going to be doing most of that just off of just the pot we're making now. Which is going to be a little bit slow when we're a few levels before it, but it's fine. Because I'll be making these regardless of where our level's at. And if we somehow make it a 158 and we still haven't made 1,000 of these, I would still be making them until we run out. Not beyond that, but once we run out of what we have banked. But any beyond that would be off-stream, none not on-stream. Like if we're on 158 and we still have like 200 of these left in the bank, that'd be done off-stream. Because obviously we'd be making the better one on-stream. So we're not here forever. That's a good AFK activity off-stream. Well, not AFK, but whatever you'd call this amount of downtime. This low effort is more so the correct term. Alchemy is definitely not AFK, unless you're making a normal potion. But the potent potion is definitely not AFK. But if you're doing like 22 or 24 of the normal one, it's pretty AFK. Someone said 5 years until they get their first 500. That's a question too. That we should do for a poll one day. Maybe even tomorrow. How long do you think it'll be before you get your first 500? Because for me, I feel like it's going to be like half a year. Actually, that's not fully true, because after the combat rework, we're probably going for 500 Mines of Matubin. Which will take about a month-ish. Or maybe a bit less, because the XP curve might be crazy with the new combat rework and everything. But I do need to do 200 in the other two chapters first, which both take a week. Which is something to factor in. Because the combat rework's not till like, what, about a month, 2 from now, give or take. Could be less, could be more. Then we have to wait about another 2 to 3 weeks, because I gotta get 200. Plus whatever side grinds we want to put in between. And then we gotta work this from 100 to 500. Which that process is probably closer to 5 weeks. So in total, 4 months from now I should have my first 500. Potentially. Big asterisk next to that. But about 4 months from now we'd have our first 500. Not because it's going to take that long to grind for one, but because of all the parameters and everything. And all the other things we're doing along the way. Yeah, 3 to 4 months from now we'd have our first 500. And a month after that, probably our second 500. Technically even double so, because we'll be doing Detective Watch Person together. Is someone saying the next big update is probably going to be trading? It should be. But based on what we know, trading should be the next big update. It's the whole reason why we're doing alchemy. On top of the billion other reasons, I'm trying to do it before the price hike. They confirmed that all prices from shops are going to be going up. But because of that, doing things that require a lot of shops are really good to do right now. And there isn't any skill that requires more shopping than alchemy. It's technically cooking too. Who knows, maybe we do the 200 cooking pivot before we do the woodcutter carpentry. It just feels really clunky doing it without doing forage or fishing first. Given that we'll get all the potatoes we need, maybe some of the fish we need. Because even after price hike, it's probably cheaper to still do 200 forage or fishing before just rushing 200 cooking. Even with the price hike, it's probably still cheaper doing the other two first. Hello, Yusef. What is it? You get 500 XP hope port potions? It's a bug? What bug? You had deposit all and not all of them got deposited? Oh no. I did notice something weird with that, with the partial potions. Some weird interaction with it. Oh, so hello, Chad. Welcome, welcome. I don't think it duplicated any, though. It's just the menu got really confused. But it didn't actually result in any duplication. Or at least from what I've seen. It was like a visual glitch kind of thing. But yeah, try logging out and log back in and see if they're still there. I just realized, what level 2,700 is today? Nice little milestone. Small one, but making progress. Alright, grab these. Hey, we're almost halfway there. As far as how many mine pots we're gonna make in total. Not necessarily all today, though, because we will be shifting over to the other potion, but they will get made. Because I do want to go shift over to 20 of the Chronopolis at 143, and then a lot of the Stonewall Hill at 149. But off stream, whatever we don't do for Dave, the mining potions will get done. Maybe not all tonight, but, you know, before the 200 grind is finished. Yeah, 143 we'll do 20 of these, and then at 149 we'll do all these until 158. Because originally I was going to go from here to here with still doing the 131s. But this is enough of a jump in EXP relative to price that's worth doing. Plus we get to bank a bunch of them for chapter 5. For Armor Maker and or Builder. But then we're in like the big skip area, the biggest skip of all. We're skipping Healing Potion, we're skipping Healing Potion, we're skipping like everything in that area. We still gotta figure out how much we want to go burn on the other potion or not. Because they're about 20 silver each, and I still haven't determined if we're gonna be doing that or not. I'm leaning towards yes. It sounds scary to be burning that much, but we probably will. 20 silver a potion. It seems like it's worth it. It's so expensive, but it's also worth it. As it's like a 40% XP increase, and obviously we get the benefit of using the 10%. And unlike the Stonewall Hills, you do get to use them immediately. We can use it on cooking runs, when we're turning into bounties. We can be using them on alchemy itself, so we don't have to make as many of them. That's a huge one, too. We can literally be making them so we can do less alchemy, so we don't have to make as many. Basically make them so we don't have to make them. A little loophole there. I just realized we're gonna get too much knowledge here, aren't we? That could be a problem. You stocked up on 5k 5% XP pots? Nice. Which one? Or did he just spread across the 4? Because I would definitely focus on the ones that you plan to actually use. So going either like an even spread or whatever chapter you plan to focus on more. That way if you don't end up selling them or anything, you still, you know, have the actual use of them. We're going in all in Hopeport. They're at the cheapest and most accessible one. It's really good if you're doing a lot of cooking. Technically everything in Hopeport, but you know. Cooking, alchemy, anything. Even combat after combat rework. Because right now you can like barely get 3 kills in. Well, I didn't say barely. But you can't really get your 4th kill in time a lot of times. But after the combat rework, you can probably squeeze in like 5 within a single 2-minute XP pot. If not 6. Because XP pots should still work the same way they do now in combat after the rework. If anything, even better because the kills per hour are almost guaranteed higher after the rework. You're originally going to go for total levels, but now you're high ranked in Hopeport, so you're going all in. Hopeport's definitely a good one to do it for. We already know the best place to start your combat journey is technically 500 guard, then 500 scout, then 500, 500, you know, all the way down. It's the most efficient way if you want to go absurdly combat heavy. I will be skipping the guard and scout though. But mine to Matubin onwards, we are going to be doing 500 all combat. We'll see if we revisit guard and scout down the line. I'm not sure yet. But for now, I am skipping them. It's because they're going to be oversaturated with free-to-play. And I know free-to-play can't trade, but you know. You can bot free-to-play. You have people who are only playing free-to-play, but then can't have access to the other things. Who are eventually going to get membership. So regardless if free-to-play has trading or not, they all technically have trading. There's one microtransaction away. Not microtransaction, but you know what I mean. They're one month membership away from being able to just sell off everything they got from free-to-play at any given time. So generally you're going to get less value from anything in Chapter 1 or 2 compared to 3 and onwards. Not always. Because some people might be botting with membership on or something. But these are going to have way more resources than anything beyond level Chapter 1 or 2. So if you are enabling trading, focusing on Chapter 1 and 2 is a lot weaker. It's still perfectly fine to do because a lot of the progression in the game kind of works from the top down. But they will likely have the least value when trading is enabled. Just because they have a higher concentration of people. And non-people. Including the non-peoples. I highly doubt there's going to be that much trading from bots in the economy, though. That is a factor, nonetheless. But yeah, so that's from alchemy and maybe eventually cooking. I don't plan to do much post 200 in Hopeport or in free-to-play in general. Once we get 200 woodcutting, gatherer, or carpenter, those are going to stay there. I guess the only one that's kind of going a little bit over is gatherer. But that's only because we're a cryo knight. Just to be able to do that on a cryo knight, we got to get the thistle at 248. So we'd have to do a little bit of post 200 gatherer. But not a lot, though. Yeah, it would be cool to have a top rank for Hopeport, since it's like the first one at the top. But there will be other ways to lock in other things at the top. Like if you rank for a chapter. Because eventually, if this high score stays in a similar structure, the main things that are actually at the top would be, yeah, Hopeport rank, Hope Forest rank, you know, every single one of the chapter ranks, as well as your combat. Not sure if anyone's going for max combat, though. I personally won't be. I'll be going for really high combat, but I'm not going for max combat. That's one that always keeps going up, though, kind of like total level. So that technically doesn't count. But every single chapter will never go up. Like, if you 500 all Hopeport, you're done. Or, you know, same as Hope Forest, Mines of Matubin, so on and so forth. Though the first chapter I plan to do that for is probably Chapter 5. I'll be going absurdly high in Chronopolis, but we won't make top 20 500 alls. Even if I do eventually 500 all it. But I don't think we're going to be one of the first 20 to do so. For Chapter 5, I feel like we will, though. Assuming Builder's good. Because Builder's not that good, I might just pivot back to Chronopolis and just finish 500 Merchant Leather Maker. We'll just focus more on Armor Maker. And of course, while we're doing 500 combat in Chapter 5, throwing it all into Armor Maker. Not because we're going for a rank on Armor Maker, but just because we need it as a very useful skill. Because I'm not going to 500 all Stonewall Hill if Builder is awful. But if Builder's like top 5 skill in the game, we probably will. Oh yeah, I did that one time so far. It was actually on one of the alt accounts, not the main account. But I took the mining venture, but then forgot to redo the mining venture. But yeah, I haven't done that on the main account yet, but I did do it on one of the alts the other day. I took the venture, I dropped it on the ground, but I forgot to reset the venture by clicking it again. Because I'm used to doing 2 actions, so when I got it and then dropped it on the ground, I was like, yep, I'm done here. But I forgot I also had to click it again. Because normally on the main account, of course, we would just immediately go and take it and then send it back. And then go into the refinery. Oh, I just realized, oh no, we just wasted a bunch of knowledge points. No! Oh no, we wasted like 10% knowledge. I didn't even notice. I knew it was getting close, I didn't realize it was that close already though. Whoops. Not too big a deal though. If only the meter didn't go exactly to 100% number. Not sure if they're ever going to change that or not. Because the current system doesn't actually fix the problem of over-encumbering on knowledge. It just moves the goalpost of where you start losing it. Because you hate that resource being right there. I was want to just get rid of them, but my ults will need those, though. I will never need them, but the 2 ults will. There's one nice thing about gathering any excess stuff. Because even if I don't need it, I know my ults will. So even if I get a bunch of excess stone stuff, it's like, oh yeah, the ults will need it later. Oh, I should have saved all those stones from earlier, too. Why'd I sell them? The 30 hour of stone thing, I could have saved that for the other guy, because now he's going to need to go and buy it himself. Because trading would have been out by then. I did the clear out the bank to make it look all nice and neat. But yeah, the 30 hours of 200 mining AFK we could have just given to the other guy. Now we're going to have to buy it back at like 5-10 times the rate. Oh no. Oh, whoops. But yeah, I guess doing all the other AFKs for mining isn't that big a deal then. Because yeah, we could just save them all for the alts. Instead of just selling it to the shop for almost nothing. Because I was thinking, like, who would end up needing it? Because it was at a level range where it's, like, really dead. Where no player would ever do it. But I kind of forgot to put into account, like, alt accounts. Like our own. Or even other people's alt accounts. Because those would need the material. Because the main account would never AFK that. When you're that close to the goal already. Because this was the material I sold. This 195 that gets you to 200. Like, if you're a normal account, you're just going to be training that off of throwing stones. You're not going to bother doing this AFK. But, if you're on an alt account that's just, you know, passively getting up over time, you would end up doing that. You have to do that all the way to 206. So, yeah. Should have kept them. Well, we know for the other ones then. I don't need to feel that bad getting material we don't actually need directly then. Because the other accounts are just going to need them. The problem is the manual stuff though. Like the andesite. Like that we don't need that much of. Those are still kind of dead. But the AFKs that are stone are not as bad. It's just the active ones that are. Because we don't need them. Nor do our alts need them because it wastes time to have to use them. I'd still want some for them, but not like thousands, only hundreds. Or maybe a few thousand, but you know, nothing like too crazy. Yeah, Shroud at 25. Yeah, I got Shroud 25 too. Yeah, she seems like it's the best of the three. I still want to go finish the rest, but still not sure how I feel about that with the Gatherer grind. Because there are some times where you kind of need the other two tools, but it seems like such a waste of money to go get them. But I'm probably still going to go get them. It's something that we need to do a ton more merchant for to actually be able to afford. There's something else too, when we go do the combat grind, though we'll have way more than enough after 500 Minefighter. But before we go super crazy on Chronopolis, I actually need a level 25 Magnifying Glass. There's gonna be some dead areas where I'm actually gonna have to train Detective directly. For like 1 gold an hour. It's not great, but we need the XP. And the next one that's coming up is level 267. Where we 100% have to use that as a primary training method. Because even with the no penalty, the raid den still will not be that good of an XP rate at that level range. It'll be better than it is now, but it still won't be that good of a rate. Compared to doing the 267 raid den. I mean 267 detective, whatever you call it. Investigation. Do we regret being Iron Man? No, I actually enjoyed playing it like this. One reason we're mostly going to be enabling trading is just so we can engage with every mechanic. Yeah, having trading enables lets you skip a lot of tedious grinds. It also makes resources a lot more accessible that you're already way past. Like if you're like 300 something mining but still need some like tier 3 or 4 ore for whatever reason for smithing. Or anything similar. Or like if you need a bunch of potions for something but you're beyond the level range. You just mass buy them from people. Stuff like that. What's the worst iron grind in Old School RuneScape? Probably the Nightmare. Even after they buffed it like 2 or 3 times. On drop rate, I believe is still several hundred hours. For one boss. And that's assuming you don't go dry on anything. That's also assuming you've done thousands of hours of PVM prior to get a lot of best in slots that you need. But it's also assuming you're an absolute best in slot, which you might not be as an Iron Man. In which case it's over 1,000 hours. Like, that one boss would take longer than our total playtime in right now in Brighter Shores. We have like 900 hours. It would take more than 900 hours. Just to get every drop from the one boss. It's not like a raid or anything, it's just one singular boss. Like, you can literally get every drop in a raid before you would get every drop from that boss. And I haven't really gotten too many boss duplicates yet in the game. If nothing else, it makes the bank value go up. The biggest issue with Old School RuneScape in that regard is that it's very minimal in item sinks. I haven't played RuneScape 3, but I believe RuneScape 3 handles it a lot better because of how components work for invention. While some things can be broken down in Old School RuneScape, most things can't. So when you get your 20th drop of something, it's just a high alch pretty much. Unless you just want to put in the bank for bank value. It's something I'm curious how Brighter Shores is going to handle. If it's going to be more component-based or object-based. But if it is more object-based, like, will you eventually be able to break those objects down for anything? Like, what happens when that object is no longer useful? Like, yeah, when it comes out, it's going to be good. What about, like, 3 years from now? When the first... whatever the first boss drops is, like, useless or something. Or a lot less viable. Like, what's going to happen to it? Are we just going to have a billion of them flooded in the economy? And just kind of linger there? Or will we be able to scrap it in some way? Or, like, what's the mechanic going to be? There's something we're not really clear on at the moment. A lot of things with bossing that we aren't clear on, but that's one of the few. Like, how the drop tables will work. Like, the drop table might work really well at first, but a couple years down the line, what would it be like? If the drop rates are close to the World of Warcraft rather than Old School RuneScape, how does World of Warcraft do its drops? I never really got deep enough into the game to know how that mechanic works. It's generally in Old School, most of the more needed items are pretty easy to get. But there are some exceptions to it on various bosses. But normally the only super hard things to get from bosses are the cosmetics. Or the only real exceptions being raids, and corporeal beast, and the nightmare are like the only 5 exceptions. But everything else isn't too bad to go get. You can finish most raids in 60 runs at the highest difficulties? Oh gosh. Well, Old School RuneScape's most recent raid is kind of like that. I know last league in particular, you had a 100% chance of getting a purple, which means in 14 runs you would finish the entire raid. And in the main game, I believe you could do it on a high enough difficulty where you can finish it in about 80-ish runs. So not as low as 60, but still pretty low. These Tombs of Damascus drop table is really broken. At a certain level range, you can get like a 1 in 5, 1 in 6 chance. Especially if you duo solo it. Where you use 2 accounts to solo it. Like where you're controlling both. If you're doing that, I think it's anywhere from like 50 to 80 hours to finish a raid. Assuming you're a main account. Twice that if you're not. Yeah, my hardcore Iron Man's currently in the Chambers of Xeric's grind. I still haven't seen a single purple, technically. I've gotten to 2 scrolls from there, but I don't really count those. Like, as far as an actual equipable item, my hardcore has still not gotten a single purple from a raid. It has both the 2 prayer scrolls there, or technically all 3, but the other one's really common. It has all 3 of the prayer scrolls, but hasn't gotten anything else beyond that. I think it has like 5 purples, but they're all prayer scrolls. Which don't really do any good. I haven't gotten to try it since the run rework. Whenever we do a stream of Old School RuneScape, that will be one of the things I do want to test out. I want to test like all the run rework stuff that they did like a week ago. And Chambers of Xeric is one of them. I'll probably use the Chi strat though, because I haven't really properly learned 4 to 1. So I'll probably just do 3 to 0 and 1 to 0. It's just a lot easier. Because you just never get hit if you do it correctly. It's literally a hitless boss. Until final phase. But everything prior to final phase is hitless. If you do it correctly. It's worse DPS, but it's better for my sanity. It's also way less click intensive. It is tick perfect though. But it's not as many clicks. But a tick in that game is like twice as long as Brighter Shores, so tick perfect's a lot easier to do compared to Brighter Shores tick perfect. As your time window is twice as long, pretty much. Because frame perfect and tick perfect are like way easier in old school. Because generally frame perfect in a like let's say a speed run or something, you have like a 1 in 30, 1 in 60 window of a second. Or you know, like 1/30th or 1/60th of a second. Well, 1 tick in Old School RuneScape is 0.6 seconds, so you have a really long window whenever you say something's tick perfect in Old School. It's way easier to hit than frame perfect. Like, way easier. Like, we're talking like 20, 30 times easier. Tick perfect Inferno, gosh. I do need to do Inferno at some point. Maybe that's something we try on the hardcore if we are going to be stopping our membership. We got 28 days to go do Inferno. The problem is my main weapon would be a rune crossbow. I'd literally be running it with like Noxious Halberd and like rune crossbow or something. It'd be so sad. We'd be in like the most budget of budget gear. Which is a horrible idea for your first Inferno run ever. I've done it first try every league, but that's during leagues. It's way different doing it with extremely undergeared gear in the main game. Oh yeah, I've done it first try every league. The problem is it's way harder in the main game if you don't have a good weapon. And my hardcore's range weapon is very underpowered for doing Inferno. Like, it'll be doable, it's just really annoying for our first run. Because normally your first run you want to be doing it with at least like a bow Faradinin or a twisted bow. Yeah, Inferno's safe def on hardcore, so we don't have to worry about dying. On group hardcore it's not, but normal hardcore, you don't have to risk death. The only reason I haven't tried it is because my DPS is abysmal. I wanted to wait until we had like at least a half decent range weapon. Like, I think my bare minimum was getting Armadillo crossbow. I have every drop from Armadillo except for, well, not counting the boss pet. But I have every unique drop from Armadillo. I mean, not Armadillo, I mean Cerodomin. Except for Armadillo crossbow. But if I had that, that'd probably be my bare minimum to take on Inferno. It's still not ideal, but it has a 1 higher attack range, which is actually really relevant for the final boss. Well, I am going to be skipping both on the hardcore. Just because we already have the pet from it. That's why I want to do Chambers of Xeric, so I just skip straight to a Twisted Bow. Because you don't need a bow Faradinin to do Chambers of Xeric. It helps, but it's definitely not needed. So I was kind of just going to skip it and just go straight to Twisted Bow. I'll get the pet within the next hour? I wish. We've been stuck doing woodcutting for 3 months straight now. I've been doing it since I've been sick in October. And that was like early mid-October. It is now mid-January and we still don't have it. I know, 1 short year of Chambers of Xeric later, I know, right? Yeah, my solo time is pretty slow. Especially since I haven't bothered doing 4 to 1 yet. I think my average solo is like 40-ish minutes. Which at that rate would take like over 1,000 hours to get a Twisted Bow. So if I did it for 3 hours a day, it would take a year. Which would be basically like 4 runs a day. I haven't done a run of it in like 3 months. Oh, we got up to our next potion. We can go buy the cabbage now. Time to go do our cabbage run. I gotta go buy 19 cabbage from Chronopolis. The reason I gotta do it there is it has the merchant discount. Does the meta ruin the fun? I did shamans normally. Or the modern normal method. I got really lucky on it though. I think I got it in like 1,000 something. Back when it was 1 in 5,000. Or whatever the lower drop rate was. Or the higher drop rate, because they made it a lot more common recently. I had to do it at the harder drop rate, but I did it in about 1,000, so we got pretty lucky on it. But I did it at the new area where, oh no, there's little small cubes. I'm not sure what the area is called. Because back in the day when they released, I did them in those big chambers. But I added those like little small squares with the big green doors. I did it there. I'm not sure what that place is called. I didn't bother doing the safe spot method. Where you can kill them without them even hitting you back. I did them normally. But yeah, I didn't use the cheese strat on them. I did do them only on task though. But yeah, we'll do a stream for it probably next week or something. I'm also considering on Tuesday doing one last hurrah for Old School RuneScape League. just because it's the final day of it, and I still haven't finished it yet. And the only way I'm gonna have enough time to finish it is if we mix it with Brighter Shores. I don't think I'm gonna have enough free time off stream to finish it off stream. Am I multitasking with Old School RuneScape? Yes. Every second we played Brighter Shores, we've also been playing Old School RuneScape. It's just most of it has been ultra AFK activities. You're fishing lava eels on mobile? Nice. I did some of that grind when I was on the hardcore. Mostly because it's the only way for hardcores to get lava skills. Well, the most realistic way. Because it's not worth killing brood or black dragons, and it's not worth going into the wilderness and dying in multi-combat. Which is the main way you get them, is doing that. But, it's too risky on a hardcore. I don't even have the lava bones for the clue step yet. I need to get them at some point. There's a clue step that requires lava bones, but it's in multi-combat and deep wilderness. So I haven't bothered. There's one thing that if I ever made a new hardcore, I would do immediately. It's something I kind of want to try at some point. Now that I know how to play a hardcore properly, because when I first made the hardcore, I never even played Iron Man before. Let alone a hardcore Iron Man. But now that we have, there's so many things I would have done differently. And a lot of wilderness stuff is in that category. Like, the safest thing to do on a hardcore is, oddly enough, the riskiest things. Like, the first thing you should do is just go straight to the wilderness and just do everything. Where any player could just attack you anywhere. What am I doing? We're going to Chronopolis, outskirt. Need buy 19 cabbage. Oh no, our cabbage is not going to have a friend anymore. Oh no! Our cabbage is going to lose its friend. The cabbage I got earlier today to be a friend for the other cabbage is going to be alone again. Or alone for the first time, I guess. Because I'm about to go use the other cabbage I have. I might just drop that cabbage on the ground, though. Because I can't use it until, like, level 431 alchemy or something. It's not like it's worth that much. But yeah, the other cabbage buddy we have in there, we can't use until level 451 alchemy. So I'm probably just going to sell him. He's worth 23 silver, though. But I think it's worth saving it one single cabbage for that long just for 23 silver. Alright, what do I need here? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. There we go. Alright, we're out of here. Back to Hopeport. Well, I know pretty much no one in Old School RuneScape. It's why we do all the raids solo. I have, like, no friends in Old School RuneScape. Let's see. We'll take these. Alright, we're doing these now. You know what? Let me go sell the one cabbage, just so he's not alone. We're gonna sell the cabbage we got today. Say goodbye to our cabbage. He served us well. It only costs 23 silver later. It's not that big a deal. Plus, that might not even be the merchant discount on him. Alright, we'll sell him for 3.2 silver. There we go. Where's my cinnamon stick? There it is. I was gonna say, it should be in there. But yeah, we're only gonna be making these 20. I'm not making more than these. And then we're going back to the mining pot again. But at 149, we will be pivoting to Stonewall Hill. Alright, first time bonus about to roll in. See that XP drop. Always nice seeing a potion right at our level as well. Though we will not be spamming these though. That pretty much looks like a sludge. Almost looks like mud. Ah, there we go. But these are the only 20 we're gonna make though. And then back to the mining potions. We're about halfway done with how many mining pots we need to make. Then we're gonna only make up to 149 for now though. Anything beyond that will be done off stream for them. Because we're gonna be doing 149 to 158 with Stone Mall. The XP is just too much higher to not do. Plus we get one step ahead on chapter 5. Yeah, so get us at least half a level, so that's good. Which makes sense, because that's how much 22 normally does, so 20 would of course do pretty similar whenever we get to a new potion. Well, then we go back to the lame XP rate though, but we get the better potion then. Because honestly, I would say 7% Mind to Bitumen is definitely more useful than 7% Chronopolis. Not only is there one whole additional skill more in Mind to Bitumen, but 3.5 out of 5 of them are really slow. Whereas the only one that's really slow in Chronopolis is Leatherworker. Well, compared to an average skill. The 7% Chronopolises would definitely get a lot better whenever they're equipable. Because then you can use them for merchant runs. The problem right now is they're really clunky to use during merchant. But that changes when they're equipable. Oh, I just realized something interesting. I highly doubt he's gonna do that. But it would be really, 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 really funny. 5% in the weakest version of every potion doesn't have a lid. I wonder, will 5% potions not be equipable? Like the lowest tier of every potion. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I didn't think about that just now. I highly doubt that'll be the case. You'll probably be able to equip them. But imagine if he makes it so 5% pots can't be equipped because they have no lid. I'm pretty sure it's just a visual thing though. But that'd be hilarious as like a counterplay to why 5% are so cheap. Is because they can't be equipped to your potion pouch. Or whatever mechanic they do for that once they're equipable. I kind of hope he does that now. Wouldn't that be hilarious? 5% pots make you walk only. No running, only walk. It actually would make sense. I didn't think about that till now because I'm looking at this potion compared to these other two. It's like, oh, these got lid. This doesn't have lid. Those things are gonna spill if you equip them. Because it would explain why they're so cheap. Like, so absurdly cheap compared to the other ones. Oh yeah, once the price hike happens, they're gonna go up. We just don't know by how much. Like, pretty much anything from a shop will likely go up. The only real exception is maybe cooking. But depends if they rescale the entirety of the cooking skill profit around that time. They definitely need some rebalance. Yeah, I'll go put these away. Now we got 20 of these now. Will we ever use them? I have no clue. We got a couple now, a little handful of them. Alright, next thing. Yeah, we'll go back to what we were doing. Until we hit level 149. Keep going, these little mandible thingies. So what's the only useless material I have in here? The only useless material is the 336 kelp, but I want to keep these for my two old accounts though. That's the only thing that's kind of useless in here. Everything else we're eventually using on this main account. These we use post 200, as opposed from 197 to 200. But then after that, post 200. These we use post 200. I need to get a lot more of these. These we'll just buy from the shop. And these we're using now. Yeah, we're almost finally done cleaning the bank. Took a little while, but we're almost there. Also, I know we're about to get the knowledge point. Should hopefully not over encumber here. And if we do, I'll just drink the mining boost potion. Because we're putting it on the bone right. 195. Getting a little bit less alchemy XP. So out of any day, this might actually be the day we get the least amount. Then the final day, because the final day is going to be kind of clunky with how we have to do it. Today and final day are kind of weird. Final day, we're definitely knowledging alchemists like crazy, though. Because we're going to be in such a dead area. It's actually so dead, I was considering merchant earlier. Like, literally just doing merchant to do alchemy. Because it might actually be better than actually doing alchemy. Just doing merchant for like 8 hours straight. Might be a better option than even touching alchemy. In that dead range. Well, I think my plan, I did sell some stuff just to kind of clear out the bank to make it look nicer. But I really do need to start saving all of it just to dump to my alt accounts. Because they're eventually going to need it at some level ranges. So anything that I think is useless, I just need to sell to my alts, or, you know, send to my alts. And just use a middleman to go trade it to them. Because while our account might be past the level range, the other two will get double dipping on it. There we go, bone right level, nice. 195. Or did we already have that level? Never mind. Well, even more XP. Yeah, tomorrow we'll finally be done with the bone right grind. One nice byproduct of finally having these 7% pots. Every 50 knowledge points we use is one free knowledge point. Did we get legacy prices? For what? For Brighter Shores? Yes. They mentioned that during the AMA, I believe? Not the Q&A, but the AMA. They did say at some point, I believe, that if you lock in your price, it'll stay there. So if you're currently paying $5.99 a month for Brighter Shores, it should stay like that pretty much forever. Unless they decide to go back on that at some point. But to my understanding, yes. As long as you keep the $5.99 locked in, even if they raise it by like $1 or $2 when it launches, in like half a year from now or a couple months, whenever, you should still be locked in at $5.99. As long as it never gets canceled. Gotta remember to unsub from RuneScape. Oh yeah, I need to double check. I don't believe I am though. Because I only paid for it 1 month at a time. I mean 1 year at a time. And I don't think the 1 year thing has a resub button. So I shouldn't be subscribed, but yeah, I do need to remember to cancel it. But no, whatever RuneScape's or the devs' reaction is over the next month, we'll decide if we're quitting or not. The re-quit on Old School RuneScape, or RuneScape in general. We'll see. They gotta offer a 1 year package that's like under 80, ideally under 70, within the next month. Or done for at least another half a year to a year. We still got a month of membership left though, so we gotta utilize it a bit. Also, I do have a few spare bonds on some alts. So if we want to come back just for that, we can use a bond on them. If we want to come back for just one update or something. I think I have like 3 or 4 spare bonds at the moment. Yeah, Old School RuneScape got rid of legacy prices. Brighter Shores has it, though. But no, Old School RuneScape doesn't have legacy pricing anymore. But Brighter Shores confirmed that they will be. So as long as you're locked in for the $6 a month now, or whatever your regional equivalence is, you should be locked in forever, as long as it never lapses. Just make sure your Steam account always has the money for it, though. Because right now it seems to be tied to your Steam wallet. Not sure if they have any other option that isn't your Steam wallet. Also, RuneScape hasn't announced, or yeah, the only reason the player base hasn't declined yet is they haven't actually implemented it yet. Also, a lot of people are still using up the membership they already have, of course, like us. Because we still got a month left of our 1-year membership. So might as well get our values worth. It's the whole reason why we play the 3 alts on the, or you know, the 3 accounts on the Brighter Shores as well. You're already paying for 3, might as well utilize it. Especially given how low maintenance keeping an alt is in Brighter Shores. You can check them for like a few minutes a day and they're good, normally. Occasionally you'll have to spend like 10-20 minutes getting them a knowledge point or something. But per week you play them for like under 20 minutes total. And fully maintain them. It's pretty quick. But yeah, they're officially halfway done with Lost and Found quests. They're still finishing the other half, which is the Stonemason and Bone Rate requirement. Which technically means they're even more than half, because I did the 2 hardest ones for Smithing and Combat. Not that Stonemason and Bone Rate are easy, but the level requirement for them is way lower for the quest. Only need 38 and 44, rather than 50 and 59. Having access to all classes' epic weapons to test day 1 is huge. Yeah, we're definitely going to have them all. And having Lost and Found completed is the easiest way to do so. I probably won't be pre-making them, though. Just because we don't know how high of a level we'll be able to use for weapon proficiency. Also, after the update, you'll be able to make 60 levels higher. So pre-making weapons for the update actually isn't worth it. But after the update comes out, we will be making pretty high level ones. As the day the update comes out, we should be able to make, well, it depends if trading is out by then. But assuming trading is not out, we should be able to make around a 270 4-star weapon? Like 270, 275, 280, somewhere around there. Because right now we can already make like a 260 something. If it was out like literally today. With the levels that we have right now. With the plus 60 bonus that you're going to be getting. But like right now we could be making a 260 something for Chronopolis if the update was out. Whereas right now the best I can make is like a 210-ish, 211-ish, 215-ish. Like somewhere around there. But if the update existed right now, it would be able to make like a 265-ish. We're gonna make a clan chat? Oh yeah, we'll be having everything like that in-game. Externally, I'm not really gonna have much for that though. As far as in-game, we're gonna have kind of just like a chill clan kind of thing. I just don't really use Discord or anything, so I wouldn't really have anything in that regard really set up properly. As far as like an in-game clan, just for kind of chilling, just basic everything, we would have one. No real focus other than just doing a little bit of everything, just kind of gathering and chatting. Of course, can be using it for trading, can be using it for group content, whatever else. For whenever it eventually exists. Currently doesn't exist, but you know, for when it's eventually in the game. But no, whenever I make a clan for this game, it's going to be like absurdly ultra casual. Even though we will be doing like a little bit of everything. Up, next load, and we'll finally have over 500 of these. We're getting there. Let's see, are we halfway done with them? Yep, we are officially halfway done. It doesn't look like that, but just because we drank some earlier. But we are halfway done with finishing this whole pile. But the game plan right now is to do these until 149, and then we do Stonewall Hill for the rest of the stream then. And whatever I still have to do for these for 1,000, I'll just do off stream. Now on the Steam Deck. You're getting 4,700 XP for a potato? Nice. Yeah, we're still only on like tier 3 potato, I think. I need to get the next tier for the cooking. Oh no! I just got 6 hour logged in a random event, but I finished the random event. No, it didn't give me the reward! No! I just got scammed like 1.3k XP in RuneScape. No! I was doing the dragon random event that gives you that XP tome thing. And I got 6 hour logged right as I was about to walk out the door. Despite actually completing the event. Scammed. Even more of a reason to end our membership. Scammed 1k XP. What's tomorrow's title? Well, we'll be at Stonewall Hill the entire time. I was actually considering combining it with Alchemy and Old School RuneScape. And do Mastering Mixology minigame while doing this minigame. Just to make it a bit more challenging. Andrew confirms skiing skill in chapter 6. Actually, that's something I didn't think about. I wonder what he's gonna do for April 1st. He should joke about selling the game. He would never do that again, though. He's definitely gonna do something for April 1st. I wonder if he's gonna take it too far, though. We'll see. He's gonna sell the game to Jagex, yeah. So they can speedrun killing a second game. Or technically a third game, if you count RS3 is already dead. RS3 is not dead, though. Compared to what it was, they killed it. But it's not a dead game, though. Oh, so is Jagex still not giving an official response to everything that happened the other day? Not counting their not response. That doesn't count. Because I don't think they have. I haven't been keeping up with it today because we've just been streaming the whole time. After this batch, we should have about 2.5 levels to go then. Which should be a little over an hour of these then. Oh, wait, never mind. We need 249, don't we? Is it 246 or 249? I think it's 240 or 149, I mean. Yeah, 146 is for the AFK potion. Which we don't need, of course. Maybe we will use some knowledge on it. We really shouldn't, though. We're in such a dead XP zone, though. Because we're doing the 131 all the way to this range. Which is generally not advised. But no, we're going to need to make them all anyway, so I don't really mind them. I'd rather have an in-bone rate. Just so we never need to worry about that skill again after tomorrow. I just realized they made this so it actually adjusts whenever you have both tabs open. So you'd still be able to see everything. Which makes sense. It'd be kind of awkward if you wouldn't be able to click on everything they need to be able to click on. There we go. It's interesting how it, like, auto-scales everything. It's actually a rather underappreciated feature, I feel like, from this game. Just how customizable this menu is here. Without being, like, too overly convoluted. Because you can move all the tabs wherever. You can have up to 4 screens anywhere. It's not, like, too intrusive to the gameplay. You only sent the email to some people. Oh yeah, I never even checked to see if I got the email. I know which one you're talking about. Oh, there we go. Officially 500 completed. Technically even more so, but we already drank a few. But numerically, it is actually over 500 now. So we're a little more than halfway done. You have falsely permabanned on a max account? Oh gosh. I've actually never gotten banned in RuneScape history yet. I don't think I've ever gotten banned in any game now that I think about it. Hello, Unda! Welcome, welcome. Like, normal banned or false banned. I can't recall a single time in any game ever. After over, like, 100,000 hours of gaming, probably. Across every game. I've never once been banned. At least not from a game. I've been banned from random Discords for, like, the dumbest reasons ever, though. But, I've never been banned from any game for any reason ever. After almost, like, 100,000 hours across every game in existence. Or, you know, not all simultaneously, you know what I mean? If you count, like, every second we've ever done any game. What's our main game now? Oh, it's been Brighter Shores since the second Brighter Shores came out. Has been our main game. But I've still been playing old school RuneScape every second of Brighter Shores. It's just been absurdly AFK activities. Yeah, I've been enjoying Brighter Shores a lot. I've still been just as addicted as day one. We mentioned that quite a few times. I have slowed down a little bit during the holidays during that one bit, but now that we have the Steam Deck again, our numbers should start going up again. This makes it a little bit easier to multitask it off stream. I just realized that other person passed me, didn't they? We need to go past them. They somehow got like 13 levels on us when we were asleep. We're playing probably like the whole time. Maybe they're not playing right now though. Maybe they're sleeping now. I'm not sure when they passed us, but they did pass us pretty hard. How's our bone rate level doing now that we're almost there? How many people have bothered finishing the bone rate grind? Oh, that's pretty telling. We're not even 200 yet, and we're rank 86 for bone rate. That's funny. And not all of those are even guardians either. I'm actually surprised how low that is. Only 86 people? That means only about 80 people have max bone rate. We're gonna level 200 it. And half of them probably aren't even guardian. Oh yeah, we got the Steam Deck yesterday, yeah. We tried it for the first time last night. It's actually where we bought all the alchemy supplies. Also made a few of the potion, like a few dozen of them. Not that many though. Off stream today we'll finish whatever we don't by then. Because we're only doing what we're doing right now until 1:49. Whatever we still have to do left beyond that, we'll be just done with off stream. We should have to do this for about 2 more hours or so. And then we can move to the 149 potion all the way to our 158 destination. Which, is that doable today? Let's see. It's gonna take us like, what? From here? 2 hours? 3-ish hours? 2.5? Let's say 2.5. Let's say it takes us to the 7-hour mark. We didn't have 4 hours. At that EXP rate, could we get there? If we're getting about 2.5 an hour, let's say. At 4, that's 10. Yeah, we'd barely make it. If we go for another 6 hours today. We would barely make it to 158. Was I using the joystick, trap pad, or touchscreen? I tried all 3. Touchscreen definitely felt the best. I still gotta get used to using the trackpad. Just found it really difficult to use. But I also didn't adjust any of the settings on it or anything. The only thing I used the joystick for was the camera angle. Basically is the camera adjustment knob. I still haven't decided what I want to use all these potions on yet. Obviously smithing to some degree. But not sure how much I want to use on mining. We're definitely always using it on the mining brimstone thing, if nothing else. Especially at this level range, because it's actually really, really good at this level range. To such a degree, I almost want to stall mining for a while. The problem is, at what level? At I believe 267, we hit the point where we need the Flatniums. And while we're not like super close to there, we're getting there. Because just depending on just this for mining XP is not enough. It will take forever to get to the mining level we need. If we're trying to do it off of just the venture, even if we're 7% boosting it. So we're still at 20 gold, by the way. That still really surprises me that we spent only 5 gold so far. Any new salty reviews on Brighter Shores? It's funny. I go check. Let's see. Where is it? Brighter Shores. Not the community hub store page. No. Surprisingly. Well, at least not there. Let me see. Maybe it's down here. Let's see. The episodic progression makes any kind of progression feel completely pointless. I think the funnier thing he says is afterwards he says, back to old school RuneScape he goes. Does he not know? Does he not know that they're on fire at the moment? Someone who accidentally bought the subscription and then got charged for it and then complained about it because they didn't realize the subscription. And the rest were just from the other day. Oh, did the Riz one get deleted? I don't see the Riz one here. The Riz one from yesterday. Yeah, for the most part, chapters don't really reset anything. They're kind of just divided so it doesn't feel overwhelming. Just loading you with every skill at once. Especially when there's like 10, 20, 30 chapters down the line. I personally like how it's divided. I think the biggest issue with a lot of people feeling like everything gets reset, there's like two things that really contribute to it. One is fishing and cooking are completely isolated to Chapter 1. Which is really rare for any other skill in the entire game to be like that. It's exclusive almost to fishing cooking, then technically detective. But it's a really unique aspect that is a bit of an issue with the Chapter 1, more so. But the other one is that Forager and Gather are like really samey. Obviously these combat ones will be fixed once the combat merge. But Forager and Gather are really samey. And Fisher and Cooker are the only ones that don't transcend their chapter other than detective. But at least detective is useful up to level 83. So people will still find a use for it. Whereas cooking doesn't really have an equivalence of that unless you want to get like 61 for Branolf Inheritance. But detective starts giving you shortcuts as early as level 4 and 8 and 18. Cooking doesn't give you anything until 61. Where you do 0 to 60 gaining nothing. And the only thing you get from fishing is a tier 30 weapon, 3-star weapon. I just realized that guy's name is Metz. Oh yeah, who does it look like is going to be winning the Super Bowl? Or not winning the Super Bowl, but probably be playing the Super Bowl. Has that been determined yet? I forgot, it's almost Super Bowl season. I don't watch like any football at all. But I do watch the Super Bowl. Good excuse to get a bunch of good food. But, and I guess the halftime show and the commercials are fun to watch. But, yeah, has anyone been keeping up with that? I'm not even sure if we're close enough to really even know. Because I do not keep up with it at all. Because I think that's in like, what, a month from now? Pretty soon. Yeah, there it is. This potion will be 145. 4 levels to go. Which is probably 2 hours with how dead of an area this is right now for this potion. So we're trying to level something 14 levels beyond it. While also not dumping knowledge into it. But we're going to be making them anyway, so the slower XP doesn't actually matter. Because we got to make 1,000 of these regardless of their viability. Funnily enough, Brighter Shores is better player support than Old School RuneScape. Yeah. Though they do have less that they do need to support overall, though. I feel like every game's support system starts really well, and it goes downhill by like 3 years later. We'll see where Brighter Shores is in 3 years. But yeah, currently it's been amazing. Oh, that reminds me, I never did get a water earlier. Remember like an hour or two ago when I said I ran out of water? I still never went to go pick up another. Should probably go do that soon. Because I was about to go reach for a drink and it's like, oh yeah, I have none. I had a soda with lunch, I had a water after, and then I haven't had anything since. Maybe we get like a water and some caffeine or something. That or a water and a water. We got 193 Forger. Nice. Almost 200. Could probably finish that today then. Yeah, we gotta get 13 more levels today. We have to start dumping knowledge into it. This is the first day we're not dumping knowledge into alchemy while doing alchemy. It definitely shows. I'll be back in one moment. Need hydration. Be right back. Yeah, we're back, Alright. Alright, drop all this mess. Pick up all this mess. I have drinks and snacks now. What did I drink? I got a water and, one of those, like, poppy soda things. It's like a lower sugar alternative. And raspberry, because I love everything in raspberry. Love the raspberry flavor. The amount of quality of life this queuable action has given to this minigame is insane. I'm so glad we waited until queuable action for this grind. Alright, catch you later, Yusef. Thanks for stopping by. See you in a bit. We're taking a bit of a snack break, too. Honestly, I'm starting to get, like, a little hungry for dinner, but I definitely want to finish this grind today, though. We just have so much grind to grind, though. Unless we pivot off of, doing bone right and go back into, alchemy. But then we're probably gonna go all the way, though. Just going all the way will take, like, another 6 hours, probably. Our XP rate skyrockets at 149, though. It's like 42, 43% better than what we're getting now. Yeah, beer, sardine, and crackers for a snack. Nice. There's something I had the other day. Crackers with a dip. This is a nice quick snack for the night. I wouldn't eat anything like downstream though, because it's just too messy. Too many crumbs and everything. It's also probably way too crunchy into the mic. Some more eating. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I should pivot this over to alchemy or not. I'm trying to think, what did we start at? 131, 14. Yeah, we can still keep it on these then. That's fine. Yeah, we're gonna keep it into bone right. Because I'm trying to see how much levels we got from that range, even though we need more XP per level now. But yeah, it should still work out to only put into bone right. Just gonna make today's grind a little bit slower. But it gives the byproduct of having 200 bone rate pretty much into tomorrow. A free 200 bone rate. At the cost of about, like, 9 knowledge into alchemy. But starting tomorrow, we start to burn at bare minimum. I did in the final 3 levels, but not counting the final 3 levels. Starting tomorrow, we start to burn bare minimum 0.7 gold every hour. Like almost an entire gold, like a little over 2/3 of gold. Up to as high as 2 gold an hour, depending on what we're making. And that is where this stack goes down very quickly. Also, tomorrow's stream will be the first and only day where we only make 1 potion type. I just now noticed. Well, I technically mentioned that earlier, but just re-nosing, I guess. Because we're making the 158 all the way to 185. We're definitely throwing knowledge into alchemy while doing that grind, though. Everything 158 onwards, we definitely have to. Otherwise, we're going to burn too much money. Oh gosh, it's cold. I just took the sip of the water. I forgot it's that cold. Oh. Hey, CPD is here. Whatever you went for base 500 yet? I mean, 500. I mean, 100. Not 500. Could you imagine? Oh, CBD. Wait, what? Am I spelling it wrong? CBD. Oh, did they unleaderboard themselves? Ooh. Oh no, I can't peek. Oh, yeah, they unleaderboarded themselves. Oh no. How am I supposed to check now? I know he's around though. Actually, that's something I haven't checked in a while. Or really even at all. I forgot, there's a friends ranking. Let's see, out of everyone we have added, we're the 4th highest total. 16 for Hope Port. $11 for Hope Forest. 5th for Mind to Matubin. That's actually crazy. 4 people are higher than Mind to Matubin on our friends list. 8 for Chronopolis, that makes sense. 48th Guardia, that's really low. I'll say, what are we highest of? We're the 2nd highest gather of anyone we have added. I assume the one who's higher is probably a Guardian. Oddly enough, second highest smither, which means someone on our list is a higher smither. And third highest miner. I believe Miles ES and one other person's probably higher. Interesting. We're actually not ranked 1 on anything on our friends list. Let's see. Oh, Greybeard is 417! I didn't realize he went that hard on Gather. I was like, oh, it'll probably be like 50 levels higher. Nope. Because we do need to get like 240 something eventually. No, he's like max. Like he's maxing in the next like week or two, kind of max. He's all the way up there. But yeah, no one else on our leaderboard, or no one else on our friends list went for only 200. They either not there at 200 yet, or they went way above. Like absurdly so. Let's see, what is it for smithing? Oh yeah, Conqueror. Yeah, we've seen Conqueror quite a few times there. One person who stopped at 200, a few other people getting there. What's the other one then? Miner. Oh yeah, Lazy Soft. We've seen them quite a few times. And Conqueror makes sense too, especially with the other grind. You thin them together, of course, as you normally would. Yeah, my OCS actually didn't get the really high number then. They pretty much just went for 200. Thought they went a little bit deeper. Well, they did, but this is 4 levels. They're getting there. I think they were doing that while we were doing like Flint Basalt. Interesting. Oh, LT Grantis is actually getting pretty high. He might pass this eventually. Alright, let's go check our lowest. Let's see. Who's all the way at the bottom here? Oh, we got double Bob. We got Hammer Bob and Nature Bob. Go figure. And most of these we haven't seen in a while. Duffel we have. I'm surprised Duffel's such a low level. I feel like we've seen them a lot. How do I see them every single time to log in? There's some of these names I've seen a lot too, like Chrome Hearts. It actually really surprises me relative to how many times I've seen them. How low the level is. Because I've seen them at least like 30 times. There'll be a secret cat petting leaderboard. That's funny. Yeah, we don't currently know everything the game's currently tracking that isn't shown. But I'm somewhat doubtful the number of times you pet cats is one of them. Though it would be funny if so. There probably are a lot of internal things that are tracked, but there's no public data for. Just not sure if number of cats pet total is one of them. Would be funny though. That'd be a funny Steam achievement to have, if you ever had Steam achievements specifically. Pet every cat in all the first 5 chapters. Or every animal in the first 5. Maybe some of them in chapter 5 might not be cats. Because I don't feel like dwarves would have cats. So you never know. You track number of steps of people taking your game? Nice. I feel like a lot of devs have a lot of really funny statistics that they might just never share publicly of things they might track but never really like do anything with. Because generally you always want to track more than what you really need in case you ever want to make a feature for it. Yep, another level about to roll in. 3 more to go, which is like, what, hour and a half? It's hard to tell because we're at like the super dead zone of the area. Once we get 149, it should skyrocket again. Should be back to almost like 3 levels an hour. What type of activity do I do when I'm completely done with everything in Brighter Shores? Do you mean in Brighter Shores itself or outside of Brighter Shores? I know, I generally don't get bored of anything. I get burnt out on Merchant a little bit because it requires like so much mental capacity to do at like high efficiency. But I don't know. Like I'm gonna end this stream. We'll have it at the AFK activity for a few hours while I grab dinner, rest the eyes, everything else. Catch up on things, and then I'm just gonna be going right back to making potions. I'll be doing exactly this. Then maybe buying up some of the ingredients for tomorrow. Just so we don't have to keep going back and forth. But I don't know, every single skill in this game is pretty relaxing. Especially with queuable action. They're all pretty chill, except for Merchant. Merchant's his own category. Yeah, we're almost 2/3 of the way done. At least with this potion. Though even when we're 100% done with that potion, we're still not done. Yeah, raid dens are the best thing in the game if you want to just do completely something else. I was doing some earlier this morning and last night. It's just the easiest thing to do. It's also how we'll be setting up the last of our bone rate XP we need for tomorrow. Or who knows, maybe today. Are we getting it today? Let's see, let's do some math real quick. We're going to get roughly, let's say, 16 more knowledge during all this. About 16 more knowledge. With a 7% bonus, we're getting about 1 extra. That's 4 levels, 1 extra. Wait, that's exactly max. Wait, that's exactly max. Hold up. Wait. Is today the 200 bone rate day? Wait, the math I just did, if we go for another 6 hours, is exactly max for bone rate. Oh. Well, that kind of changes things. Well, not really, but, you know, we'll have it today instead of tomorrow. We're gonna have it regardless. But, yeah, if I just mapped correctly, we should have exactly 200 bone rate. The very last knowledge point we put in this stream will tip us over to 200 bone rate. Oh, do the guards give you a lot of knowledge points? I never realized that. Ooh. Interesting. I need to keep that in mind when we go for 200. I didn't realize they actually give you more. Though I guess logically it makes sense. They're kind of like a training guard kind of thing. Normally if I need knowledge in a pinch, I just do merchant. That's what we did the other day. Which I think literally yesterday. Because I, crashed the night before, so I need to go do the 1 knowledge point on the ult, so we just rushed it down to merchant. Yeah, if those give 5 per, that's actually really absurdly strong. If that's not changed by the combat rework, who knows? Maybe we do 500 all combat. The combat arc. The problem with that is 2 extra 500s takes forever. Like forever. I'm still considering just 200s for them. There's just not enough time to do that many 500s without interfering with other skilling. Yeah, 500 Mind Matubin because it feeds the alchemy and we need the potions later anyways for all this. And 500 Chronopolis because we need for detective anyways seemed fine. These 2 are just overkill though. I'll still 200 them though, of course. We'll have to keep that in mind when we do the 200 guard grind though. Oh, they do have that dialogue. That's true. Especially when you're killing them quicker. You know what should probably prioritize then? The thieves. The thieves drop XP pots, and I don't have that much hope for XP pots. Other than the 10% I'll be making when we go burn everything to the ground. But I won't have a lot of smaller XP pots. Other than like 5%. Like I don't have anything in between. I'm either going to have 5% or 10%. There's going to be some situations where I need like an in-between pot. We either have to overkill it with 10% or underkill with 5. We're not going to have anything in between. Just 10s and 5s. At least until player trading comes out. Then buying 7% from other people is probably pretty cheap. You make them as low as like level 50. Was it 50 or 65? I don't remember. Yeah, 50. Because I know the thieves drop all the XP pots. Not sure at what levels they start giving higher tier ones though. But they eventually do. Because right now mine only drop 5%. But we're also talking about only a level... Oh, then again, I haven't killed the 66 thief yet. Maybe it does drop a 6%. Because the previous 2 thieves didn't. Or 1 thief. Was it only 1? The 1 or 2? I don't even know at this point. But yeah, maybe this one does drop a 6%. It's low on my level range, though. At least pre-evolution of combat. Luckily, this evolution of combat won't completely destroy the game. I just realized I never turned off Old School RuneScape last night. And because of that, my chat filter, because no one chats at Redwoods normally. My entire chat is just everyone from the riot yesterday. For the price hike and everything from the things. That's funny. Everyone's screaming cancel membership. And a bunch of other things. It's funny. It's actually insane how far back it saves chat. If it doesn't get filled by other chat. Because that was over a day ago. I was like, hey, we're 6 hours in. We're at the halfway point. We are officially halfway done with alchemy. As far as our 200 grind. Counting from when we started, not the total of our level. Counting the total of level, we're more than halfway. But, as far as our 5 days of grinding, we're halfway there. Though, that's the easier half. Now we have to do the half that's in this dead zone, then burn money, then rapidly burn money, and then exceedingly rapidly burn money. So far we only burned like 5 gold somehow. But that number is about to hit 0 in like 3 days. Or actually in 2 days. Yeah, 3 days. Wait, what? What's the day? Yeah, 2 days. We are 152 card. There's got a 6% pop from the 60 Thieves. Ooh. Interesting. It's good to know. Definitely gotta kill them around their range. I can't remember if they're immune to blue or weak to blue, though. I think they're immune to blue and weak to green, which is kind of problematic for Cryonite. They're actually a really annoying unit for Cryonite to kill. The only two we kill really well is the birds, which don't really have anything particularly useful. I think they have like a random shell drop, which I guess does make our cryo potions if nothing else. And the plants. The plants are actually really chill though, you can just stand at one tile. Also, after you have infinite ammo or whatever they're going to be doing to the ammo stuff, you might just be able to infinitely range them too, which would be really broken beyond belief. I just range them down the whole time until they're dead. That or get tanky enough where you just corner tile them, and the drops just drop right under you. Yeah, being Guardian definitely makes it really easy to kill them. Pretty much anything but Cryonite. They're really good to kill, though. But they're immune to blue, and they're weakest to the thing that Cryonite does worse. Also, Mad Hatter's been going hard on the grind. He's been here almost as long as we have. Yep, someone's stocking back up on potions. He's been on that 500 cooking grind, but he needs more 5% pots. Off he goes. At his current rate, looks like he'll get it in the next 2 weeks or so. 500 cooking. He's currently at 403. Which is 14th in the game, oddly enough. He's definitely finishing top 20. There's going to be one interesting thing for leaderboard when new skills do come out. Like the last time around, whenever we released new skills, like, you know, back in like the early days of RuneScape, it always was only one skill at a time. So if anyone was going to grind it, they would just grind whatever the new skill is. What's kind of interesting about Brighter Shores is you're going to have 4 skills to grind at any given time. So it'll divide people up quite a bit more. So there's actually more of a chance that you'd be able to actually do it if you really wanted to go all in. Because obviously no one can grind all 4 simultaneously. So you kind of have to choose one if you want to go like all in. Or choose 2 if they're really tied together. Like if Builder absolutely requires Delver to function. Every single chapter coming out is basically like a little mini King of the Skill event, pretty much. There's a lot of things you could do to head start on skills, though. Especially with how chapter 5 into, or chapter 4 into 5 is. You can get bricks in from chests in Chronopolis. You can get leather for your armor maker. Because that's one thing that's kind of interesting about Chapter 5 when Chapter 6 comes out. There's, unless they have like a 5th hidden skill somehow, which they likely don't, they have no skill in Chapter 5 that feeds into Chapter 6 directly. Delver might. But if Delver doesn't, there is no skill in Chapter 5 that feeds to 6. Though not every chapter has something like that, though. The most direct ones are Chapter 2 to 3. And Chapter 4 to 5. Where Chapter 1 does not feed to 2, and Chapter 3 does not feed to 4, at least not directly. Yeah, grinding a game like this is really easy if you work from home or have a lot of free time. It's pretty low intensity for almost everything other than merchant. Even combat's low intensity. You just click on a unit and just wait and it dies. Yep, next knowledge point coming in. But yeah, we did the math earlier. It looks like we'll have exactly 200 bone rate if we go for like 5.5 more hours. And hopefully by then we should be able to reach our alchemy goal. Right now our XP rate's really bad, but at 149 it skyrockets up. And if we are a little bit short on alchemy, we'll just do the rest off stream then. If we don't have it by almost midnight our time. Yeah, that's pretty much the game plan at this point. Yeah, it's probably going to take us to almost midnight. It feels so nice having this grind done, though. I'm actually going to start the Alchemy AFK pretty much immediately. Not sure where I'm getting the knowledge point from that. There might actually be something I do off stream today, actually. Just put our knowledge into the Alchemy AFK. We're currently at 9. And we can get up to 24. Technically 26 by the time we reach our goal today. Which means we can get 17 points into it. The most we can AFK per hour is like 2.5 to 3. Given that we have penalty. Like maybe 3 at absolute best. Or closer to 2.5 since it's somewhat AFK. But, yeah. So we're not going to get all that in time, obviously. We'll just get a little bit closer to it. So we can get the Alchemy AFK rolling when we're at 200. So we're not going to be able to put all the points we need into it, but we could put some of them in. So we're a bit close to the 37 we need once we hit 200. Yeah, I do eventually want to unlock every passive in the game. It's a bit of a waste, but I feel like once we have 200 all, it's more worthwhile. Prior to 200 all, I'm just going to be doing the ones we need, like the Alchemy. But after we have 200 all, I'm just going to unlock literally every single passive activity in the game. In case we ever need it. Just to have it done already. So we never need to worry about any skill, like, oh, do I have the passive activity or not? We simply will know we do. Well, except for combat, but that's a later issue. That's a later issue that will be fixed once combat merge. But aside from combat, we'll always know, like, do we have the passive or not? And we'll know, oh yeah, we do. Because we spent, like, a whole week wasting our knowledge to get every passive. When mobile launches, your playtime's gonna skyrocket. That's why I got the Steam Deck. I already played probably like 2 more hours last night than I would have. Just because as I was eating, I was just like literally clicking and doing AFK Chronopolis combat. It was really nice. Like you literally just tap the screen. It's like a 3-click reset. You can literally do it with your elbow. Yeah, we're 2/3 of the way done. At least with this potion. That's not everything we have to do today, but as far as that stack of potion for the 1,000, 2/3 in. The only thing that really threw me off when I was playing Brighter Shores on the Steam Deck earlier is apparently all of your settings are bound to your device rather than to your account. So I had to change the entire layout and a bunch of other stuff. Like it even have like left click auto queue. Had to go and change that and everything else. The privacy settings were also all turned off by default. Which honestly, I almost feel like keeping it that way. Because I can't really type that well on a Steam Deck. So if anyone ever contacts us, I almost have to ignore them. For one, I'm probably very AFK if I'm on it, but also because I can't really type that well. Not that it's hard to type on a Steam Deck, it's just really annoying too. Compared to keyboard. Oh, some guy's name is One Tick. That's funny. I wonder if this game will have any tick-perfect bossing. I highly doubt the lower level bosses will be, or like the initial ones they introduce. There might be some funny things you could do with walk-unders if you have really high movement speed in battle. Because you still don't know how much quicker Quick is going to be. Because we know you're going to have higher movement speed in battle as a perk, potentially. as far as an unlock on the skill tree. What we don't know is how much quicker that actually is. There's just some really funny things you could do with that. Both with step unders and with just kiting in general. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be done with kiting. But there's actually some really funny things you could do with melee with it. Due to how the AI currently works. Where you can occasionally do it now, but you can generally only do it once because you don't have enough movement speed to keep doing it. You want 400 beat per minute combat? I don't know, there's a lot you can already do with the current tick system combat-wise. Because this game's almost double time compared to old school RuneScape. Not quite, but pretty close. One more potion, and then we need 2 more levels. So close, it's so far. Too bad we can't make that 8th key potion though. It's not worth it though. It's good, but it's not so good to be worth going out of your way for. On the alt accounts we will, but not on the main. It's too little XP. I just realized there is a bunch of brown leather on this armor, isn't there? Never noticed how much there was. There actually is quite a bit. Matches the cape really well. I still want to switch his color scheme though. I checked it earlier and there wasn't good armor there. I wanted to go switch out my plate body. And at this point, we might as well just keep rocking with it. The other one does look better, though. I feel like everyone wears the other one. Almost no one's wearing the one we're wearing, the plate body-wise. The chainmail instead of the plate body. I'm curious once Armor Maker comes out if they're going to make more distinction between the armors. Because right now they're really samey. They also don't gain any benefit from being 4-starred. Whereas weapons do, or will be eventually doing so when special attacks come out. Honestly, I was kind of hoping for set effects for armor. I'm sure if they ever would, though. Because he did some pretty good ones back in the day. And relatively early on, too. Yeah, it's one thing that's always going to be hard with this game, balanced into 3 classes, but as long as they make proficiency go up to about 90-95%, we should be okay. Because then any class can use anything. It would just be 5 to 10% better to be the class itself. But balance shouldn't really matter too much as long as we get a bare minimum 90% proficiency when super deep in a combat tree. Ideally 95%. Because anything less than 90% is not going to be worth it if it's like 85% or less. Maybe some rare circumstances 80 and 85% could be worth it, but definitely not for armor. You're just losing too much value. But for a specific spec weapon it could be. But 90% or higher would be required for armor to be good. Any more pop-ups? Getting bombarded. Still find it crazy we made these many of these today. Oh, that reminds me, I haven't bought more potions yet. How many are we down to? We're down to 206. That means we made 700 and what, 73 potions today? Which checks out. Between what we consumed earlier and everything. The some of that I don't think I restocked from last night, but most of it I did. Because we did almost 100 today. So I didn't restock that last 100. Which makes sense because you only buy them 100 at a time, which is why I didn't bother restocking it. It's just annoying when you need to restock like 40 something. If you need to do 49, you gotta click like 13 times. Whereas to get back to 900 from 0, you would only have to click 9 times. Yeah, we're getting there. Bone rate is almost there. Also, I wish it would always show your first material rather than like the generic first material. Because it doesn't always show the one you actually have, or the first one alphabetically in the category. Or whatever it's doing it based off of. Because it keeps showing me Sage under S instead of Slime. Because SA comes before SL. But I don't have any Sage in the bank. So it's almost like implying that there is Sage there, but there's no Sage there. It's only showing up first because Sage is the first one alphabetically. But not because we actually have it there. Oh no. Why I gotta be like this? I'm gonna have to make one potion just to go make it go over. No! Quick, quick, quick. There's no way we make this in time. There is 0 chance we make that before the timer. Oh, one can hope. Oh, are we? Are we? Oh, it might. Come on. Come on. Watch this somehow only bring me to 99. This should bring me to 100. Alright, we should make it. We should make it. Barely, though. There we go. Go, 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 go. Got it. Nice. Anyways, let's go make the rest of them. We keep trying to double dip them just so we don't waste as much. We could technically do it every level, but then we're consuming twice as many. And if you really, really want to get a lot of value out of them, you can not only double dip them, but also be doing activity for 2 minutes in Mines and Matubin. But the best one technically being Dunking Bones. The good alternatives being doing 3 sets of the other ones. Smithing or Stonemason. Which reminds me, we still have a ton of iron there. It's actually a really good activity to do with the 7% pot. 3 sets of iron. I'm not going to teleport there every single time I want to double dip it, though. Though we could. The problem is not necessarily the time to get there, but more so the time to get back to where we were. Because at that point, you're basically wasting all the 7% you'd be getting anyways. After this batch, we only got a level and a half to go. Which is like, what, 4 more sets? 5 more sets? Somewhere around there. And by set, I mean like 22 of them. Which if that is the case, that means we would have ended at about 800. So technically the title's a lie. We only made around 800-ish by the end. Rather than 1,000. I'm still going to be making the full 1,000. It's just, whatever we don't have done by 149 will just be done later. Either tonight or tomorrow. Off stream. They're still going to get made. Yeah, technically we would have only done like about 800 today then. Give or take a bit. I think slightly over 800. If you count all the ones we drank. But it will be slightly shy of 1,000. We'll still be making over 1,000 potions today, though. We're just pivoting to Stonewall Hill at 149. Oh, Ambar, that was you earlier. I didn't realize that was you who said hello. I knew someone did. I didn't realize you were actually here earlier. I know you were in chat, but I didn't realize you in game that was you. Yeah, there we go, level and a half to go. Let's see, is there any other spicy potions in between? I guess technically the heals, but we don't need those for a while, and I don't have any of the material for it. One requires you to do foraging, the other one requires you to do Mind Fighter post 200. Neither of which we're doing before 200 alchemy. We're doing both of them, just not before 200 alchemy. Which makes this area very dead. But one nice benefit of this is I feel like a lot of people will pivot to one, if not both of these. Whereas we're going to be able to make so much more Stonewall Hill than most people would. Because anyone who did Forager, or focusing on Chapter 1, would have done this one. Which would do a really small amount of Stonewall Hill. And anyone who does the Mind to Matubin grind at all, like really likes combat, would then pivot to this after that one. But we're doing neither. We're doing that thing all the way to 185. This one also requires Forager. This is the only dead zone because of Forager. This is Forager, the 164 is Forager, the 176 is Forager, and the 185 is Forager. So like the one big dead zone we have to deal with from skipping Forager. There's a couple things that we weren't able to do because of it, but this is the only like big dead zone because of it. With the only non-Forager even in between being Mind Fighter. But it's post 200 Mind Fighter, so we don't have it. Or sorry, not post 200, but I think you need like 115 to start getting the material or something. It's not actually post 200. It's post 100. Same difference. It's post of a big number that has zeros at the end of it. I know, we're coming. Don't need to keep alarming. Also, since we are finishing 200 bone rate with this, we will officially only have 5 skills left after 200 alchemy. Not counting combat. Which are woodcutter, carpenter, cooking, fishing, and forager. I want to do forager and fisherman before we do chef. So that basically means, do we want to do forage or fish? Or woodcutting carpentry? And sadly, my answer to that is woodcutting carpentry. We're finally gonna have to do the carpentry grind. It's finally time. Starting sometime later next week, we will be on the carpentry grind. Well, technically woodcutting as well, but we'll be doing it side by side. So it just makes more sense too. Basically, whatever tree we can currently cut, we need to also be able to carpen. If that makes sense. Carpen. Whatever you'd call it. Saw, I guess, technically. Because we're at oak for woodcutting and we're at oak for carpentry. But then we're at pine for, oh, wrong skill. When we're at pine for woodcutting, we didn't have to be at pine for carpentry, so on and so forth. Always want them within the same range. Which means when we're doing brambles, we're going to have to keep knowledging carpentry through there. Because we're not getting any supplies. But it shouldn't be that bad. The problem is we're doubling a skill at the same time. Which is going to make it take a little while, but we're going to be dumping all of our knowledge into one or the other the whole time. None of it's going to go into bone right or smithing or alchemy or anything. It's all simply just going to be shared between the two based on which one is lagging behind. And we already have the tools for it too. We have a 25 hatchet and a 25 handsaw. I don't have a good one for the 2 co-op one, but I don't think we really need yew trees. Might grab a few for like the first time bonus and just have a few banked, but mostly skipping yew trees. I'm pretty sure we can pre-200. Post-200 you probably can't. But pre-200 I'm pretty sure you can just completely ignore yew trees even exist. Let me double check. So we do oak, then pine, then hickory, then bramble, then keep doing bramble, then polar, then suave, then keep suaving, then ash, then oak, then pine, then hickory, then bramble, then keep brambling, then polar, then suave, then ignore yew, then ash, then oak, then pine, and now you're maxed. Yeah, you can just ignore. There's not a single area where you'd be forced to take them, because they're right next to Suave. And Suaves are good. Only problem with that is I'm gonna have way more Suave than I would ever need. Like, way more. Like, way more. That's the only big downside I could see with that. Is we're gonna have so many Suaves. More than the amount of bone spikes we have by quite a margin. I'd say really focus on Bramble Suave instead when we're doing Suave. That way we get a lot less Suaves, but more Bramble. Because I believe you could do that in every zone as well. Do Bramble Suave instead of yew trees. Because like if we do it here, we'd be doing a 94 Bramble into a 115 Suave instead of a 120 yew. I think that's better? I'm not sure. I know it's more knowledge per hour. It's definitely more AFK because you could do 9 nodes in the same room. And then just bank the 1 Suave you get every 9 logs, or you know, every 9 nodes. Because that makes it so we don't get too many Suaves, but still get good XP. I'm just not sure what that XP rate is like compared to just cutting down yew trees. Because you'd be doing a 95 woodcutting activity, with every knife hit being a 115 woodcutting activity, versus a 120 activity. Which, I'm not sure what that comes out to be. I'm not sure what that comes out to be. But you get the nodes really, really quickly next to each other. It's also really good knowledge per hour. I don't know, we'd have to double check EXP rates. I'm not sure if the wiki has them though. Does the wiki actually have EXP rates for wood lumberjack or whatever it's called? Lumber bank. What's it called? Woodcutting? Woodcutter? Woodcutter, yeah. I just realized it's not called lumberjack, is it? It's called woodcutter. Or it's not called lumber or anything either. I guess because they didn't want to confuse it with carpentry. Alright, do we have EXP rates? Okay. They only have discarding EXP rate. We can still work with that though. Oh wait, no. They have two. Discarding and non-discarding. Wait. EXP an hour. With bank. Hold. We got some numbers. Oh, I got another random event for EXP. You know that one I got scammed like an hour and a half ago by? I got another one. This time they can't get rid of it by doing a 6-hour log. We're safe this time. Good, it gave us the good one too. Can't scam me twice. We got it. There we go. I got my XP tome this time. Ran to Prairie Go. But yeah, I got scammed 1.5k XP earlier. They're not just trying to scam my money, they're trying to scam our XP now too. Because we got 6-hour log during the random event. Rez was going through the door. And they give me the random event reward. But anyways, let's see. I was looking up EXP rates for woodcutting. Before getting distracted. Because I'm trying to see what the 94 bramble is into the other thing. Bramble. 201,000. Yew tree. Wait, where's the yew tree after? Oh, is it really that much better? Oh, am I forced to have to do yew tree? Am I gonna have to go get the two-handed soul upgrade? Or at least get to level 10 or something? Yeah. I kind of have to. Is all of woodcutting just move forward on tree? I think the only exception is brambles for 1 extra level. Interesting. Polar is really long to bank. Oh, that's the one that's in the middle. That's why. Interesting. But yeah, basically should always move forward on tree then. There's not a single instance where you wouldn't. Except for maybe polars. Polars are kind of weird. It's mostly because they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. I know where they are. They're the ones that we had to do next to that one plant right over here. Next to those plants over there. But yeah, I got an issue with being really far away from stuff. Well, I need to bank all of them for carpentry XP. So I might just skip polar then. Is polar always next to bramble? Wait, where was it in the other set? Where's polar over here? Polar is next to juniper. Interesting. I don't really need juniper though. Juniper's only for bone rate. It's not used for anything but bone rate. The problem is polar is actually useful. But it's really annoying to bank. It's actually the most annoying log in the game to bank. And the XP rate shows it. But there's quite a handful of weapons that you need in Cryo Knight and for Hammer Mage that both require it. Because I may have to go check. What's every weapon that's related to Polar? I know there's a handful. What? Only... Wait, I thought this one was, Am I thinking of a different material? Wait, Polar is pointless then. Oh, you can just ignore Polars. Okay. Yeah, you can ignore Polar then. It is good carpentry XP though, is the problem. But you can just knowledge through it. But yeah, that's not the one I thought. I was thinking of Hickory. I was confusing Polar with Hickory because they're both kind of whitish. But, yeah, Polar is completely ignorable then. It's only for bone rate. I was confusing it with the other Pine one, I think. Like Pine or the other one. Hickory or Pine. One of them looks white, the other one begins with a P, so they're the same word. But I think I was confusing Polar with Pine. But yeah, I think I skip Polars then and do everything else. Potentially even skip Junipers, but they're both kind of next to each other. Junipers are really free to bank though. I see how much up down they have. I believe they have an infinite loop with queuable action. You can even queue the storage rift. Because it's literally in the same room as them. But yeah, that does mean I need a level 10 hand soul then. It does look like we actually have to do U. It's enough of an XP gain that even without the tool bonus, it's still worth it. Yeah, we're almost 3/4 the way done with these. And we only need one more level. And by one more level, I mean one more level after this level ticks in. Not that next level, but the level after this level. And then we can actually do a good XP rate again for the rest of the stream. And whatever the 1,000 we don't have done, we'll just do off stream on the Steam Deck. And just run the better potion for the rest of the stream then. Which we should get to in soon. We only need one level left. So close, yet so far. And then we can start making 6% Stone Mall Hill. And then tomorrow, literally the only potion we make is 7% Stone Mall Hill. While dumping knowledge into alchemy. And the reason I didn't do it today is I wanted more of these 7% mining potions. But starting on every potion after this one, we are just burning money at an increasingly more rapid rate. With the only exception being 197 where we get to do it for free. But ignoring that one, everything else between there is just going to be burning increasingly more money as we keep going to next potion after next potion. But as long as it doesn't hit 0. Okay, I'll go check the woodcutting tree again. Where was it? Because we will be banking everything. Yeah, Polar is just really bad, banking-wise. But yeah, it seems like just move on every tree, but don't do Polar. Seems to be the way. Move up every tree, but never take a Polar. Other than maybe just like one inventory for a first time bonus kind of thing. Does Poplar have a silent P? Does it? Oh, does it say Poplar? Wait, I'm so confused now. Has this word had a high extra P in it this whole time and I never noticed? Hey, that's news to me. Wait. Oh yeah, it is Poplar. I've been calling it polar trees. I don't know, polars are cooler though. But yeah, I never noticed that P. We're 73 days in and I just now noticed that that word has an extra P in it. Wonderful. That's how little we've woodcut it. Oh no, it's white. It looks polar. It reminds you of the Arctic pine logs from Old School RuneScape? Yeah. Gosh, those things were so annoying to get for the forestry kit. Not the forestry kit, whatever you call it, the forestry outfit. Like, we were finally done with forestry as of a few days ago. We finally got the fox whistle. It's the last thing we were missing for ages because we went so over drop rate on it. I had all the other rewards since, like, the first few weeks. It was just that one that we went absurdly over rate for. Still no beaver. Eventually we'll be out of woodcutting hell in that game. Though I enjoy it. I wouldn't mind doing it all the way to 200 mil. And at my current dry streak, we're probably heading there. I think one of the funniest thing about the woodcutting dry streak is I've been using a crystal axe the entire time, which consumes crystal shards. And one of the best in slot weapons in the entire game, or at least a really strong one, the bow Faradin, and requires 2,000 of them. in order to permanently charge. And I've almost consumed 2,000 charges just with this axe so far because you can't permanently charge it. But we've gone so dry, I've almost gone through 2,000 shards just trying to get the beaver. Equivalents that could give you like a near best in slot weapon. I've used just trying to get this pet. That's hello, Sibo! Welcome, welcome. Grind's been going well. We are 1 level away from doing the better XP pot. Also, if we did the math correctly, we should have 200 bone right as the last knowledge point of the stream. In about 4 hours from now, 4.5. Are they cut cottonwood trees in the United States? Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen one. Oh, we're about to get 197 bone right. 3 levels to go. I wasn't expecting this to be the 200 bone right stream, but at this rate it might be. Oh no, someone didn't get any of the Santa hats. Oh no! Now they're never going to be able to get one ever. Someone's saying Halloween mask better. I'm still curious what cosmetics he's going to do for Easter in a couple months. Because if he's going to release a ton of them again, like 4 different sets, it's going to be a lot of hats. I sure would be grinding by then. I guess we'd still be doing the combat grind, which is good because that's pretty good hats per hour. Though trading will be out. I wonder if anyone's going to be doing cost trades. Like 1 gold for any hat anyone's missing. Could you imagine? Because trading would be in the game by then. So people could charge anything they wanted for a hat trade. Yeah, the hat themselves aren't tradable, but you can still 1-to-1 them. So there might be some people that tries to upcharge, but it has all the hats. Like someone who has like 1 billion of them. So many pop-ups. Alright, we're 3/4 the way done with these. Another 250 to go. Though we only have to go until we get a level. Whatever we still haven't done, we'll just do off-stream, which looks like it's going to be about 200 of them. We're going to have to do 200 of these off-stream later. That only takes about 2 hours. Because the second we hit 149, we're pivoting to Stonewall Hill. Which is also in the title card. Or at least in the thumbnail. I put the 7% and the 6% Stonewall Hill in the title card. Because we had a plan. We'd do these until we could do the Stonewall Hill. And we have 200 spares, but I'll still make them later. Because I need the potion. And these things are like free to make. They're like 1 silver each, pretty much. Yeah, gotta make sure we do enough to not over encumber this. Which is like, what, 3? 2? Probably 3. But I'm going to use one of these points beforehand, so if it goes slightly over, it doesn't matter. I'll grab 3 just in case. Double drink. I don't think I've ever done that like that, but there we go. And it should be enough for a knowledge point. I just realized you can see all the things over there. Can't click on them though, but you can see them. I never had them this close before to be able to see them. Well, actually, you can click on them, but it will ruin what you're in. I wonder if you can click out of it into it. Probably not, because we have to finish all the potions first. I wonder if you could do it between the animation here. Yeah, you can't because you don't get enabled. You wouldn't be able to. Yeah, there we go. Please let me drink my potion. 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 At some point you'll let me drink my potion. There we go. Was that worth it? No. Yeah, there is a possibility that they just do a recolored version for next year. There's definitely not a lack of colors out there. Alright, half a level to go until the good XP rate. Only problem is we gotta say goodbye to this machine for the rest of those though. Because they are the smaller method. Let's see, how much time will we have by then? 4 hours? Is that doable in 4 hours? We'd be getting at least 2.5 an hour. Yeah, we should be able to. That's assuming about 2.5 an hour though. I'm not sure what the XP rate actually is going to be. And of course it gets slower the closer we are to 159. Or 158, I mean. But we're only going to need to get 9 levels. In 4 hours then. Alright, next inventory might get us there. I don't think so, though. 2 more sets definitely will, though. Next inventory is going to be so close. It's not going to get there, though. I think it's going to be interesting, though. I guess we could technically do the, one set of the other one if we really want to. Go buy, like, 22 from the one shop. Drop, buy it from the other thing. Because that actually would push us over. If we make 22 Chronopolis. Honestly, I think I might. Because one set of this won't, but one set of Chronopolis probably does. It's tempting. I think we go for it. We could also check the armor while we're there if we want to go and change our plate body. If there's even one there. I think we're going to do it, though. That way we also have 42 Chronopolis if we ever need them for something. And use it, like, exclusively on the ventures from Chapter 4. Or said the post-200 ventures. Not the pre-200 ones. There will be 22 more of these when they make later, though. That's fine. Because we're gonna make them all anyways. Alright, so let's go buy a whole thing of cabbage and cinnamon stick. It's time. These one more set of those won't be a level, but these should be. Hopefully, fingers crossed. They should be, though. Hey, Mighty's over here, too. That's weird. Wasn't he just at the alchemy place? He's doing a merchant run? I think of anything else he'd be over there for. I also want to go see if we can get an armor change finally. Nope. Why? Every time! This is the third time now. I'm trying to change my blade armor for this chapter. It just refuses and keeps giving me the chainmail. It refuses to give me my plate armor. Alright, let's go get what we came here for. Came here for a thing of cabbage. For our cabbage-locked Iron Man. I would like your entire stock, thank you. Alright, there's the 22 we need to go make. I think weapons out of combat, they mentioned they couldn't do because of the whole animation thing and everything. As far as having like tools and weapons out of combat. Yeah, they should get us to 149. And then we pivot onto whatever the other thing was called. What do we even need? Some kind of worm and some kind of other thing. Just so I know what I'm looking for. Where is it? Yeah, we need spice worm and cave toadstool. Oh, cave? Cave? Oh, cave confirmed for chapter 5? Unless they're putting a cave toadstool not in a cave. Cave confirmed? Honestly, out of all this alchemy grind, I almost want to go all the way to 500. Or at least to the mining potions. The eventual 500 grind. It would be such a hard pivot, though. But I might actually consider it after 200 all non-combat. Instead of doing, like, mining, smithing, or merchant leatherworker. Though the problem with that is having the money, so I actually have to do merchant leatherworker. Otherwise, we won't have the money to afford it. But, yeah, getting like 300 something, like 383 alchemy and everything you get along the way. Let's see, what's everything we get? More fear than we would ever know what to do with. Plus 80 Crown A, though I would need to go get the Gatherer separately, but that's a different issue for a different time. Well, I would actually have to do... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be too much of a grind. Is I'd have to do the entire, like, 250, 260, 270 gatherer grind. Never mind, scratch that. These we would ignore. Yeah, it's not worth it. As much as I want those, it's not worth. Definitely not worth. Eventually I do want the 277 for bossing though. But anything beyond that is just so far away. And even that's far away. We don't need that for like another half a year. So yeah, we don't need to do too much post 200 for that, if even any at all. Because the main resource I'd be getting, even if it gets price hiked, I don't need till chapter 5. So yeah, we can kind of stop it after 200 then. And start pivoting back to that smithing AFK like we have been already. We would eventually need it though. We'll wait till later. It really comes down to, does trading come out before combat rework? Because if it does, that's mining smithing pivot after 200 all. If it doesn't, then hello combat pivot. And I'll have to wait and see. Oh, so you know what would be really, really funny with Merchant? Because I was thinking, just thinking now, like if they add like, you know, like raids, dungeons kind of things, like how are they going to incorporate Merchant into it? But you know how like roguelikes have like random shops where you can spend your currency in them? Imagine if Merchant gave a discount to those shops. That'd be so funny. I thought this came to my head when I was thinking like, how on earth are they going to put Merchant into a raid den? Or, you know, not raid den, but into a, into like, well, you know, whatever they do for raids. But yeah, you could literally have like a shop like that and have just the discount from the merchant. Like the higher your level, the more you get discounted. There it is, 149. We have arrived. Still gotta finish what we have here though, of course. But we have arrived at our destination. Not our final destination. This is the terminal before we go to the final destination. It's finally time to say goodbye to the mining potions. Still got about 200 something to go make later, like 220 of them. But we'll get that done tonight or something. Later tonight. But now it's time for Stonewall Hill for 4 hours? 3, 4. Not sure what the XP rate's gonna be like. Well, I know exactly what the XP rate is, but I'm not sure relative to how much we need what that comes out to because I didn't calc for it earlier. But we're gonna be getting 539,000 per hour. Let's do some math. I'll tell you exactly how long it'll take. Alright, so 539 per hour. We're at, what was it again? 149. Alright, it's 10. It is 2.08. Calculator, where are you? I don't have one open. There we go. Wait, oops, I'm doing the wrong tab. 200. Wait, where did I put this thing? 2080000. Oh. Divided by. No, not multiply. Divided by. Oh, is it 539? Yep, 539, 772. 539, 772. It would take exactly 3.85 hours. Sounds good to me. Oh, that doesn't account for buying them, though. Oh, wait, or does it? No, I think it does. And then the wikis thing accounts for buying from shop. It also doesn't account for 5% extra. But yeah, it would take basically the rest of the stream, which we already kind of knew. But now we have the exact map that says it. Oh, no, we do. Yeah, never mind. As I say, we don't have that much time. Yes, we do. We have exactly that much time. Which works out perfectly. And along the way, we should get 200 bone rate. Though I did calculate that out based on only getting 3 per hour. I think its activity is technically 3.24 per hour or something. Which means, yeah, we're gonna definitely hit it. And probably even have 1 extra knowledge to go dump into alchemy. Which is the bigger part. Because that's when we're gonna be at like the deader XP from it. Not like super dead, but less than the first several levels. Alright, say goodbye to all the 7% pots. We're not gonna see another one this entire stream. They served us well. But it's time to put them away. As that's also the last time we got to use the machine this whole stream. As this guy is on the little mini device. Alright, get rid of you. Don't drink it. Get rid of you. Don't drink it. There they are. 749 of them. The ones that haven't been drank. I just realized I'm going to have to take one of those out every single time I want to boost. Oh no, that's kind of annoying. I kind of forgot about that. Maybe I get 200 bone rate later then. I forgot. That was only convenient because they were already in my inventory. But now they're not. Oh, I just now realized. Where are these located alphabetically? Oh no. Alright, time to play Spot the 2 random items. Storing a shop that has way too many items in it. Somewhere's in here is the item we're looking for. Hopefully they're right next to each other. Okay, I found the glow mushroom. Now where is the worm? I assume W. So it's like T and W then. That's not too bad. T scroll down, W scroll down. Oh, that's so annoying to buy though. Oh, this is gonna be rough. We're definitely gonna need to pre-buy these later. These are rough to buy. Good thing I didn't click all. Alright, let's get to it. This is the potion we gotta do 1 billion of. Like over 1,000. Unless we hard pivot at 185. Or sorry, this isn't the one we have to do a lot of. Sorry, the 158 is. Never mind, this is the one we only have to do some of. The one after that, hopefully those are easy to buy then. The Stonewall Hill 7%. I don't know, where would they be alphabetically? Let me go check. Because these were based on T and W. We got C and C. Oh, that's good. Hopefully this is done by Creeper rather than the Scraggle. Because double C would be really good. They're not right next to each other alphabetically, but they're close. Wow, 1,000 XP just for chopping them? That's pretty nice. Oh, this needs 106 Delver. It just requires 116 Delver. So there's definitely a storage rift nearby. Because both of these would have to be storage rifted. Unless there's a reagent storage somewhere's there. But no, they probably have to be storage rifted. Oh, we got like the orange Halloween bubble going on here. What, first time bonus? A worm picker. Worm wrangler. But yeah, it is officially Delver. It'll always be remembered as Worm Wrangler though. What we could have had. Also, this is basically the start of our horde of Chapter 5 pots, by the way. It begins now. If you're wondering, if anyone asks, like, a month or 5 months from now, why on earth do you have so many Stonewall Hill potions? It started right now. This is where our collection started. This exact moment was when we started hoarding thousands of them. I was already at a half a level, though we did start with some already. But yeah, the goal is 158. We gotta do these all the way to 158. However many it takes, I have no clue, but we're buying however many it is. It's around 880 of them. We gotta do this for almost 4 hours, and you make about 220 an hour. So it should be roughly 800. And we're going to make over 1,000 7% as well. Not quite the 2,000 estimate from before because we're going to be doing some shenanigans to make it less. But we are going to need over 1,000 of the 7%. And about 800 of the 6%. Yeah, that means in total we'll have 2,000 potions then. For chapter 5. A little over 2,000. Not a crazy high amount, but we'll see if we buy any when trading comes out. Not sure. Ooh, we're 4 levels away from a 2,700. Another byproduct of the grind today. I think the cooler one is that we're actually going to reach 200 bone rate today. Finally, after so long. And slightly delaying it after the bone zone. But we will be truly done with bones for a very long time. Because I gotta make sure I don't accidentally drink the other one. I know it's grayed out and everything. But because it's grayed out and everything, it almost looks like the same color. Like, obviously they're different, like this compared to that. Well, I mean, not obviously, but you know, they are different. Because they have a different icon. But when they're grayed out, it makes it seem like that's not as dark. Making them almost like the same color. These are overcompensating for it because it's shaded out. Which makes their color look more similar compared to these two. Even though they're further apart, even more so. But the fact that it's grayed out makes it seem like, oh, it's a darker color because it's grayed out, not because it's actually darker. Oh, is that a Stone Mall Hill potion? Sure looks like it. Oh, that's a 500 cooking keep too. Ooh. I think I've actually seen one in person yet, have I? Yeah, there it is. I wonder if he's free to play only. But that stat distribution, it definitely seems like it. 880 total with a 500 cooking cape. I wonder if there's anyone in the game who's 500 total with a 500 cape on. Like a combat only account, like with 500 guard. Which I think it has to be guard because, yeah, it would kind of have to be. Because I believe you would gain, one combat during the tutorial? I'm pretty sure you do. I know you don't gain one forging level. But I believe you might gain one combat level during tutorial. Which means the only way you can have a 500 cape while being level 500 is if it's 500 guard. I'm pretty sure. Unless you don't gain a level during the tutorial. In which case you could do it for any chapter 1 skill. I do have to say, whenever we go back to this potion, I keep missing the other one. I definitely prefer the machine. But these must be done. No, I clicked it. I clicked it. I clicked it. No. There we go. Yeah, the potions do feel better with the chunky XP drops. They're also ever so slightly better knowledge per hour. By I think like 0.14 it was or something. Or they're like 0.1 more knowledge per hour. This is like 3.14 and this is about like 3.2 something. Like 2.4 or something. It's about 0.1 more knowledge per hour, roughly. Oh, it's queuing my thing. Really? I forgot there's only one, so it's queuing it rather than grabbing it. That's funny. That's really funny. That's not what I wanted. Oh, I almost just did it. I almost just did what I said earlier. Or I tried clicking this to drink to use that potion boost. Even though it's grayed out. But it's because it looks the same. Oh, I hope we get enough knowledge in that time. My assumption was we would. Go, 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 go. That's another thing that's nice about it too. There's less error for bank time. While all of it's calculated based on bank time, there's less error in banking with potent potions because you have to bank half as much. So there's less room to make error when doing potent potions as well. Whereas every shop menu you stall on when buying stuff is XP waste. Like that misclick we did on buying the worms earlier. Not that we bought the wrong thing, but you know, we didn't buy the thing we wanted as quickly. Oh, that's not level? No! Oh no! That's not ideal. I think we still get enough knowledge in that time though. Or should it get more than enough? Enough that we could even put knowledge in the, into alchemy. Which we'll cut into how many of these pots we can make, but that's fine. But yeah, anywhere from 8 to 9 more knowledge points, and that's a level 200 bone right there. And at a rate of 3 per hour, we're easily going to get it, because we still have to do this for like 3.5 more hours. So bone right 200 is guaranteed this stream. We'll even have 1 or 2 excess knowledge points to use on alchemy. Just to skip past that last little bit at the end of the stream. So work out perfectly. And there it is, 150. Numerically, we're 3/4 the way done. Though as far as total amount of XP we gotta do during this grind, we're only slightly beyond half. But numerically, we're 3/4 the way there. But the number is very misleading. Most because the first 20 levels mean nothing. And also we started at level 77. Which means how many levels have I gained in the last 2.5 days then? It's 73. That's not bad. In 2.5 days, we've gained 73 levels in alchemy. This is pre 200 though. But let's bring that over to post 200 then. That's if I ever wanted to mega power grind alchemy on a given week, let's see. 73 divided by 4 is what, like 18 18-ish. It's not awful. Gotcha, scary to think about though. Because if you times that by, I don't know, let's say 2.5, 18-ish, 50-ish. Yeah, if we did like a whole week of only alchemy post 200, we're only getting 50 levels. It would take like 6 weeks to go do. And that's assuming we already had all the money. But it'd be almost 6 weeks of just only alchemy. A little bit give or take, because we'd also be making the AFK potions during that time and stuff like that, off stream and everything. But, that also assumes we have all the money to begin with, to be able to afford that. But yeah, it would basically be 6 weeks straight, 5 to 6 weeks straight of nothing but alchemy. Obviously, we're not doing that anytime soon, if even ever. Well, eventually ever, but you know what I mean. But, Yeah, that's not quick. Though every 500 is going to be like that. Doesn't matter which one you target. Like when we do 500 Mind Fighter, that's easily like 5 weeks. Unless the combat system's really broken, in which case we could probably try to speedrun it in under a month. The main thing that I think will make it not possible to do in a month is I'm going to be banking all the alchemy supplies. It's going to cut into our XP rate a lot. Also, I plan to sell everything too, post 200. So not only are we selling every single drop post 200, including probably 1-star stuff, but we'd also be banking every single alchemy supply. Which, gosh, Mind Fighter sounds so bad now. Where's all that quality of life? And can we quartermaster sell anywheres? Or get a few more store drifts there or something, gosh. Oh, that's gonna be awful. And I can't even use runners either because I would need to actually have the supplies banked. Runners would only help us get more currency for it, but it wouldn't help us bank them. Hey, Red Spot's here. I've seen him a couple times today. Still rocking at level, what, 50? 100? Dragon Cape? Or just a Dragon Tail? Which is kind of funny because he basically has like 200 all. It is rocking a level 100 cape. Maybe he's doing that until he's 200 all. Maybe he's 100 all and he's not putting on a better cape until he's 200 all. Is he on leaderboard? Or is he hiding? He is. Yeah, he's 100 all, but not 200 all. Maybe that's what he's doing. He's not going to put on a 200 cape until he's 200 all. Then he's not going to put on a 500 cape until he's 500 all. No, there's no way he would do that. I'm not sure if anyone's actually realistically going for 500 all. Like, I don't even think rank 1 is going for 500 all. Oh no, has Patricio ever stated that he is? Because I don't think it's possible. I know, we'll find out. Has Patricio ever actually stated that he's actually going to go for it? It really comes down to how quick does he add new chapters, or, you know, Andrew Gower and his team and everything. Because if the answer is like 3 or more per year, there's no way you could do it. At 2, it's doable, but really hard. And at 1, it's definitely doable. If he has only like 1 new chapter every year. It would take forever, but it would be doable. But 3 or more per year, it's definitely not doable. Like, there's not enough time in a year to physically do that. Even if you went like 20 hours a day. But this first year, we should only be getting 1 or 2. 1 is guaranteed with Chapter 5. 2 is questionable. And if it was, it'd be like really late in the year we'd get the second one. Like around November-ish. I think Chapter 6 is called what? Blackheart Krog? Who knows? Maybe they're released around the time of Halloween events. Sounds rather spooky. It's definitely not themed around it, though. Though it has a name that's quite fitting for it, though. Yeah, that'd be a fun poll to do too. What is everyone's total combat level right now? Because ours is actually, well, I'd say low. I guess it's still technically somewhat high, but, you know, we have a lot of low levels compared to how high everything else is. Because my combat level right now, you know, totaling all of them, is only what? 200, 140, 440. We're only combat level 440 if you take every single combat level combined. Obviously, that's not how it works next chapter. But we have 440 total combat levels. And by next chapter, I mean next, you know, combat merge. That's not how it works. Yeah, we have 440 levels into combat. Which means on average, we have 110 levels per chapter. Oh, hey, it finally happened! We mentioned this will happen almost every single day, this grind, and today it finally happened. I ran out of bottles. It happened again. Took a little while, but we finally went through 900 bottles. Again. But yeah, every day this week will happen. Or, you know, every day of the grind of the 5 days. Oh, is that tier 6 cryo? Can I tell if that's tier 5 or tier 6? The wing looks bigger, so I assume it's tier 6. No, I can't see him anymore. I like how much bigger the wings are in the helm. Gosh, I can't wait till we get that. That's gonna be the best thing about finally doing a 500 combat. We'll finally be able to wear endgame Cryonet gear. Because right now we're using 1 tier below max. Visually. I never got to wear the max visual yet. That's because you need like 350, 400-ish combat to start getting it around there. Of which we have none. Technically you can also get it from Armor Maker, but yeah. It's not out yet. So kind of hard to go do that. With a non-existent Armor Maker skill. Honestly, that might be the main reason why people even go armor proficiency in a chapter. Is just so you can wear cool armor. Is this going to be something that's going to be kind of funny? Is after the combat rework, everyone's going to look like they're wielding like earlier game armor. Like almost no one's going to be in tier 6 anymore. There's almost no one's going to spec into good armor. Unless they're already like nearly maxed out in the chapter. Hey, Yusef is here. Oh, Yusef, you did quite a grind already. Wow. I didn't realize you were that high a level. You're almost at 2,000. Hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. You said 200? Nice. I was just mentioning, I didn't realize you're almost level 2,000 already. You get in there. A couple more weeks or less, depending on what you farm. But nearly there. Hello, Rico. Why are there people running around with no name or total level? It's a new feature they added when they changed the leaderboard. Instead of just being able to hide your level, you can now hide your name. I mean, instead of just being able to hide your name, you can also hide your level, I mean. So now you can hide like literally everything but the symbol above your head. And that's mostly just to identify what class people are. Because eventually you're going to be able to wield all class armor. So that one symbol kind of has to be there. So you can identify who they are class-wise. You hate that? They did mention they'll likely add some more features in the future that can kind of hide like certain things or such. So if you want to see it a little bit more, like hide like literally everyone like this. And stuff like that, you'll be able to. So you don't have to see any symbols. Oh, so it's kind of funny when someone has no class picked, because they look like this. Like no name, no symbol, no nothing above them. Auto players and the player in the shadows could be bots. They could be. Hopefully our anti-botting measures by the time trading comes out will be strong enough that it won't be too big of an issue. But we'll have to wait until trading comes out to find out. I really hope it's soon though. I assume he's going to try to get it by the 3-month mark, given that it was supposed to be an on-release feature. And the 3-month mark is February 6th. So I feel like before February 6th, we're likely getting trading. Could be tomorrow, could be a week from now, could be 2 weeks from now. But I do feel like it's before February 6th. Otherwise, it's 3 months late. A little overkill. But as long as he gets it right when it comes out. I won't have the auction house system though. Last we know, it's just going to be player to player. It's just going to be player to player trading, as well as bank to bank. You know, doing player to player, bank to bank around Chronopolis, or doing player to player 24 anywheres. And of course, it will require half completion of the Chapter 4 quest to even unlock in the first place, as well as de-ironing your account. Gotta go lose your Iron Man status. I will be enabling trading, though. We'll use it as much or as minimally as we need at any given time. Just so we can engage with the mechanic, or just completely ignore it. But it will give us the option to do whatever. Because I don't care too much about Iron Man status on an account like this. Even though we've been playing completely Iron Man so far. And we still would for some things. Probably a lot of things, given how little trading will actually be done initially. Due to how small the player base is. We finally got 200 miner? Nice, that's a good one to have out of the way. Go do mining after leather worker, you need a break. I'm still trying to figure out my pivot after 200 all. There's so many things I want to go do. Just not sure which one's ultimately going to be the one we do. It really comes down to when's the combat rework, and when's the trading rework. Or not trading rework, but trading release. But 200 all non-combat's definitely the main priority. Today we'll have 200 bone rate. By Sunday we'll have 200 alchemy. And we just got to figure out the other 5, and then we can figure out what we do from there. I'll also have to see where the updates are by then, because the updates by then could completely change what we do. Because trading drastically changes how we do cooking. We're 1 day behind. Oh yeah, you've been doing the alchemy grind, right? Because we see you right over there. Oh, I say that as if I can't just see you. Yeah, of course you are. You're literally right there. Been there like almost the whole time. Is there a certain level you're going to, or are you going all the way to max? Or, you know, 200 when I say max? Generally, whenever I say max, I mean 200. I mean the realistic max, not the actual max. 200's max to me in this game. Anything beyond that's just like extra credit. I do kind of want to get 267 detective before combat rework. I feel like we won't be able to. There's a couple reasons. One is trading will be out by then, and investigations cycle through that area a lot. Like a lot. So does merchant and stuff, and leatherworker. Basically anything in Chronopolis, basically. So basically all the Chronopolis skills. But the other reason is, we're going to be going heavy on combat. And because we're going heavy on combat, we're going to need, you know, detective for raid den so we can get both of them up at once. But if we're going super heavy on combat without doing the raid dens at certain points when we're gearing up and everything, we're not going to be gaining any detective XP around that time. So we kind of need to get our detective XP before the combat rework higher than our combat level. And the best way to do that is to get to 267 beforehand and then spam investigations. At least till 287 so we can start getting the better venture. It's something I kind of want to start keep poking to. Keep doing the AFKs and everything. Keeping the detective closer to 267 so we can actually do those. They're about 1 gold an hour, I believe. Let's see, what does the wiki say? I want to see. Because they have a lot of gold and XP rates for things now. What does it say for detective? I'm curious. It should be over a gold an hour, but barely. Of course it doesn't say. Wonderful. Well, that doesn't help. Unfortunate. Yeah, the wiki says nothing. But I believe it's about gold an hour. Oh, this is just saying the XP per and profit per. Doesn't even have an hourly rate, nor even the per rate. Yeah, there should be a little over a gold an hour. XP rate, I have no clue, but it's definitely the best XP we can get at the level range. Yep, 151 alchemy. 7 levels to go. Making good time. But we haven't hit the worst XP rate yet. Also, oh no, our gold's starting to move. We're down to 19 now. Oh no. But yeah, we need 7 more levels to stream. We're getting at least 2.5 an hour. In 3 hours, we're definitely done. And after we get 200 bone right, I can start putting into alchemy. If we get any knowledge beyond that, which should be 1 or 2 points. Yeah, around 3 hours then. Of still making this potion. But we should have about 800 of them by the end. Maybe slightly less after that 1 knowledge point. Like slightly under 800. Then we're gonna have to make slightly over 1,000 of the other. Which should balance out to about 2,000 total. Roughly. Between these and the other one. The 6% and the 7% for Chapter 5. Which give us a nice head start on Chapter 5. It's not going to be enough, though. It's going to be solid, but that's not going to be every single potion we're going to need for Chapter 5. It gives a great start, if nothing else. You had 5G when you're started, now you're down to like 1. Oh gosh. Yeah, one of the main reasons I want to get 200 all, aside from getting a little bit into everything, is I feel like whenever he starts making raids, dungeons, stuff like that, you're going to need a lot of different skills. Even bossing. There's going to be a lot of content that will dip into a lot of skills later down the line. So it's good to just have all of them started to begin with. You're hitting Goblin with Petitia? Oh yeah, I saw him doing that the other day. He was training guard. I was doing a chef run like a night or two ago. I think it was 2 nights ago. And I actually saw him killing goblins. In chapter 1. I should specify because there's goblins in more than one chapter. But he was killing the chapter 1 goblins. So I like how these little cube thingies look. It's very satisfying on the eyes. I feel like a lot of the bowls for alchemy look like that. I really like the bowl designs. They got a lot of really interesting, colorful ones. Honestly, I like it more than the potion designs. I feel like the potions are particularly unique. They just have a symbol slapped on them and a shape. At least the shape means something. Like if it's a circle, you know, it's the mass make one. They can get a lot easier. If it's a triangle, you know, it was made with the potent machine. If it's a square, it's an AFK potion. Like you tell by just by looking at the potion. Or, you know, but based on the vial shape what it is. But beyond that, it just has a symbol slapped on it. I guess there's only so much you could really do with them, though. Let's see, can we get a closer view? Yeah, look, it's a bunch of, like, little blocks. Oh, after this batch, our bone rate level's coming in. We're almost there. I almost want a first-time bonus these, but I would need to get the Carpenter Moment. Which, I'm not going to go all the way over there to go buy. But 8 more knowledge points and we should be good to go. So hello, Lead Loki. Welcome, welcome. Is a dedicated XP pot thing going to be a thing? Yes. Potions will be wieldable in the future. It'll be locked behind a quest at some point. Once they start adding a bunch of quests to the game. Which I haven't yet, but they will be in the future. But yes, they mentioned it's going to be a quest reward at some point. The ability to wield potions. Or, you know, beyond the 2 combat ones. But yeah, it's going to be locked behind some quests. But they're still trying to get everything set up to start mass producing quests. Even got like a full-time animator as well. 3D animator. So, yeah, they're going to be pumping out a lot of quests soonish. We don't know exactly when, but yeah, they got a lot planned for it. Probably almost like one every month. They haven't mentioned the frequency, but that's what he did for his last MMO, so... Pretty sure he's going to try doing similar again. But yeah, they confirmed it's going to be a quest reward. When the quest is coming, we don't know. Could be a couple weeks, could be a couple months. It is coming. Yeah, it's kind of annoying doing 11-11 instead of 12-12. Especially when the auto buy in the shop is 12-12. But there's no way you could physically do that in the current state of the game. How far are we going today? We need to get to level 158 so we can make the 7% version of these later for tomorrow and everything. And we're at 151.5 right now. The main thing that's making it take longer today compared to normal, because normally the other days we were done in about an hour, hour and a half from now. It's taking a bit longer today because I didn't use any knowledge on alchemy. I've been using all my knowledge on bone rate today, using the 7% potions we made from the previous batch. We were making the mining 7%. And we're going to get 200 bone rate today. But was at the cost of this grind taking like 2 hours longer. It was worth it for 200 bone rate. Or soon to be 200 bone rate. By the end of this stream, we'll have 200 bone rate. As well as 158 alchemy. But yeah, 158's our goal. 6.5 more levels. I will be able to put 1 knowledge point into it. Because if we did the math right, there should be 1 spear after we get 200 bone rate. Potentially 2 spears, but definitely 1 spear. Oh, I hate when I do that. I tried clicking the backspace, but accidentally click out the window. Also, notice our cash is starting to go down. This is the big concern. This is where all the money sink comes in from. When we went and got all that money earlier. This is the reason why. This is when we truly start to see this cash stack dwindle to nothing. Because this potion costs a lot, the next potion costs even more, and the next potion after that costs even more than that. Oh, so technically this one almost costs more than the other one. Even though it's cheaper than our next potion, we make twice as many of them per hour. So technically this is burning more money per hour. Though we are getting more potions out of it per hour as well, though. Why did I drop it to the ground instead of drinking it? I just now realized, why did I do that? I should have drank it, not dropped it. Oh, whoops. Oh, really? No! Okay, well, we still gotta do it. Alright, there we go. 198. 7 more knowledge to go. Well, technically, 6 more. So we have the other one already good to go. I'm not enough effort. Oh, yeah, duh. Because I didn't do the other thing. Just waiting for this menu. I was like, wait, why is there not enough inventory? Duh, because we didn't process them all. Yep, 6 more knowledge. And this currently earns 3 knowledge per hour, so in 2 hours we're going to have 200 bone rate then. In about 2.5 we should finish the alchemy grind. Well, not finished, but you know, finished for today. Not done yet. It doesn't say 200 quite yet. Getting there though. But the bone rate grind will be finished. I do miss the potion machine though. We'll be back. Luckily every potion from after this is on the machine. We're gonna have to do 3 more potions as far as different types, and every single one uses the machine. At 158 we do the better one of what we're doing right now. At 185 we burn our entire cash stack. And then at 197 we already have all these banked. And these are also on the machine. Also, I think I have 23 of these banked. I just realized too, 1 more level and 2,700. 1 or 2 more sets and we should be there. Or next set actually. They always or overestimate how much XP we'll get per thing. I keep forgetting these are a lot quicker. So they don't give as much XP. Well, more XP per hour, but you know what I mean. Like, per cycle. You have to do, like, twice as many of these to equal, like, the same amount of those. At, like, half the amount. So, hello, Sean. Why not use the 1 hour XP pot? The 1 hour XP pot only works on AFK activities. Like the passives that you do. Like these activities here. Yeah, they only work on passives. I've mostly been using them on the smithing AFK. Yeah, they're worth using. Only post 200 though. Pre 200, they're pretty expensive for what you get in return for them. But post 200 is definitely worth it. It's effectively about 3 to 5 gold per level. But you get the level in 0 time, essentially. So if you're willing to constantly click a button, that would just give you an instant post 200 level for 3 to 5 gold, it's worth it. Which for quite a few skills it is. That's effectively what 5% XP pots are on a post 200 skill. Before 200 though, they're pretty overpriced. Let's see, let me go calculate out the time from here. I'm gonna double check. Not counting the 1 knowledge point. It's here to there off of whatever the XP rate is. Calculator, go! And let me go check something. Oh, 12, 184, 000. Don't run the other numbers. Minus 10, 758. Divide it by this. Divide it by 540. Yeah, 2.6, 2.7 hours. See, about what I said. I said about 2.5 hours earlier. It's actually 2 2/3 hours. The math I just did doesn't account for the 5% pot, though. Or for the 1 knowledge point we'll be able to put in at the end. So yeah, I was pretty much exactly correct when I said 2.5 hours earlier then. Because the 2 2/3 hour doesn't account for the 5% potion. It also doesn't account for the 1 knowledge point we'll use at the end. After we have 200 bone right by then. Which means we only went about, what, 2 hours longer today then? That's not too bad. Compared to the other 2 streams. The other 2 streams, oddly enough, pretty much took the exact same amount of time. Because the interval between them was basically exact. It's kind of like how scary perfect it was. Because we did the math on it prior to it, it was going to be around the same for both days. But it was so similar that they were within 1 minute of each other. Stream time wise. But today was the roughest day. Just because we're in a lot of dead zones. The scariest one is probably the final day, though. Not necessarily because our XP rate's going to be bad, but because the rate at which we burn money is going to be astonishingly quick. We'll be speedrunning a 0 gold stack. So I'm still not even sure if I'm going to have enough gold by the end of this all. Because I've done a couple things that were more expensive than the original plan. Worst comes to worst, not tonight, but probably tomorrow night. I need to go do Leatherworker to 210, so we can actually afford to go do Merchant on... I'm not Merchant, but afford to be able to do Alchemy on Sunday. Yeah, these burn like a gold an hour. Yeah, that's 3 times higher, that number. Which means these actually burn more than the next potion. These burn about a gold an hour. The next potion is 0.7 gold an hour. And then the final potion is 2 gold an hour. Which is kind of rough. Actually, what is the highest burn rate of any potion in the game? Carnopolis, 8% would burn the most per hour. Because that number's not even fully correct because that's the other thing. But yeah, this burns, over 10 gold an hour. If you were to make this. Because this accounts for the sell price. I don't think there's a number here that's just the not sell price. Which is kind of crazy a lot. You definitely would never make that one, obviously. What is the highest burn rate on any potion you would actually make? AKA a potent potion. Looks like Chronopolis is 10%. Which is far less burn than this one. Let me see, let's bring out a calculator for this. So Chronopolis burns about 10.8 gold an hour, almost 11, probably closer to 11, because I didn't bother with a little decimal there. Yeah, this burns about 11 gold an hour if you keep them all. And this one is going to be less, but let's see what number it is. So yeah, the 431's about 11 gold an hour if you're keeping them. And the other one is, yeah, only 6.5 gold an hour. That's not awful. It's horrible, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It's like Leatherworker, but in reverse. Yeah, this is the highest cost potent potion then. At 6.5 gold an hour being burned. Yeah, this thing's over 11. Oh, sorry, there's one that burns even more than that. Hold. Look at that thing. That's the real money burner right there. Oh, ouch. Ouch, that one puts that one to shame. This is like, oh gosh, this is a burn rate of like 13 an hour. Oh, that is, ooh. Calculator, go. About 220 an hour. Times 60-ish. Because that other one's also estimate. Yeah, it's over 13 gold an hour. This is the most money you could ever burn doing alchemy. Is buying all the supplies for this and making them. At a 13 gold burn rate per hour if you save them all. That is horrifically bad. And that's why you do 500 Mind Fighter. That's what happens when you don't do the Mind Fighter grind. 13 gold an hour in cost if you keep all the potion. And that's also before the price hike, by the way. That's going to be even higher later, most likely. That's the cheapest it's going to be. Well, technically the cheapest is doing 500 Mind Fighter. But that's the cheapest it would be without doing 500 Mind Fighter. So if you're wondering why we're doing 500 Mind Fighter, that is one of them. That would be why. Oh, am I going over for guard? Oh, we're not doing guard until the combat rework. So, quite a while. Though it is one of the first things I'm leveling after the combat rework, though. To get to level 200. As I need to power the obelisk for chapter 2. I just realized, with all the extra spending, yeah, we actually are going to run out of money, aren't we? If I start using knowledge again, we won't. We shouldn't. Because tomorrow, let's say it takes about 10 hours. We're going through 7 gold. But then after that, we gotta go through like 2 gold an hour. Alright, let me do the math on that. I don't think I've done the math yet. What is the number of hours, not counting knowledge, that we have to do 185? Let's say hypothetically, though it might not be the hypothetical. How long do we have to make this potion for? Let me go get all the math for this. Alright, we're starting at 185. We gotta go to 197. The 197s I have banked already. So 185 is our starting number. Get that number. That's our ending number. Get that number. Actually, do that number first. Let's see. 26802,000. And then minus 21,091,000. Alright, 5.7 mil. I'm looking for something here. Oh yeah, that one. Okay, wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, we might have enough. Alright, divide that by that. Divide that by, or not divide. Yeah, divide. Divide's right. Divide it by 1078700. Oh, too many numbers. Wait, something went wrong here. I'm confused now. Go back. I'm not sure what happened, but something incorrect happened. Let's see, I got the right number there. 1078000. Alright, I got it right now. It's 5.3 hours. Times this by its burn rate. What's this burn rate? Is this number times 110? Let's just say it's 20. 20 times 110. Put in calculators in case. 20 times 110. Alright, Ow? Wait. Yeah, 2.2 gold. And times that by, the amount of time. Alright, 2.2 times 5.3. We would need a little over 12 gold. That doesn't count knowledge, so a little under 11 gold. I'd still need to have a spear. We do need to do leatherwork on 210, but then should be able to afford it. But yeah, that will cost us 11 gold on Sunday then. We need 11 gold going from Saturday to Sunday. So whatever we don't have, we gotta make money between those 2 streams. However, one byproduct of that is we get 510% pots for this chapter that we can use on knowledging fishing or cooking or forager or post 200 alchemy. Not on combat though, we don't need it on combat. So it's going to cost us a lot up front. Well, we got a lot of 10% to use for the chapter after. Oh, so I assume it's not viable, but I never have checked the 8%. Oh yeah, no, don't do that. No. Okay, yeah, never mind. Yeah, don't even look at it. Don't look at it. But yeah, that's our plan then, the 10%. It's a little pricey. 11 gold sounds like a lot. But 500-ish 10% pots is also a lot of value. Am I going to enchant the harpoon for fishing? Yes, we already have. We got level 25. I still need to get the foraging tools if we're going to even bother, but, yeah, we already got the fishing rod. I mean, the, spear, I mean. How much was our total cost for alchemy? The way that we ended up going about it, I think by the end, it's going to be around 26 or 27 gold. As far as exactly what we did. Going from 77 to 200. But that's keeping every potion except the 6-minute fears. And also we had some assortment of stuff pre-banked. From various other skills. Like 197 to 200 we already have banked. We don't need to spend a single cent on that. Because we got that during the Gatherer grind. What extra percentage is that? 10% from the enchant. The rest comes from however upgraded our pull is. Which is currently at 10%. Double 10%. It will be higher by the time we hit 200 though. Because I think you get the second to last rod before you even hit 200. So we're gonna have like 30% at some point before we even hit 200. At level where is it? Yeah, at level 173, we have 30% XP. 20% from the spear and 10% from the enchant. Well, I'm not going to be spamming them, though. The 10% are mostly going to be for knowledge. We're definitely not going to be chugging them. We're going to have 5% and 10% in our inventory. 5% for chugging and 10% for whenever we use a knowledge point. Because I need them to last for all of post 200 as well. Like, literally all of post 200. Because they don't go any higher than 10%. So that 500 something needs to last, like, 500 alchemy. Because you never make more again. Like, a lot of the other potions, you don't have to wait as much because they're post 200. But you actually get very, very, very... It's one of the reasons I actually want to make them. You actually get very little 10% for Hope Port. You actually get the least of that than any other potion in the game. And the main reason is you gather it and make it at such a low level because it's the only one you make pre-200. Whereas every other one you make post-200. Like if we look at the forest one is at 364, for example. But Hope Port's the only one that's pre-200, so you get very, 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 very few of them. Like way less than any other one. But yeah, that 500 10% need to last us to 500 alchemy. And all these to 200. And if we ever do the monument grind manually instead of buying it from a player if they're not tradable, we'd also need it for 490 Forager. As well as Chef if it ever becomes viable. So we gotta make those 500 stretch a long way, so they are gonna be for knowledge point only. Pretty much every 10% would be. Or the main exception being production skills. For production skills, it could be worth chugging them a bit. But only if you're absolutely using like the absolute best material you can at your level range. You can sell to the monument shop. You can't buy from the monument shop though. But we don't currently know if you'll be able to trade them from player to player. No, the monument shop is sell only. Or I'm pretty sure it is. But we don't currently know if you'll be able to buy them from other players. If you can get max monument at level 0 forger. But I'll have to wait and see. Because you can get monument pieces without the forging level already. You simply just have to get them from a chest. So it's already possible to get monument pieces above your forging level. We still don't know if they're going to be tradable. But it's already possible even right now to get them above your level. It's just exceedingly rare. Like, not enough to realistically finish the monument. Oh, also, I didn't mention it earlier, but 2,700 total level. We've actually had this for a while. Forgot to mention it earlier. But yeah, we finally reached the milestone. Oh, nice, Isabel. Hope your day went well. Yeah, we've been stuck here making potions as per usual, as we will be for the next 2 days as well. But that's why I wanted to do it all in one go. So once we're done, we're done. Might take 5 days of nothing but potion making, but we won't need to make another potion for a very long time. We are more than halfway done with the grind, though. That's still more 2 full days to go, though. And we should have to go today for about 2 more hours, roughly. Going until 150 alchemy. And also, oddly enough, level 200 bone right. Weird byproduct of what we did today, but we should be able to get 200 bone right. What's the next grind after this? Likely woodcutting carpentry. To 200, of course. It's the last skill that, if a price hike happened from shops, it would matter. Because getting 200 woodcutting does not get you 200 carpentry. So you're gonna have to offset it with knowledge points and or buying it from the shop. So it's like our last shop skill. Technically cooking is 2. But it's better to do 200 forge or fisher before doing 200 chef. Even if there is a price hike. It'd save us more in the long run. Like, a price hike's not gonna price so much that it would be better doing the other way around. So we're doing woodcutter or carpenter. Then we're doing either forger or fisher after. Probably fishing because it's more chill, and then worry about forger later. And then we conclude with chef then as our final 200. Ignore these combat skills. Our final 200 will be chef. It also gives us plenty of time to actually do some more bounties. I did opt to do no bounties today, though. We'll probably be back to doing them again tomorrow. But aside from the beginning of stream, we've done, like, none at all. It does just speak to focus on alchemy a bit more. Because I knew today would be, like, the roughest day for our grind. A good thing I did, otherwise we actually wouldn't have had enough time to reach 158, but now we do. I had a feeling that would be the case, based on the math we did earlier. Which is why we opted to not do cooking today. Otherwise we wouldn't have reached 158. Am I gonna get a Bluetooth Pro controller for the deck? No, I'm just using the keys on the deck. Honestly, for most games I've been playing on, I've mostly just been using the touchscreen. Because it's more convenient using the touchscreen for Brighter Shores. It's more convenient for Gems of War. Old School RuneScape, I actually wasn't able to get working on it because I wasn't able to find my profile for some reason, so I can't play that on it. I still have to do that off the mobile version. Luckily the mobile version is pretty good. It has better support than the Steam version. Yeah, it's weird. The Steam version of Old School RuneScape didn't have like a cloud save or check or anything like that. Like as soon as I started up Gems of War, it was like, hey, we have this cloud save for you. Do you want to go load this account? And it's like, yep, I'll click that, and then boom, it's already good to go. For whatever reason, RuneScape didn't have that. And it doesn't let you log into an account, it just uses your Steam account. But it's not able to read that we have already a Steam account of the other profile. It's kind of weird, even though it's the same account. I know, when I came back to Old School RuneScape for the 10-year anniversary, I actually played it for the first few months using only the Steam client. It's not too bad. It's a lot better than it was back in the day. It is like the worst client, though. But it was good enough that our hardcore didn't die. Barely. Actually, it's actually the closest I ever got to dying because we're still using that client, and we were in the wilderness selling stuff to the no tax shop, or you know, that one that sells for like high alch value. But it's in multi-combat, and there's a group of 2 people that logged in on me, and they nearly killed me. I was out of food and red barred with like 10 HP left, but we didn't actually die. But yeah, I almost lost the hardcore stats in the first week. We got really lucky not dying. Luckily, before I went there, I upgraded my food to anchovy pizzas plus swordfish. And if I didn't, I would have died. The reason I went there like that is normally you would just be able to go down to 20 wilderness. It's in like 22 or 23, so you only have to go down like several tiles. And you can teleport away. But what I didn't realize at the time is they actually added teleport block to free-to-play. For reasons I do not understand. It used to always be a member spell, but they made it a free-to-play spell apparently. Like several years back. And, yeah, I didn't think they would have teleblock, because it's normally not possible to do so in free-to-play. But apparently they added the free-to-play, and nearly died because of it. Which is kind of crazy. The closest the hardcore has ever come to dying was because I didn't realize they added teleport block to free-to-play. It's the closest the account was ever to actually dying, at any point ever. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Your main got hijacked from Steam client? Really? I know some people try doing that with the, what's it called, client? Or, you know, the Jagex accounts. Because you could just load up a bunch of accounts to it. So if they can get your data somehow, you could just go and, they could just, like, insta-steal your account by having it go into theirs instead of your own. Oh, it was before Jagex accounts? Yeah. They're a lot safer since Jagex accounts. Actually, I haven't really had any issues with them so far. I do wish you could remove accounts that have been added to it, though. Because I don't believe there's currently a feature to do so. You can add accounts, but you can't remove accounts. Unless you, like, delete them or something. Not sure what that would do. But didn't they delay the league this time around so that people would actually get in? I didn't play it until 2 days after because I was celebrating Thanksgiving. But I believe they delayed the league this year by like 3 or 4 hours so people would get in immediately. Or, you know, just so everyone would be fair. Because I was actually able to get in the other leak a few hours early because I was using the Steam version. But this year, they delayed the thing by multiple hours, so everyone would get in at the same time. Any more pop-ups? The quad pop-up. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're almost there. 4 more knowledge points, and there's 200 bone right. Technically, we only need 199. But obviously, we got to go for 200. We can't just leave it at 199. Yeah, 200? Nice. Huge congrats. There we go. One more level. Oh, I just realized something funny. Well, I guess we'll need those resources to actually offset that. If I did only passives, the Bone Rate account would get 500 before the Stonemason account would. The reason for this is the Stonemason account has to do a pre-200 from 200 to 206, whereas the Bone Rate account can actually start doing post-200 at 200. So when I go do those two accounts, the Bone Rate will actually get to 500. Possibly a week before the other account would. I never thought about that. Maybe even more than a week now that I'm thinking about it. Unless you manually train through there. It's going to be almost like 2 weeks quicker to do Bone Rate AFK compared to Stonemason AFK. The Stonemason has to get 6 absurdly slow levels. Whereas Bone Rate doesn't need to. I didn't think about that just now when I saw that pop up. Our alt account doing Bone Rate will get 500 before our alt account doing Stonemason because of that. By at least a week, if not 2 weeks. The way to offset that, though, is I just have to go do some of my mining stuff, or Stonemason stuff. Like some of the spear stones I get while doing mining, 500 on this account. I gotta just send over to the Stonemason account so we can go do that. So ultimately, it will be fixed. If anything, the Stonemason will get done quicker. Because all the supplies will give it. But if you were to just AFK them... Yeah, the Bone Rate would get 1 or 2 weeks quicker 500. Due to it being able to do post 200 immediately. Whereas the other one has to wait, 6 levels. But no, the main way that we'll get around that is I'm going to have a lot of spare stones I'm not going to need on the main. That we can just send over to it. It will mean I'll have to do some manual Stonemason on him. But he's going to have to anyway, so... to actually make some items eventually. So it'll kind of work out. Because at some point he needs to do it to all the tier 5 and 6 rocks anyways to go make supply out of them. So it kind of works out in the end. If anything, ultimately, our Stonemason will get there first. Not because Stonemason is quicker to AFK than Bone Rate. Bone Rate's actually quicker. But because we're going to have so much spare stones from 500 mining. Whereas I don't plan to get 500 gather anytime soon. And even when I do some post 200 gather, it's going to be stuff that isn't bones. Stuff that this account actually needs. Like the plus 80 cryopots. And the fear potions to fit that one gap. The 12-minute fears. Now again, there are 4.5 levels to go. And after 4 more knowledge points, we can start putting into alchemy. Though honestly, I might just put it into alchemy now that we have 199 bone rate. Just so the title tomorrow could be 200 bone rate. We're 199. We're basically maxed right now. As far as what we would use it for, it's max. So I think that might be the small pivot here. I'm actually going to start dumping all my knowledge into alchemy. What's going on here? That's gonna be the game plan then. Our knowledge pivot is going back to alchemy finally. And then, because I'll be getting some amount of knowledge off stream tonight, I'll be putting that into bone rate. And the first thing we do tomorrow is get 200 bone rate with knowledge. That'll be the game plan then. The stream will start with 200 bone rate. Which is what I mentioned earlier too. But the main reason for this is these are actually burning more money than the next potion. Even though they're good, I need to make sure we have enough money for everything. So knowledging through this part would be kind of nice. Just to make sure we don't hit 0 gold. It doesn't really matter how low we hit, I just need to make sure it's not 0. Like, I need to make sure we have money. As long as it says, like, 1 silver remaining, we should be fine. As long as we don't go in the red, is the problem. As long as we're, like, barely above ground, it's fine. Even if there's, like, 1 bronze remaining. As long as it just doesn't go negative. I just realized something. Since this cache says gold and silver, when you get to a platinum, does this say platinum and gold? Because it probably does. That'd be kind of insane. Because that means you'd only see a number go up like ever so occasionally. Unless your moneymaker's like absurd. Though in all fairness, if you have a platinum, your moneymaker's probably absurd by then. Is imagine doing something that's only like 2 gold an hour. You'd see your money go up twice in a single hour. If it only showed platinum and gold. Whereas with silver, of course, you see your money constantly going up. Like you do anything, you should be seeing at least 1 silver shift. In either direction. I can't wait till we're back to the machine. Starting tomorrow, actually, the rest of it after this potion is all in this machine. All the way to 200. It's actually the last potion we ever have to do like this. At least pre-200. Post-200, the first potion we're going to have to do is actually like this. But at least pre-200, this is the, or you know, before getting to 200. This is the very last one we ever have to do. But the one we'd have to do after that's the 209 Fear. Oddly enough, I probably wouldn't do it until 219. Just to not interfere with the +4 boost pots. I don't plan to do this immediately, but I do want to do it for Stonewall Hill. I'll probably use it for Armor Maker and or Builder for this AFK activity there. So I'm not really in a rush to go do that. Plus all the good potions are way too far away or too much of a grind to bother for at the moment. Eventually, but no time soon. The earliest we'd have to go back to it is AFKing that for about a week before Stonewall Hill comes out. Even 2 weeks. But would likely know about 2 weeks in advance when Stonewall Hill is probably coming around. Does this game have Steam achievements? Not yet. It probably will after 1.0. But currently there are no Steam achievements at the moment. It's likely a feature to come down later down the line. Can't remember if they confirmed if it is or isn't. But it most likely will. But it's definitely not something coming before 1.0. Oh, you were gonna add? Oh no. But no, there's no Steam achievements. It likely will after 1.0 though. But there's none currently at the moment. Like many things in the game. Eventually coming, but you know, gotta wait a little bit. But no, currently there's none. Definitely a lot of personal goals you can set. But no actual achievement thingies. I'm sure they'll add some as things worth achieving or come into the game. I just realized one of them is probably going to be get a level 500. Oh gosh. By then we'd probably have a 500. But for any achievement hunter, good luck. They definitely wouldn't make something like base 200 an achievement, though. But getting a singular 500, I feel like, would be one of them. It'd also probably be an achievement for killing every boss, like X number of times and stuff like that. Doing X number of a raid, or even just completing it in general. Though I would love to see them add in-game combat achievements like what Old School RuneScape has, or any kind of similar system. I was not sure if they would make Steam achievements out of them. Unless they go like really heavy into Steam achievements. Because how much is supporting it is still unknown. But given that they're eventually going to have a mobile version, you know, they could have the same mobile achievements as well. Just not sure how they're achievement heavy they're going to be making that. If it's just going to be like in-game stuff, or is it actually going to be attached to Steam and similar operating systems. Because they did mention they're eventually doing their own client. So if they ever do stuff like that, it would have to be integrated to the game and to Steam and to mobile. We'll have to wait and see. I know the route that Alch RuneScape did is they only made a lot of like really easy to do ones. Just so people would come into the game to go 100% it really quick. Because despite that game being thousands to tens of thousands of hours long, I think all achievements on Steam for that game, for Alch RuneScape, is like 10 minutes? 20 minutes? I mean, not 10 minutes. I mean, 10 hours or 20 hours, I mean. Like, it is absurdly easy relative to the length of the game. But I think they did that just to make it an easy target for achievement hunters to try the game. Also, I believe all of them are doable and free to play too, oddly enough. You'd even need membership. I don't know, for my first few years on Steam, I did a lot of achievement hunting, and then after that, I was like, what's the point? So now I just don't even bother with them. There's just some games that have just too many dumb ones to go for, to even bother. Though one game I do have to say was really fun to 100%. It was one of the things that definitely enhanced the experience. Slay the Spire. So maybe it was 100% Slay the Spire 2. Slay the Spire 2-2. 2200. Or TOO, I mean. But we'll probably do Slay the Spire 2-2. Because I haven't 100%ed the game in a while. As far as like a game that actually has Steam achievements. Just for the fun of it. It's been a good several years, actually. I've bothered doing one. I'd probably do it for Slay the Spire 2. You're into making Steam badges right now and you notice the achievement section? Yeah, there's a lot of ones that you could put there. I haven't updated my profile in so long. But yeah, all knowledge points are going to be going into alchemy now, till the end of the stream. It'll save us about 1 hour. I mean, not 1 hour, save us about half an hour. And then first thing tomorrow, we get 200 bone rate. But I don't even need to do anything. We'll probably already have the knowledge from doing stuff tonight. We're pretty close to it. Like, pretty much by the time this daily gets taken tomorrow, we should have 200 bone rate. Oh wait, don't do that yet. I need to get that to a level before I do that. Come on, level, level, level. Yeah, there we go. Time to put into alchemy. Let's go save that half an hour. Because I'm already going to be doing enough activity to go get the bone rate level off stream. Or, you know, not off stream, but, you know, get it prepped for tomorrow. There we go. That feels good. We haven't really done that all day. Look at how much XP that is. Oh, that right there just saved us like 200 silver. Somewhere around there. That does mean we get less XP pots though. That's the only downside. Alright, someone was saying earlier you can move the camera with WASD. Oh, you can. I never knew that. Yeah, that's why the Steam Deck was moving it that way. Interesting. Yeah, you can use WASD. I couldn't do this earlier because we were on the production machine and it locks your camera. This gives you free camera. But, yeah, it is WASD. Interesting. I always use the arrow keys. Well, how many ways do we have to move our camera then? We could drag this. We can move the arrow keys. We can move WASD. Oops, I misclicked the emotes. What key was emote then? Oh, quest brings up that. E brings up emotes. Does I bring it? Yep, I brings up inventory. P brings up professions. Interesting. So we do something like this and type in IP. Interesting. That means we can click IP whenever we want to reset back to whatever tabs. Like, let's check it. Say I'm checking the leaderboard and this. It's like, oh yeah, let's go back to normal IP. Boom. Can you rebind these? I never bother rebinding any of them, if you even can. A lot of them currently make sense what they do, though. And map is for M. Interesting. I never bothered using the shortcuts for them. Where spells L though? That makes no sense. What is taken up by S? Oh, WASD, that's why. If anything, I would think T for teleport. Because what spell are we using more than teleport spell? Oh, T currently does tool belt, that's why. Alright, 3.5 to go. We should be able to get about 4 more knowledge into it as well, which is 1 whole level. So accounting for that, 2.5 to go. It should be about an hour and a half then. So close yet so far. Tomorrow's probably going to be the weirdest grind yet, though, of this. Today was like the all-around kind of thing, and probably the longest one. But tomorrow, we only ever have to do 1 potion. But I'll be knowledging it the whole time. But we actually never do anything but Stonewall Hill the whole stream. It's going to be the only time we ever only make 1 potion. Technically 2, because once we reach our goal, obviously we'll do at least like 22 of it or something. But, yeah, the whole entire grind towards it, it's just going to be 1 potion plus knowledge. Our XP rate never goes up. Like, the XP rate we're starting with is our max XP rate, pretty much. Not counting the boost from knowledge points. It should be similarly long to today. And oddly enough, if we already have the money, Sunday should be pretty quick. Not the quickest, but we're going to have access to 10% boost pots. So whenever you use a knowledge point, it's 10% boosted. And they're already in our inventory, so we don't even need to go out of our way for them, because we're literally making them. So it'll be pretty nice to see how that works out. Because we're getting a whole extra 5% whenever we're boosted for stuff like that. We'd still be spamming the 5% for a lot of things, though. But I'd be able to use some 10% here and there to do it whenever we get a knowledge point. And I'll probably use it every knowledge point instead of double dipping it. It'll be a nice compromise. We're not going to chug them, but I will use it every knowledge point rather than every other knowledge point. So we still get to use some of that boost while doing alchemy. But it's not going to be us chugging it like every 2 minutes. That's just overkill. So by the end of this, we should have about 700-ish Stonewall Hill potions. That's not too bad. If we used no knowledge, it was slightly over 800. But with knowledge, it's about 700. Which saves us about 0.6 or 0.7 gold. But of course, unfortunately, we have slightly less potions, though, by about 100. So I just realized you can click the letter and it brings you there, doesn't it? On that screen. I can't remember if that was a feature since launch. Or if it was added. I'd even bother clicking it there, but I'm pretty sure you can be doing that. To letter down to them quicker. The problem is it doesn't scroll all the way down though. Because there's so many things in each letter category when it comes to alchemy. Oh, ow, ow. That's getting sore. Guess that will happen after sitting in a chair for 10 hours straight. Oh. I was thinking go for a walk earlier either. Normally I do before the stream. Otherwise we always cramp at some point from sitting for so long. Ugh. Good old stretch. What am I gonna eat after the stream? I'm not sure. I probably need to go food shopping this Monday. There's not much left in the house at the moment. Someone was mentioning chip and crackers earlier, and honestly, I almost just want to nibble on some. Because I do actually have that. But no, as far as food, I'm not sure. Your son is bringing you checkers? Ooh. I had that while I was in New Jersey during college. I'm not sure if it was just the place or if it's just the thing itself. But they were like really, really greasy. I've had it quite a few times though. It is good. But it seemed like overly greasy compared to some other fast food. I'm sure if it was just the one near me that was like that, or all of them. But it seems slightly higher greasiness than in the average fast food place. Like enough that it's noticeable. To actually mention it outright. Your checkers is only 50% grease. But I haven't ate there since college. Gosh, it's been like, what, a decade now? It's probably been almost a decade since I've eaten at Checkers. Oh, I'm running away from him. Excuse me. As soon as that level rolls in, we'll be able to throw our knowledge in it. And then 3 levels to go. It still feels weird seeing stuff from Chapter 5. Because, of course, we don't have access to it yet. Got these little worms. A worm with some zing. Adapted to living in deep, dark caves. Oh, a deep, dark cave confirmed. It's not just a cave, it's a deep, dark cave. We're getting more info on Chapter 5. It's not just any cave, it's a deep, dark cave. Which almost sounds like a tunnel system. Almost like Mines of Matubin kind of area. Except there's only part of the chapter rather than the whole chapter. We have almost like a Mines of Matubin kind of layout as part of the chapter. Yep, we're going into the hill. Honestly, that's better than going on it. Because, gosh, it's going to be so hilly. It's going to be like Chapter 2, but worse. But if you're in it, it won't be as bad. I feel like there's going to be a lot of annoying ladders, though. Hopefully Builder will help us out some. Because I feel like it's going to be really annoying to gain elevation in that chapter. Mostly because it's annoying to gain elevation in every chapter currently. So I'm not sure if they're going to do Stonewall Hill differently with Builder or something else, but it is real annoying gaining elevation in any situation you need to currently in the game. It's really slow compared to just walking normally. Oh, the chapter is definitely going to be a bit of a mix, as far as like above ground and below ground. I assume there'd be a dwarven settlement at both. Like below and above. I'm not sure why, but I'm almost envisioning, when I think of like going into a cave like that, and I think Andrew Gower, I'm not sure why, but I get Underground Pass flashbacks. Could you imagine if it's laid out like that? Underground Pass Part 3. I say Part 3 because Regicide in that quest, or in that game, is basically round 2. Oh, just because there's dwarves in the chapter doesn't mean there's only dwarves in the chapter, though. Like, Chapter 4 had Cyclopses at the front gate, but not everything in Chapter 4 was Cyclops. And Chapter 5 is probably going to be similar. Like, Chapter 5 has dwarves at the gates, but it doesn't mean every single thing will be a dwarf. Because Chapter 4 was Cyclops, but there was barely any Cyclopses. Not that there was none, but, you know, there wasn't a lot of them. They were there, they had a settlement and everything, but it wasn't like a heavy part of the chapter. The doors will likely play a bigger role in Chapter 5 than what the Cyclops did in Chapter 4. I'm still curious if this is supposed to be an off green. Or if this was supposed to be the same green and they missed hard. We'll find out if this ever gets corrected, color corrected. But I still can't tell if this is supposed to be the same green and it is missed very, very hard, or if it's deliberately supposed to be different. I assume it's deliberately different. Otherwise, wow, did you miss the color? It has to be deliberate. Because that's too far of a hard miss to be accidental. Unless you were just doing the color by memory. I wonder if the map will have a Z-axis. I don't know. I'm not sure if this game could really support that well with how the map system currently is. There's even areas that do have elevation now. It's very minimal elevation. Also, I don't think we've had anything that's had a triple floor yet, have we? We've had double floor, but never a triple, I don't believe. Also, one thing I'm really surprised I've never done during this grind. We've only misclicked the wrong item once. But one thing I'm really surprised by is we have never gotten a 11 when we already had one on the ground. Like, I've never tried getting an 11 when I already had 22. I'm really, really surprised that hasn't happened. Hey, Red Bean is back. He's the guy that does Mines of Batubin. I guess he ran out of 5% pots. Or he's splurging on some 6%. And back he goes. He's going back to the mines for another month now. What's kind of crazy is he lives there and only rank 2 at the moment. Only. That's still really high, but I'm surprised he's not ranked 1 with how much he lives in Mines of Batubin. He's 113 levels behind. Rockstat, or whatever the name is. It's currently hidden. Oh, so Petitio is surprisingly high there. I think it's mostly because they're doing the combat thingy there. What's his distribution right now? I believe it's 8th Keen Bone Right. Manually doing mining, manually doing smithing, manually doing stonemason. But yeah, I believe he's just been 24/7ing the Bone Right AFK. Well, not literally, but you know. Anytime he does the AFK, it's Bone Right AFK. He's currently the second closest to having a triple 500 for production. There's the big high war god again. I've been seeing a couple names like that. They're all referenced to Bandos in old school RuneScape. Or I guess RuneScape in general. Hey, that reminds me, that's something we haven't talked about for a while. Have they put out the fire yet? Let's go check the official RuneScape thing. Let's see, have they put out the fire? Or did they have their non-apology post only? Let me see. No. They only have their non-apology. But yeah, their new CEO is running the game into the ground, I see. They didn't have that at the bottom before. But yeah, that new CEO needs to go. Definitely no 100 million salary or whatever on Earth he makes. If he makes even 50,000 this year, it's too much. Oh, he's speedrunning trying to kill the game. With corporate greed. But yeah, it's been a big thing with that game the last few days. And the fire has not been put out. If anything, they're putting gasoline on it. I just realized I could be using the XP right now. I don't need to wait for the next threshold. For the next one I do, but not for this one. There we go. Slowly but surely. 2.5 levels left. After his next knowledge point, 2 levels left. And then we could stop burning money so that we could burn even more money. But yeah, between not today and tomorrow I'll go finish the 1,000 mining boost pots. But between Saturday and Sunday, I gotta go get 210 Leatherworker. Either through Steam Deck or anything, doesn't matter how. But, yeah, we need the money just in case. I need some buffer. Because I believe based on the math, what did we say earlier? Wait. Yeah, it was 11.66. But bring knowledge down, that's a little under 11. And then tomorrow is roughly 7. So we need about 18 gold after today. We only need like 7 or 8 of it tomorrow. Or closer to 7. But that means we need to generate like 1 gold. Which should be easy. Leatherworker's like 2 gold an hour. Yeah, we need to find 1 gold somehow. Which should be pretty free. But I'll probably overkill it, just do 210 Leatherworker while we're already at it. The grind I was considering doing before this grind, but then we had enough money when we calculated it out. But then we kind of tangented it a little bit, so now we don't have enough money. But we're only like 1 gold off. Due to all the tangenting that spent more money. Also because I gave some buffer room. Because I had a feeling we'd do something like this. We were deviate from the plan a little. Because I was originally never going to make these 6%, for example. It's still kind of crazy, though. For the cost of one tool, we pretty much maxed alchemy and got to keep all the potions. It's not bad. Instead of getting like a level 25 or 30 tool, we get ourselves a ton of XP pots and a few other utility potions. It's really worth it in the end. So much so, it might even be worth training manually alchemy on all the alts. Maybe not worth that much, though. But it is an idea, as a potential option. The problem is that takes forever. And it's probably not happening. Because if you were to do that all the way from level 20, or even 0, because they're almost at 0. You know, 20 is basically 0. But if you were to do that all the way from 0 or 20, we're talking 70-ish hours? 80 hours? Like a 70-80 hour grind for them. At the cost of about 30-ish gold. But you get to yield all the potions along the way. They just trade over to your main. Because at their level range it'd be worth doing. At a higher level range it wouldn't be anymore for a lot of those potions. It's worth considering. It's so much time though, 80 hours. To get them from like 0 to 200 alchemy. Manually rather than AFKing it over the course of months. That or offset it only for the better ones. Like only have them make like the really good potions in between areas. Yeah, we'll find out. For now, their goal is to go get Lost and Found and then AFK to a 500 production. Or about everything after that later. And by later, I mean like, that's basically September, October of this year. Quite a bit later. Later being used in a very, very long sense. As that is no time soon. So I'm about to go check my collection log on Old School RuneScape. I still refuse to believe that I haven't gotten this pet yet. Nope, no beaver. 0 beaver. How? It's 3 months over 1,000 hours. That's still insane to me. And also, basically 3 months of membership time is another way of looking at it too. And if you break that down by current pricing, even though I didn't pay this much for it, because I think it was only like $70 or $80 for the whole year. So even if you break it down on that, let's say it was $80 after like tax or whatever else. Let's say it was $80. That means I've spent $20 and 1,000 hours trying to get that beaver. For just a little cosmetic thing that follows you. It's kind of insane. Or if you put it based on the current price, if you were to buy it 1 month at a time, $42 and 1,000 hours. And still don't have it. Which is kind of crazy. Literally every second we've played Brighter Shores, we've pretty much been AFKing that thing. As well as sometime off stream. And we're at 902 hours. Plus I started a month beforehand when I was sick. Where most of what I was doing was just clicking that. So like 800 of those 900 hours right there in Brighter Shores was all that tree. And then also like a month beforehand when I was sick. And we still don't have it. Send in a support ticket. I know our game is bugged. We're like 3 times over drop rate for something. Send help. But no, if you send a support ticket to them, they'll get back to you in like 3 years. That's one of the things that was controversial too about all the fire that they currently are starting. Because one of the things that they were upcharging was better customer support. Like, literally charging. And by better customer support, I mean you would actually get any amount of it. Because currently they have almost none. So they basically were selling to you customer support as an upcharge. No, I was just joking about the 3-year thing. I can't remember why I just mentioned that too, but it was a joke. Your tickets get answered by an AI. Unless you make a post on Reddit with a lot of upvotes, pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised. The upcharge that they would likely do is human eyes would look at your support ticket. Instead of their AI system. And they would upcharge you like probably like $5 for that. They just fisted each other. I should say fist bump. Fisting each other is something different. We're not that far after dark yet. Actually, you know what? Yeah, actually we can do that. Why not? There we go. Oh, is that the full alchemy cape? Ooh. I don't think I've ever seen the 500 alchemy cape in person, or whatever you call this. But, oh, I thought there'd be more of a vial down there. Apparently you see the whole vial by 200. Everything else just gives you extra fire underneath it. Interesting. I thought there was more vial down there, but it's just more fire. This is like pretty cool though. I do have to say the 50 and 100 one I'm not a fan of, but 200 and 500 is pretty solid for that cape. Oh, 500 merch over here too. Oh, yeah, it's Dr. Kush. No wonder. I was gonna say a 500 merch keep too, but yeah, that's Dr. Kush. A lot of 500 keeps in here today. Here we are with our lame 200 cape. No, I really like this cape though. When trade comes around, people are going to be begging for our potions, some guy just said. That's why we're keeping them all. We're either going to be using them or selling them, or both. I'm realistically keeping almost all of them, though. The only ones I'd probably sell are some of the green ones that we make. Because unless some kind of absurd meta shift happens with the merging, we're not going to be needing them. So I might just sell them all. The blue pots we'll keep, of course, but green and yellow we don't need. Though I didn't really make any yellow. But all the green ones we're probably going to sell out. I'm not sure where the market's going to be for them, though. It's like the only potion that we made that we kept that we're probably selling rather than keeping. Unless Staldemo heals get like dumb expensive, we might sell them rather than keep. Like the 6% we're making right now will go for like 30 silver or plus. Or if the 7% go for like 50 silver plus. Like at those ranges it'd be like, you know what, maybe I'll just sell them. Like there's definitely a price where we would let them go. Well, so speaking of that, we did a poll earlier, and now that most of the votes are in, let me guess who has that. Let's see, where's the, it's a bad time to do it as we're trying to do something in-game. But the poll, after 47 votes, how much more silver would you pay for a 7% XP pop potion compared to a 5% if infinite stock exists, aka like if Ebsworth stocked it, or I guess technically player trading. 0 to 1 silver at 38%, as well as 2 to 6 silver at 38%, both tied. Then at 7 to 14 silver, 11%, and at 15 plus silver at 13%. So there are people who would go that high on some of them. Interesting. I'm pretty sure most of the people are like power grinding stuff though. The average person will not spend that much, especially based on that poll. I think people's upper limit is like 5-ish more. It looks like. Which means something like this would go for like 10 silver. Which currently they go for even more in this guy. Like the average 6% potion in this guy costs like what, 15, 20 silver or something? Whereas 10 silver more than this is already 16 silver. If it was only like 5 higher, it'd only be 11 silver. Or 11.5. Or 12 or somewhere around there. Alright, level 1.5 to go. 2 more knowledge points to do it. I think it's kind of funny is even though we haven't done any chef, we can kind of end the same way we started with a chef run. Because if the only thing we need is a knowledge range to go there, might as well just do the knowledge. If we're within knowledge striking distance. Oh, that's funny. I don't think I've ever seen someone wearing just the 50% carpenter cape. That's funny. It almost looks like a sword when you're wearing just that. Without the rest of the design. Brown napkin, pretty much. They look like little backpacks, yeah. I almost forget how small the 50s are. Given that everyone in the game is generally wearing like 100 plus at this point. The 50s are so miniature. It's almost like an inverse bib. That's on backwards. Like, it doesn't even reach, like, the ankle. It doesn't even reach past the waist. I do feel like the 500 capes are a little bit too long, though. They're basically touching the ground. I feel like the 200s are like the perfect length. It's very long without being too long. Oh, so that's one other reason for getting 200 all as well. They did mention they're eventually going to be adding cape perks to the game. And assumably, given that there's 4 different capes, 4 different tiers of the cape perk, which would give some actual reason to go to 500 and still keep farming. But also, those 200 capes are going to be so useful if they actually have a tier 3 effect on them, rather than the final tier 1, or, you know, rather than like a tier 1 or 2. Because I'm curious what they do with it, because it seems like they are going to be 4-tiered most likely. Which means you'd eventually need to get every 200 cape, which is something we were planning on doing eventually anyways. We'll have even more of a reason to. It's one of the reasons I also kind of wanted to do quite a bit of a combat pivot. Kind of wait out the 200 capes to see if they're actually going to be really good. Because that also benefits combat. Because if bossing ever comes out, you might need the 500 combat cape. What kind of perk it might give. Like, who knows, maybe it would have like a damage bonus just flat out for the chapter. Like, just like a flat increase of like 2.5, 5%, 7.5, 10%. There's a flat DPS increase. I don't know, I'll have to wait and see. Because they could do any number of things for any of them. I definitely hope the merchant one lets you wield multiple sets of items. Like each one being at least like 6 extra, or, you know, 1 extra set. The ones for bone wright, smithing, and stonemason could allow you to do multiple at once when doing ores or something similar. Oh, there's a lot of different effects. Just have to wait and see. I am curious what he's going to go down the route of. Because if I'm not mistaken, Andrew Gower never made any keep effects, I don't think. I'm pretty sure keep perks in RuneScape 3 and Old School RuneScape came after his time. But they did mention that they are looking into doing it. But that means he never did it in the first place. So I'm curious what he would do as his own take for effects. Because I don't believe he ever did it the first time around. It's one of the reasons why Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3 has such drastically different keep perks. Because I'm pretty sure they were added like in 2015, 2016, 2017 or something. Probably around like the 2015, 2016 time. Like 2014 to 2016 kind of area. But they were never there in the Andrew Gower years, so he never actually made any perks for any of them. So we don't really know what his take on an effect like that would be. As well as his team at the moment. No, we'll have to wait and see. I just hope whatever the 500 perk keeps are is actually worth it. Emotes? Yeah, technically he did emotes. That was his doing. But he never set up any keep perks, as in, you know, things that aren't cosmetic with them. Because what he did with the keeps last time around is exactly what they are now, minus the emote. in that they are purely cosmetic with no actual additional effects. But they did mention they're going to be adding them to all the capes. We still don't know if they're going to be 4-tiered or if there's just one. I just kind of assumed the 4-tier because, you know, 4 capes would make sense. It would also give some extra value to actually getting a 500. Like a reason to go back to the skill. Because the 500 perk, they could just make it like absurdly good. Like imagine Merchant being able to grab a task from anywhere. Imagine the perk for the 500 Merchant cape is you can access the bounty board literally anywhere where you are. You wouldn't even have to go back to the tower. Or they can go really absurd too. And make it like double profit while you're wearing the cape. Or, you know, only from Merchant, obviously. Not from everything. Or make it so it works on like every chapter, though that'd be way too broken. Imagine a 70% discount on every shop everywhere. That would definitely be way too broken though. Even for a 500 cape. If just every shop was just like a flat 50% cheaper. Even outside of Chapter 4. Because it would bring down the price of everything too much if that existed. So it never would. It would be insanely strong, but due to trading existing, they could never do it. Otherwise, the base price of everything just goes down by 50%. Yeah, they can't be so strong that you feel like you have to do it. It definitely has to be like self-contained to the skill. Like if you really like a skill, it'd be a reason to keep doing it post 500, but not so strong where you had to do it. Like I feel like being able to go to the message board anywhere for Merchant is like one of those. Where it's not like so broken, but it's helpful enough that if you want to do post 500 for it, you can just kind of get your task whenever. And same as like 500 combat capes, you won't feel like you would need to. If they gave it some kind of extra bossing bonus, or maybe made it so drops were slightly more common or something. Where it wouldn't be that required, but if you're doing like a ton of bossing in the area, it would be worth it. I just realized YouTube added a new button. Next to the insert ad button, they actually added a delay ad button. I guess if you're doing something really big in your stream and you don't want any ads to play over it, regardless of what ad setting you have. Because that's actually a new one. They added that probably this year. That's actually kind of convenient. I'm not sure how long it pauses it for. But yeah, they added a pause ad button. What if it permanently pauses it until you unclick it? Let me see. Oh, let me wait till we're processing something. Boom, boom, boom. But I've never once actually clicked the insert ad. Then when I've gone to a bathroom break, like a few years back a couple times. I've never actually clicked it. Let's see. Let's go do the pause ad button. What does this do? Delay ads. Yeah, it makes it so no ads play for 10 minutes. Interesting. Well, you guys shouldn't see any ads for 10 minutes. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. I'm not sure if you can set it to a custom number, though. I wonder what happens if you try clicking insert ad. Alright, for science, I gotta test it. We're not doing anything important right now anyways, let's see. What happens if you... Oh, you can actually click resume back on it at any time. Interesting. I want to see what happens, though. I have delayed ads, but if I click insert ad, will it immediately play an ad? That'd be funny. I'll have to find out. I don't know, is there an ad? I have no way of knowing. Can anyone hear me right now? I think the delay ad is actually working on the insert ad. We're messing with all the buttons. Yeah, I'm looking at my playback thing and I'm not seeing one. I'm not sure if that playback even does the ads now that I'm thinking about it. It's hard to tell. Let's see what happens if I click the resume ad button. Or the unpausing of the button. Not sure if I did anything. And I got about a bunch of buttons. No ad? Interesting. Alright, here we go. Final level. One more knowledge point and we're out of here. Might even go do that chef run just to push it over. Might do one more set of 22-22. Or, you know, one more set of 22. And then, I think we'll just do a chef run. And I think that pushes us over. After this set of 22, we'll do one more 22. And, that should be a level from a chef run then. And we also get a cooking level too. Which means we still got our daily cooking level in. Even though we haven't been doing that much checking, we would still be able to get in our daily cooking level at least. It's not as many as if we kept checking it the entire time. But still a level nonetheless. How much gold do we have going into tomorrow? We'll have like 16.5, roughly. We're spending about 7-ish tomorrow. And the day after that's about 11-ish. Yeah, as long as we do 1 hour of leatherworker, we should be good. We'll probably overkill it and just get to level 210, which is like 2 hours of leatherworker, roughly. 2.5. But yeah, as long as we do that, we should be good. We have more than enough. We're only like a gold or two short at the moment. But tonight I'll probably be running the other alchemy pots instead, though. Because we never did finish the 1,007%. We did like 800 something, but never finished them. Still got like 2 hours of them to go do. But I'll try to get that done tomorrow morning, tonight if I can. Squeeze them in there. Alright, one more set of 22. And then we just gotta do one big chef run, or technically a double run. Because that's a double path right there. And then that knowledge point should get us 158 alchemy, which is our final goal. As well as a cooking level, which is one step closer to the eventual 200 that we're nowhere near. At 120, we can start to do the best AFK stew all the way to 200 if we really want to, though. Are we going to? No, that would take forever. But for the first 10 levels, it's not too bad. Want to do some AFK cooking at some point at 220. I mean, at 120, I mean. Because 120 to 130, it wouldn't be bad. Even 120 to 140, it wouldn't be awful. Everything beyond that would start to be way too slow, though. You definitely wouldn't want to do that all the way to 200. That'd be a nightmare. It would take so long. There we go. There's our 16.5 gold. Oh, I already got it. What am I doing? We're so close. We're coming for you. This 7% Stonewall Hill. The only potion we're running all of tomorrow, not counting the little bit of boost that we'll do right at the end. I guess we might as well do one set at the beginning right now. No, we'll save it for tomorrow. We'll save them. Because we're starting tomorrow at like 160 if I actually do all that alchemy grind. Because the 200, or maybe not that high. Maybe. Because we'll have some other XP from the other potions. I gotta remember to put it all into bone right though. First thing tomorrow, gotta go get 200 bone right. And then we just dump all of the knowledge in alchemy. Alright, hopefully this gets this bar like all the way over there. We need it like right there. Right there. I just realized my arm is scratched weirdly. I think I scratched myself last night somehow. It's such a weird spot to be scratched. I must have slept really weirdly last night. Oh no, do I have to do one more trip? Honestly, I might just do one set of those potents. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a little short. Alright, potent potion time. But it means we probably don't need our chef friend then. Use the potent potions, we'll push it over. It's just hard to say. Too much P alliteration. But that means we will be concluding on a little over 680 Stonewall Hills. Not bad. And then I'll go do one more set of 22 of the potent things since I already have it banked. And combine this with the slightly over 1,007% we'll have. We have a pretty good stash for Chapter 5. Not like massive, but you know, better than nothing. 682 is a decent number. And then over 1,000 the other one, which we'll be making tomorrow. I say over 1,000. Might actually be slightly under. Depends how knowledge works for it. We'll find out. Ah, there we go. And you go. Right next to our one single 5%. His little buddy now. Alright, now, one last thing we gotta go do. And that is, I still need the level. We still haven't gotten it yet. So let me go do some of the ones I was going to do off stream. Where is it? There it is. Oh, not max. Put one away. There we go. Hey, we finally get to do one more last set of potents then. That's also what we'll be doing off stream then. At some point, hopefully. I'm sure if I'll do all of them because it's like 2 hours of them. Not sure if I have 2 hours between now and then. Especially since these are pretty non-AFK. Well, this part's AFK, but you know, the other part isn't. Honestly, tonight I'll probably be doing a lot of the AFK raid den. So we can get our bone right set up for tomorrow. Because it's going to take a little over an hour of it anyways, which will probably work out a lot better tonight. But I do have to go do those potions at some point, though. I'm going to miss these mining pots. Especially given that they're already banked. It's just so convenient. Though one thing that's nice is 197 to 400 400 I wish. 197 to 200 alchemy is actually already banked and ready to go. We actually have more than enough. Problem is we can't access them till 197 unfortunately, because there's no boost potion in the game. Well, there's no active boost potion, I should say, which is a nice reward space for something in the future. There's no active boost potion currently for a +1 to 5 boost actively. There's a +1 to 5 passive boost, but not a +1 to 5 active boost. Because imagine if we had like a +3 active boost pre-200. We could start making this potion at 194, which would save us so much money here. Because we could start these way earlier than we otherwise would have been. But unfortunately, no active boost potion yet. Eventually. It's reward space for another alchemy skill or whatever they end up doing it for in the future. Last time around, the main way they did that was stews. Except they were really random and really annoying. But I assume he would just make them potions this time around. Instead of one per every skill, he would just make one universal one that would work. But technically the stews were 4 different ones. But I'm pretty sure it'd make one universal potion, kind of like how the boost potions currently work. Or the passive ones. Otherwise he's going to have to make way too many with how many skills are going to be in the game. But hopefully whenever we get Alchemy Part 2, that'd be one of the other potions. A +1 to 5 active boost potion. Because that changes the meta for quite a few things. if you were to skip to a better activity later. Especially post 200. Like, we use that to mining to get to, you know, whatever our next thingy is earlier. Like adistites. So we wouldn't have to do the passive as much. I just hope they last longer than 2 minutes, though. Because that'd be very annoying if they only lasted that long. I just realized, when is our thingy? 2 hours? Perfect. We do 2 hours of smithing AFK, grab dinner, grab something else to munch on. And in 2 hours, boom, we go check them. Hopefully have some kind of amount of time to go do that real quick. As we're just messing around, resting our eyes, and should be good to go. It's really easy to reset these, the raid dens. I wish there was more absurdly AFK activities in this game than these. That weren't like completely passive activities, but you know, actually like middle ground. But hopefully he sees how popular these are and is like, oh, we should add more of that. I don't think Chapter 5 will have it necessarily. Because most of Chapter 5 was developed before the insights of, you know, the community. In that sense. But Chapter 6 and onwards, I feel like would be inspired by the launch of the game. And people's opinions on things. But Chapter 5 is probably very, very untuned compared to what they originally were going to do from it. The community influence is probably very small on it compared to Chapter 6 onwards. Just because of how far Chapter 5 was already developed before the game even launched. Gosh, at this rate, we might almost gain a level just from this. I forgot, these give so much more XP. I prefer this so much more over the other potion. Luckily, we don't have to make another one that other potion ever again to 200. The first thing we have to do post 200, if we ever do it, we do, but... ignoring that, yeah, the rest of the grind that we have to do for alchemy in the next 2 days is all in this machine. We don't have to do the AFK one ever again. Until we eventually come back to alchemy for post 200. Which is no time soon, and even if we are, I'm probably doing the AFK. So I can get that for Stone Mall Hill. Because I want to AFK from 200 to 219 for Stone Mall Hill eventually. Either use it on the Armor Maker 200 plus AFK or the Builder, depending on which one seems more enticing at the time. By then we would have gotten a good impression of what Chapter 5 is like. We can make our determination thereafter. Gosh, at this rate, do I even need to use a knowledge point on it? I guess I still will, but It's like so overkill. That is so overkill. I mean, honestly, at this point, I might just save it for bone rate. I just go make like another stone wall hill or a few of these or something. Let's see how we're gonna make it. We're getting what, 2.8? Oh, I think we make it. That's about 4 2.8s. Yep, we make it. Nice. Okay, perfect. I get to use this for bone rate then. Perfect. Oh, we're one step closer to that then. Also have to AFK the thing for about an hour later. And that should give us everything we need to go and be ready for 200 bone rate tomorrow. In the first 10 minutes we could just go get it then. Oh, we know part of tomorrow's title. 200 bone rate finally completed. It only took trying to do 200 alchemy to get it done. Hard carried by 7% mining boost pot. Wow, right on the dot. There it is. There's the main event of tomorrow. The 7% potent potion for the Stonewall Hill chapter that doesn't exist yet. There it is. Nice. Alright. Alright, well, let's head to our AFK activity, I guess. Time to grab dinner. Bamers, guys. Any other question, anything? Otherwise, I think we will be calling it here. We will be back tomorrow to run it back at about noon Eastern Standard Time or so. How long we need to go tomorrow? Honestly, probably as long as we did tonight. Probably like 10 or 11 hours. It's going to be a bit longer than the other two. But thank you, Creamy. Greatly appreciated. But yeah, main goal for tomorrow is get 200 bone rate within the first 10 minutes. As well as level 185 alchemy. Which means we need to get, how many levels is that? 27. We gotta get 27 alchemy levels tomorrow. As pretty much every day we've been going up by 27 because that's the interval between each one. That's why the first two streams are basically the exact same amount of time. Only reason today was a lot longer was I put all my knowledge into bone rate instead of alchemy. Time to make some mine pots and then back to the mines you go. Nice. Yeah, they're really good. I love these 7%. Like, you wouldn't think 2% would do that much, but it really adds up over time. There's a lot more than you would think. That is way more than enough. Anyways, guys, hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. We'll be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow here on YouTube. And, yeah, go from there. Game plan for tomorrow is 200 bone rate and 185 alchemy. Not sure if I'll do some chef here or there. We'll see. But, that's the main game plan. Those two. which mostly means just alchemy. Because obviously bone right will pretty much be good to go for already at the start of the stream. Anyways, guys, I hope you all enjoy your weekend. We'll catch you guys later. Stay safe out there, and goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.